All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Toronto Tile Slingers tournament hosted by the wonderful people at Let's Play Scrabble. This is second day part of a tournament that Josh Greenway is hosting out of his apartment in Toronto. And there's some really great games yesterday. This is mainly being held as a live streaming exhibition, and the games have been really great so far. I'm joined today. My name is Evan Chester. I was the champion of Division 2 at this year's Nationals, and I'm joined by Gideon Brzezowski, who is this past year's current school Scrabble champion. How are you feeling today, Gideon? Gideon, you here? Uh, Hold on.
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm excited to be commentating this tournament. Obviously, a great location. Got a great.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's a good location. We've got a good selection of competitors to showcase on stream. Because considering this is a streaming exhibition, we're going to make sure that all of the 6 players in today's tournament will be shown on stream today. We have a few people who were here yesterday for the streams: Max Panich, Morris Greenberg, Caleb Pittman. So some familiar faces that you get to watch on stream today, as well as some new faces. Heather McCall, Matt Palazzo, and Max Pan will also be joining us today for some exciting Scrabble action. So I believe our first game today is going to be between Heather and Morris. You can switch to the playing cards. Heather McCall has a rating of 1636. She's played 161 tournaments, career record of 52.3%. You can look at how many games she's played. She is a very seasoned veteran. Her most recent tournament win comes from 2017 in Mississauga, Ontario. And next over, we'll go to Morris, whose most recent tournament win was yesterday. He went 6-1 in the Saturday's iteration of this event. He's got his rating up to 1886, 69th in the country of North America. He is a very strong player, 55.9% win rate. And let's go over to the head-to-head between these two players now. They've played one time before, and Heather came out on top by a large margin. 496 to 336 was the scoreline there. So I'm sure Morris is going to be looking to even the score in this game, as well as to repeat in his Toronto Tile Slayers series. Sorry, yeah. All right, so I believe the players are ready, and we can go to the game now. All right, yeah, we have the players here. It is Heather to go first. The customary handshake. People in the Scrabble community are great. Everyone seems to be a good sport. I believe Gideon is back with us. They're having some internet issues. All right, tiles are shuffled, and Heather has started to draw her tiles. O, I, G, F, H, E, and another I. A little bit clunky, but there is a pretty standard 5-letter word. It's very high playability word.
Can you hear me okay right here?
Yes, we can hear you, Gideon. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, so yeah, Heather's quickly laying down her top option of Fogey. This is 26 points. Gets rid of a lot of the clunky tiles, the F, the G, the duplicate I. This is what you love to see.
All right, and I believe I am back. Evan, can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're all good. We can hear you loud and clear, Gideon. Tell us about what you're looking at with Morris's rack.
Fantastic. Morse right here, obviously duplicated A's is not going to be great, but overall he has a solid balance of vowels and consonants, which you're going to love to see on the first play of the game. No plays immediately stand out to me. Obviously going to want to keep that S on the rack, not going to burn it right here. There might be a bingo available. Evan, do you see anything?
No, I do not see a bingo available, and that's because there is not a bingo available. No 7-letter words. There are a few tiles that could yield an 8-letter word, something like a D for Palisade, but it's not available. So Morris is going to have to improvise. It's probably you can either fish with something like paw on top of fogey. It's 16 points, keeps AEILS, which is a pretty solid leave. Could go south if you draw two vowels, but there's a good chance of bingoing after a play like Pa. You could also play a little bit longer. Pilaf into the F, keeping AES is another solid option. What do you think what do you think you would do in this position, Gideon?
I think Pilaf definitely has its merits, but I'm partial to PA right here. You keep your open the S hook with PAS, and obviously keep open a lot of those good floaters while retaining a very solid core of letters, and Morris is going to opt for that. So
Yeah.
back over to Heather.
Yeah, strong decision. And Heather has not drawn well. She's already lined up by on her rack, which is pretty much one of the only words she'll have available. Very clunky tiles. The duplicate you use and the Y really don't work well together. She can now play by, just hooking pay. Looks to be her top equity option. Also does a good job of setting up the H on the triple letter score right next to it. Okay, she's going to opt for Guy instead.
Yeah, and it looks like, okay, she's going to go for Guy, and that has its merits too, keeping the BIE hook, which is new in this year's update to the Lexicon, or last year's update to the Lexicon. So I don't hate that play at all. Also keeping your H for PAH definitely keeps you out with some scoring spots while also setting up the B for buy. So going to hopefully be scoring a lot next turn for Heather.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a sacrifice now. But on to Morris, who has drawn EN to his AEILS leave. Again, this looks so promising. No bingos are available. This is rough.
This is rough. And the other unfortunate thing, at least for me, is nothing really jumps off the page right here. For a high scoring spot for Morris, he can't really score that much without blowing up his entire rack. So, Evan, if you're in Morris's position right here, what are you doing?
If I'm in Morris's position, I'm going to take a long time here just to convince myself there's nothing from the F, and then I'm going to be sad because there's really not a lot to do. I mean, you could fish off an E for 5 points. Quackle has that as the top equity option with either YE, EF, or FE. You could also fish off your A and your E. You could play a little bit longer with Pine down from the PI. Scores 15, keeps the same leave you kept last turn. Maybe you want to lean a little bit more towards that, but I don't know, man. All the options seem rough here. It looks like the board went out of frame, but Morris has played off his N and his E, so I think he probably went with that option of Pine. There's not a better spot to play off the N and the E, but yeah. Once we get the camera fixed, should be fine. All right, yeah. I'm just having a few technical difficulties right now. I believe Gideon's also having some connection issues right now, so please bear with us while we resolve these issues. Josh Greenway, our producer, is fixing the camera over the board right now. So once we have that, we'll be back. But yeah, hope you guys have been doing well in the chat. I see some familiar faces from yesterday's stream. I was watching yesterday's stream before I had to go into work, and there were some very entertaining games. The game between Morris and Sean stands out to me in particular. There are multiple 9-letter words played in that game, and it was even though Morris got off to a very early lead, it still had fireworks towards the end. And I'm hoping for some similar type of games today. I believe that the field is strong enough to produce some very solid games. So, do we have you back, Gideon? I don't think so. Yeah, what players am I excited for today? Great question in the chat. Yeah, I'm very excited for Morris to see Morris play. I mean, he did really well last time on stream. I didn't get to look at all of the games, so I didn't get to see the game where he clinched the tournament. But yeah, Morris is a very strong expert player. He hasn't been going to very many tournaments. I believe I heard somewhere that he's just been busy with either grad school or med school, one of those two. But yeah, it's nice to see him getting out to some tournaments. He's done a very good job with commentary. He was one of the commentators of this year's SBC finale. And yeah, I'm also looking to see some other faces I'm not as familiar with. I know Caleb Pittman is someone who's been putting in a lot of work to improve very quickly recently. Max Pan is a player who has already shot up to a 1600 rating after only a few tournaments. So clearly he came into Scrabble knowing his stuff very well. And I'm excited to see what his game has to offer because it seems like he picked up the game quickly, in a similar way that I had done. Yeah. So, yeah, definitely a good few people that I'm looking forward to. Max Panich, another very strong expert player. You can expect some very strong play from him, as we did yesterday. I don't know too much about Heather personally, and then yeah, as far as Mad's concerned, she's done a lot of work to help out with directing Let's Play Scrabble events. Very important cornerstone of the Scrabble community, especially within the Canadian scene. She's been around for a very long time. So yeah, hopefully these technical difficulties will be able to be sorted out quickly. Thought Josh was playing today. I believe he was originally slated to play, but that guy, I think he was mainly playing as an evener, and we got an even six players. So Josh is able to take the day off and just roll with the producing. And yeah, thank you, Lola. I appreciate that. Definitely a little bit of improv to do right now as we get things fixed. I guess now would not be a bad time to mention my Twitch channel. I do stream my tournament game annotation on Twitch, twitch.tv/they call me Evan _ that is where I will be going over all of my games from the SPC very shortly. I haven't been streaming recently because my boyfriend flew in from Germany right after SPC was finished. So I've been busy going on vacations and spending time with him as opposed to streaming. But starting next Sunday, I should be back to getting back to my normal stream schedule. So if you're interested in watching my, I was just being told we're going to cut to break. So yeah, it's enough filling space from me. We'll cut to break while Josh gets the issues fixed. All right.
Fantastic. Looks like we're back
We are back.
after a
Glad to have you
brief.
back, Ian. Yeah.
I'm glad to be back. And we're jumping back in on Heather's turn. So, what stands out to you here, Evan?
Give me one moment. I gotta look at the rack for a bit. I just got to see this now. So yeah, BDHINRU. I think what stands out to me is probably good scoring option of bruh or burr on
Mm-hmm.
the D column, making by. The bruh being a new word, burr being a word that has been around for a bit longer. But I think those options stand out to me as the clear equity plays.
Yeah, and we're going to see it's potentially possible that Heather opts for bird here, um, leaving open the H for PAH, right? So
Yeah.
still retaining that scoring spot, but we see over on Morris's rack, obviously that's going to get hit pretty hard with the X that he's managed to pick up.
Yeah, wow. JX was Morris's two tile pull, which is pretty crazy. Not often that you see two power tiles on a two tile pull, but we'll see what Morris's options are once Heather makes her play. Again, as far as Bird is concerned, I think it's a little bit of an equity sacrifice, but she has identified the correct spot to be playing. An option like Bund, keeping the R instead of the H, a little bit better. But yeah, probably you're not looking to play with Pa necessarily, mainly because you don't really have the tiles to end a word in an H very well, I guess, outside of bruh. But Heather is still going to go with Bird. It's the clock. That'll be 22 points. Solid play.
Yeah, and now over to Morris. Obviously, not what he hoped for after leaving AEILS. Probably wanted that bingo draw, but in the grand scheme of things, this is not bad at all. Definitely going to score a lot this turn and hopefully retain some scoring options with the J on the next turn as well.
Yeah, so you can get a lot of value from the X on this turn. Generally, you would look to offload the J first, but there doesn't really appear to be many solid J options. I mean, there's Ahi next to Bird for 29, and there's Jails if you want to burn your S, hooking birds, but that's a pretty poor play. I think Morris is going to cash his X in next turn, and the most automatic spot to look is that I7 square, but Morris, he's going to go with Jade. That's interesting. He had 42 points on offer if he were to play Axe at D10, making a buy, XU, and ER. It's a lot of points to leave on the table.
I think one of the things we're seeing from Morris here is a little bit of a setup. Obviously, the XI
Oh,
now is going to come into play.
you're
It
right.
is, however, a very dangerous spot to leave open. That's going to get hit. I think Morris's thought is if if EH gets played by Heather right here, anything underlapping that E, he's now going to have counterplay down in the triple. So I think a really solid play, even though in the short term, definitely an equity sacrifice.
You're right. I did not notice the setup initially. That is a very creative option from Morris. You're sacrificing some points now, but if you make up those points in the future, I think this could certainly pan out very well. And Heather's top options do not involve blocking the setup. We'll see if she gets some spidey senses and sniffs it out, but looks like her best plays are around where the PA is.
Yeah. What is simming best here? Is something like inch good?
Uh, Inch is a solid option. It does take a G hook, so Ginch is a pretty standout equity play. I'm not running a sim currently, but I believe that Ginch looks to be a very good option. You could also extend Pa to paving. That might be a better option if you want to get rid of the V. The V is one of the worst tiles in Scrabble, but you can see that a play like paving would set up a spot for Morris to get a little bit even more value from his X. So obviously you can't really. Maybe you can infer that Jade was an X setup, but more likely than not, Morris just happened to draw the J on his fish. Let's see how they go with Vin and with Pan. There's a few better options there, keeping maybe one too many consonant, but Morris is going to cache the setup, and Heather's going to be able to respond with a play hooking So keeping that H is going to work out for her.
And she sees a great draw with the last couple tiles coming down in her rack as an
Wow.
S and a blank.
Yeah, that's a fantastic
That's going to be just what the doctor ordered.
Mm-hmm.
And now we see over to Morris, that beautiful beautiful rack he had at the beginning has deteriorated just a little bit.
Yeah, it has, but let's look at Heather's rack. There are some words you can find pretty easily. Chasing comes to mind. Choosing, you could make it a blank U as well, the same format, but there's only one word that plays as a bingo, and she didn't find it last turn. That word is ginches. Plays in 2 spots. Plays for 75 points on the J column and for 71 on the 6th row, hooking spine. We'll see if she can find this. She's found caching, and I would assume a few other words can come to mind quickly, but there is only this one word that she has available to bingo with, and she missed the singular of it last turn.
Yeah, so we'll see if Heather can search that one out. This is one of those turns where it's just going to be so frustrating. Such good tiles, so many good places to play from the PAN with your G, the U down low, obviously. But just at the end of the day, nothing available except for ginches.
Yeah, if you can't find a bingo option, it's probably Hick is what we can expect to come down. HIC, score 29, keep GNS blank, which can easily materialize as long as she draws 1 or 2 vowels. There's plenty of great places for the S to go on this board. There's pines, there's spine, there's pans. So very likely if she draws a bingo next turn, keeping GNS blank, it will play. But yeah, this is just one of those situations where if you don't know the word, your options are looking a lot worse.
And this is also one of those situations where it's very easy to bleed a lot of time. Obviously, we know the blank is going to be the most time-sucking tile in Scrabble. And time's definitely going to be a factor here. Early in the game, she's done a very good job at managing her clock so far, but one's 5 or 6 minute turn, and things can be a different story.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't think she'll take too long on this turn, mainly because when you have a rack like this and you have the blank, your primary thought is to make the blank a vowel. And, there's only 5 vowels to work through. And so generally on these sort of racks, I find myself not falling into time traps with the blank because you really don't have that many options. But I mean, we'll see if she finds ginches. I mean,
yeah, definitely still time, and sometimes you don't see the bingo until the last minute, and it jumps out at you, and then you get it down. So there's not no way. I do think though the odds are a little slim here after not playing Ginch in the last turn. I am confident that she will bingo in the near future though with the S and the blank, keeping a lot of flexibility on her rack.
Yeah, for sure. I guess an alternate to Hick would be playing Nye there. It scores 3 less, but it does keep CS blank, which gives you an extra shot at drawing a vowel. C is definitely better than the G, but the N does help the G out a lot. The G is generally a pretty bad tile, but there's some other.
I think another side benefit to Nye is it takes that back S, which Hick does not. So obviously still the spine hook up top, but not a bad idea to have 2 S spots. But she's going to go with Hick, scores solidly. I think overall very, very good play.
Yeah, I think if you're going to miss Ginches, this is probably the best option you have available. So nicely found from Heather. Now on to Morris, who had wonderful racks early on in the game. Now it has devolved to a lot worse. He's going to play Wit. This is the top equity move. does set up a T hook that you don't have, but yeah, I see nothing wrong with this move. This is about as good as he can do.
Yeah. And Morris playing very quickly, just under 20 minutes left on his clock. And we're going to go right back over to Heather now after drawing FSA out of the bag.
Yeah, that FG combination is going to stop her from bingoing on this turn. So she really doesn't have options better than something like Fag for 27, a top wit that Morris just opened. It's really
FAG definitely a solid option.
Yeah.
At this point, also, unfortunately, no back S hooks left on the board after Spine blocked with Wit. So just that S hook coming down from Pan is open. And the V, obviously, a couple floaters. But the bingo opportunities on this board are not looking fantastic right now. And Pine's obviously still open.
Yeah. No, there's... So, yeah, if Fag were to come down, it would do a lot to, sort of cut off some bingo space. You maybe could consider playing GIF through the I in Vin instead. That would create an S hook, and not a terminal S hook, but it would create a more flexible S hook. And considering you'd be holding two S's and a blank, there's going to be an S somewhere in the word, and your bingo will fit there. But I think that if you play it, you could play GIFs as well, but that feels a little silly to just play off an S in that position. I would much rather set it up. You're sacrificing 8 points, though.
Yeah, and the other thing, the S actually, duplicated S's is still slightly positive as compared to one S, so not the worst thing to leave two on the rack. Playing off one S would probably telegraph to Morris here that Heather does have the S, but she doesn't know for sure right now. So that's definitely a factor as well.
Yeah, she's lined up Fag on the rack. Looks like she's going to play this. This is the top move on static equity. I think this is a very reasonable play. And again, as long as she draws some sort of synergistic vowel consonant combination, she'll be getting a bingo down very soon. All right. And moving on to
over to Morris now.
Yeah, he's got ACILSVZ. If he's been looking at this rack, he might have found the obscure 6-letter Z word Vizsla, Vizsla, that doesn't play as a 6-letter word from his rack, but there is a V on the board to play it from. That scores 36 points. How do you feel about that move, Gideon?
Yeah, that looks like a super solid option.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at some of the other options on Quackle, and 36 is by far his highest score. This play does not seem like a standout, though. I mean, I believe this word does take an S. Yeah, it does take an S. It's a breed of dog. So you'd be setting up a giant S hook in the triple lane should you play Visla. And you're using your S. You don't have a second one. You're also keeping CV as your leave, and those two tiles do not mesh very well together. The V, bad on its own. The C is very good with certain bingo tiles, but that is... Oh, he's playing Salvic. This is not a word.
And we're going to see here, this is going to be a test, if he hits his clock, of Heather's word knowledge.
Yeah,
we'll see if it gets a hold.
We'll see if she'll call this off. This looks very plausible, but it looks like Morris is drawing tiles immediately. I think this wasn't even held.
Yeah, and then moving on over to Heather, still not much doing. The B and the P are not going to help out her bingo chances.
Yeah.
Another factor for Morris there with Salvic, obviously not a word, but keeping the Z is super powerful. Even on this board where it's not great, it's just such a good tile in general that I think he's going to be very happy, going to be scoring a lot in the future with that letter.
Yeah, I think one thing worth mentioning, I hadn't fully plugged it into the Quackle yet, but this play of Salvic is significantly higher equity than Wisla, I think by like 5 points, mainly just due to the fact that you're not keeping a poor leave. So, I mean, Morris is playing much better than optimally in this position. So, yeah, if he thinks he's able to get away with it, he has a 200 rating point advantage. Generally, lower rated players, when you have someone like Morris across the table from you, tend to trust their word knowledge, and sometimes it can be to your demise. But yeah, let's
Yeah,
look
I
at
mean, as a lower rated player myself, I can definitely attest to falling into that pitfall.
yeah, yeah. So Morris is going to get away with a phony, and back to Heather, who's the BP combination, a pretty notorious anti-synergy within Scrabble. Those two tiles do not go well together, and I think he's getting lined up to just play an S and a P. But yeah, I think an option that he's now lined up, Snip, very very solid. This will be through the I and Vins, 23 points, which is about as good as he can do. Keeps BES blank. Maybe Snib would be slightly better, but this is still a very solid play from Heather.
Yeah, and again, I think time is now a factor. Not halfway through the game yet, and already down to 11 minutes. Heather's going to have to pick up the pace down the stretch here. And Morris, with 17:40 on his clock, has a lot of clock to work with.
Yeah, no, he's in a pretty good spot right now. He's down 4 points, but he's got a lot of firepower on his rack. Although, yeah, he has the Z. You'd be looking to score with the Z again, but it appears that his best options don't actually use the Z once again. He could play something like Zoa underneath Jade. That's an option with the Z. You could play Waltz through the L and Salvik, but those plays don't keep the best leaves. Something like Arc, just ARK through the R and Bird. It scores 32, and while the IOTWZ leave doesn't seem that solid, it does appear as the top equity option according to Quackle, and yeah, you'll just be able to score well with the Z on a future turn. This is a really good move from Morris.
Yeah, looks great to me. Obviously, he plays it very quickly again, so back over to Heather with finally what looks like a much more balanced rack than she has seen previously.
Yeah. Yeah. She has the triplicate E's, which don't seem great, but he is bingoing with breaches. This is 74. This is one of her best options. Looking for the blank cam. Yep, that is an H. This is 74 points. There are some fuse plays that double the B, so a few points left on the table, but she found a very solid option quickly with the blank, finally getting a bingo down after holding some unwieldy blank racks for a few turns in a row. So very well done to Heather for bingoing here.
Yeah, I think if you're Heather, you have to be really happy with that outcome. You get your bingo down pretty quick, and you finally got it down. I think that's the real moral of the story there. She's going to get a full, fresh set of 7 tiles, maybe fish out the second blank, and as I say it, there it is.
Yeah, on cue. You have called it. And she's going to draw pretty well to go alongside that. But let's look at Morris's rack for now. This is time to cash the Z. He's got 54 points on offer. Just the Zowie through the third E of breaches. It's going to get the Z on the double letter score, the second E on the double word score. It's going to get a very solid score for out of here. I don't know what else you could consider. I mean, Wiz next to breaches is 42, but in cases where Heather has not drawn well, you're just giving her easy 36-point plays from the Z to the triple letter score. So I don't like that. Sacrificing points for not much of a reason. I think once you find Zowie, you just put it on the board and move on.
Yeah, and I assume this is going to come down pretty quickly. I hope at least. But obviously, Morris has that luxury right now of time. He's only spent around 10 minutes of his clock. And if he wants to take a little bit longer to look for anything better, he definitely has that luxury.
Yeah. Important to know that Zowie does not take an S. It is an interjection. There are two spellings of it as well. There's IE and the EE. Neither takes an S, so Morris will not be setting up anything other than a trap on the end column. You could play Zowie, the 5-letter word, with the IE. That does play on the M column and the K column, both for 41 points, making BE or making snipe. Maybe he is down a bit, so he might be thinking a little bit about board dynamics, wanting to tap into some of these other untouched areas of the board. But Zowie actually puts him ahead, so I don't think that's very necessary.
Yeah, I think if he sees it, or when he sees it, it's going to come down pretty quickly. I don't think there's anything that really puts up a good fight. I think also these are hard plays to see at some point. People miss things all the time. I would not be surprised if we see Zowie with an IE come down, but I'm confident. Obviously, Morris rated very high. I'm confident he's going to see this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it doesn't look like Morris has made a mistake so far this game. I would assume he wouldn't be privy to making one here, but it looks like he's missed Zowie through second E. Seems to be his first little blip this game, but this is still a very solid play. I mean, you're not going to be scoffing much at 41 points, and you're going to be turning over some extra tiles. You're going to be turning over one extra tile to draw that second blank. But we know from the booth that second blank is on Heather's rack.
Yeah, and actually looking at the unseen tiles from Morris's perspective, out of the power tiles, the S is the only one. S and the Q are the only ones actually still out there with the blank sitting on Heather's rack. So he doesn't actually have that many high scoring or very valuable tiles he's drawing into, and he draws two other T's to join his one that he left. Not what he wants to see.
No, he's not going to be able to respond very well if Heather bingos, and he has 3 available on this turn, one of which scoring a lot more than the other 2. They all play on the M column. Have you spotted any of them yet, Gideon?
I've not. Let's give chat and me a little bit of time to see these ones. I'm sure chat has beaten me to the punch.
Mm-hmm. I'm just waiting to see in chat. One of them is 63 points, another 64 points. The top option is 75. So
I see one. I'm not positive it's good.
shout it out. What do you see?
Is eelworm a word, Evan?
Eelworm is a word. Yes, that is the
Fantastic.
63-point option.
That's going to play with B. That's obviously not the most defensive of bingos, but at some point that's the only one that you see. And my situation, for instance, you got to play it, right? You got to just throw caution to the wind and get your bingo down.
Yeah, for sure. The other plays in question, the 64-pointer is Gomerel. It is, I presume that's one of the various spellings of Gomerel. Yes, Gomerel, Gomeril, and Gomerel, all valid. It means a thief. And the other, the 75-point option, is the anagram of what Heather has lined up on her rack. She's lined up remodel, modeler, plays for 75 points. So we'll see if she can just switch the ER around to the other side of the word. If she's able to do that, she'll have found her best bingo, and she will be taking a pretty solid lead in this position. Yeah.
The other really nice thing about modeler that eelworm wouldn't do is modeler opens up 2 different triple word scores, right? So if Morris hits one, Heather should have the chance to clap back for another. And that's going to be really good. Reducing entropy like that is something that Heather's really going to look to do on these turns, especially if opening up triple word scores is a possibility.
Yeah, and I mean, what we can see from Morris's rack is that he will be using 0 of those triple word scores because he will not have a play in either spot. This is going to be a huge swing for Heather if she can find her bingo here. But if not, then Morris might have an opportunity to get his rack into better shape. If you can catch him right now with these terrible letters, then he'll be able to run away with this one pretty easily. But you can see at the clock, she's
Yeah,
down to six and a
let's
half
see. I
minutes.
think
Yeah, she might start
a
feeling the
lot pivots
pressure.
on this turn.
Yeah. There's a certain point where you've spent so much time on your turn where you just got to commit something. And if she doesn't see something soon, I think that's what we're going to see. She's just going to say, I've spent so long on this turn. I just need to make a play because, yeah, she is running out of time in this game. I haven't really looked at some of the other options. If she were to miss a bingo,
Yeah,
something like she can score like 21, something like ME at L4 right next to the left of
time is
Zowie.
definitely of the essence. I remember something my brother, who also plays Scrabble, said to me at one point is that he'd rather have 3 minutes on the clock than 3 points on the board. In
Mm-hmm.
this case, though, we know from the booth it's a lot more than 3 points at stake if she misses this bingo.
Yeah. Oh, and she literally just had she almost had modeler set up on her rack, just RE instead of the ER. Oh man, she's been so close. But yeah, she's got the ME set aside. That's going next to Zowie, I assume. It's going to be 21 points. This is probably as good as she's going to get. She's not bingoing here, but
Yeah.
unfortunate swing for Heather, and huge break for Morris, who, with the rack of ELRTTTU, is not going to have that much to do in terms of scoring. He's just probably going to take this turn, play off some tees, and try to just get his rack in better shape soon.
Yeah, I think very important though to acknowledge for Heather is that she still keeps LORE blank, right? Really
Yeah.
solid leave, and hopefully she's gonna be able to get a bingo down later, and she's still up, right? So not a game losing mistake in any way, but I think definitely remodel there would have put this, or modeler rather, would have put this game maybe a little bit out of reach for Morris.
Yeah. So all right. So yeah, as far as what Morris can do on this turn, you're looking to play off two of your three T's for sure, and you can do that in a few ways. If you want to play off the U, you can play Tut with Gift, or you could play Tuft through the F in Fag. That would score only 14 points, but ELRT is a very strong leave, would work very well with the N column. If you want to score some more points, you can now overlap Heather's play of ME with something like Tret. I think that's better than Tet, LRTU versus LTU. I think you'd rather just play off the extra tile. That's what Morris is opting to do. How do you feel about this, Gideon?
I really like it. It does a lot that's good, and obviously, still from Morris's perspective, that blank is still out, that S is still out, trying to turn over some more tiles to get them. This is going to open up a couple more options for Heather on some in some cases, with EST bingos coming down a portion of the time. But overall, I like this a lot from Morris. I think it's his best play.
Yeah, no, it is a solid play. I think that you want to try and stay in range here rather than trying to bingo in this sort of position. And yeah, this is a 1 point game currently. And the one unfortunate drawback with Tret is that Heather didn't have a bingo before this turn, and she's got a bingo lined up on her rack now. Re-roller is the only bingo in this position. She just had it lined up. So if she feels confident that this is a word, we're going to see it come down. It's only 58 points, but her other options really aren't that great. So I think you got to take the bingo in this position.
I completely agree. If she's confident enough that it's a word, she should play it, and she should probably play it pretty quickly. Time sub 4 minutes right now, and with a
Yeah.
lot of game left to go. So time is of the essence right here if you're Heather.
Yeah. I mean, as we can see, there's still 25 tiles in the bag. So I think that, when you're at this point, you just got to send it.
Yeah.
You really don't have much time to be wasting. If you start going over time 1-2 minutes, like that's going to take a massive hit on your scores. So, yeah, hopefully she's going to be able to
100%.
convince herself reroller is a word and make the play pretty soon because time is of the essence now.
And if you're Morris right here, you're seeing Heather's clock diminishing, and Heather's going to opt for ER right here, so delaying the bingo probably one more turn, but keeping the same really solid lead of LORE blank. So we'll see what she draws out of the bag. The important thing is she got to play down, right? 305 left. That's plenty of time if she manages it well.
Yeah, for sure. On to Morris, who has outlaid and it does not play. And so now you've got to improvise. There's a really interesting option here that Heather has just opened up for Morris of outdraw into raw. But do you really want to be opening a triple after your opponent has just played ME and ER on 2 consecutive turns? Can't feel great about that.
No, I think Morris would feel very bad about that. And the other really important thing that you mentioned earlier, Evan, is Morris does not need to bingo to win this game, right? He's not down that much right now. He can just score and score and score in hope that Heather's bingo does not actually materialize. So if I'm him, I'm definitely not deciding to open more of the board, especially a triple.
Yeah. So as far as what he can do otherwise, there are still decent scoring options. I mean, you could play something like Udo underneath the J that scores 17 and keeps a very strong lead of AILT. I guess the issue with that is that you're putting, the U is not a dangerous tile to throw in the triple there, but you probably would prefer to not do that. I think Udo would probably be a bit safer than Duo, but Duo would also play with draw. You could also maybe play a bit longer with Dula or Dulia. Those would block the R, which Morris might find to be a benefit of this turn. He might want to try and play a little bit of defense as long as it doesn't cost him much on the scoreboard. And in this case, an option like Dula would not do that. How do you approach this turn, Gideon?
Well, I think one of the really interesting things that I'm seeing on this turn, tiles aside, is just how much time Morris is taking. I think there's definitely that instinct. Your opponent's down to 305, keep her on the ropes and really play pretty quickly. I like the fact that Morris is taking his time right here. You want to make sure you're not missing anything big. And Heather's still going to be in time trouble even if she plays her next play immediately. And I think Morris recognizes that. And with just around 10 minutes on his clock, he feels very comfortable, which I really appreciate.
Yeah, Morris has done a very good job with the sort of, external things of parts of the game, just time management, all that stuff. He's done very well with that. So, yeah, I think this just comes down to, do you want to play up top on the 4 row with play like Duo, or do you want to play like longer with Dula? I think I might lean a bit more towards Duo because the pool is pretty solid in terms of bingo tiles. You look at the unseen pool, there's very few scoring tiles. There's an H, there's an M, there's a Y, and there is the Q, which
I agree.
I would also want to decrease my exposure to. The Q has really no prospects on this board. I think it will play an important factor moving forward, considering if you're not going to play QI next to the T and Tret, there's really no hope for the Q on this board. So I think I'd probably want to play a little bit shorter, keep a solid nucleus of tiles, and try to avoid that Q.
I agree. Evan, is Morris ever keeping the U on his rack here as a little Q insurance or no?
I don't believe so. He's going to go with Udo instead, keeping the lines open at the top, which might be a little bit better for his bingo percentage. So AILT.
And as you said, obviously the U, not a very dangerous tile, especially in the triple lane for a triple. Bingos are not really going to be playing there that much. And he has the T on his rack to underlap the U. Which I think is going to come in handy.
I hate to be that guy, but Heather's got a triple through the U. She is just lined up on her rack. And she is playing.
No.
Recolor, 122 points. that's pretty much game.
And that's all she wrote right there.
Yeah,
Moore
you
is
can
gonna get
see.
punished for what's really an unlikely spot, I think, for Heather. That's not gonna happen all the time, getting tripled on through a U in 7th position. Not the most common of occurrences, but it's Scrabble,
No,
anything can happen.
no, absolutely. I mean, Morris had some other options that were close, but he put the U in space, and the triple comes down. That's pretty much game. Morris does not have a bingo to come back. So, yeah, he's just down way too many points. He's down 120 points. It's pretty much, he has the deficit of the bingo. He looks like he's put Heather on
Yeah, that's
hold. Oh, yeah. He is going to challenge this word. I mean,
and
he
he's gonna
should know
challenge.
that. Yeah,
And I
the game's over if this comes back good. If so, he needs it to not be a word in order to have any chance of winning. This is
exactly. I think
reasonable.
this makes a lot of sense. There are two times in Scrabble or something, and obviously we know it's gonna come back good. But there are a couple times in Scrabble where it makes sense to challenge even if you're pretty sure of a word, and this is one of them, right? If this is good as it is, Morris has no chance of winning, and his only shot is if it's not a word. So I kind of like that challenge. If you're even a little bit unsure, I think it's the correct play.
Yeah, yeah, and didn't have this one. The challenge cam was up, but shout out to Art Moore. His program WordJudge.me. He's director of NASPA. He's got very good style, and he's provided the wonderful challenge program for us. So thank you to Art for that. On to Heather, who is drawing her new
Obviously, a
tiles.
lot of people go into making all these Scrabble streams happen and making all these tournaments run, and Art is one of them in a big way. Back over to Heather right here. She's going to draw some nice scoring tiles.
Yeah, she's drawn all of the scoring tiles out of the bag, except for the Q. She's got 57 points on offer this turn, which is pretty pretty huge. I mean, if she's able to find her play of Mothy, which I think is definitely a findable word. Mothier is a pretty high probability bingo. Heather has certainly seen that word before. So if she's able to just extract the 5, play it on the A column hooking year, I mean, she's really going to rack up some good spread in this tournament.
It looks like she might be thinking about Hoy down low with breaches. Also going to score pretty solidly.
Yeah. Yeah, Hoy for 30. Also a solid move. But, yeah, and I mean, she's pretty much won this game already. She doesn't need to really worry about playing perfectly. A little bit of spread left on the table, but this is not going to hurt her winning chances. She is entirely fine. She takes a 150-point lead, and Morris, again, doesn't have a bingo. This also does have a good defensive merit of, a 7 starting at the N7 square, hooking BE. Well, that's not going to fit anymore because EH doesn't take any hooks. So I think this is a pretty astute play from Heather. And
yeah. And Heather obviously up a lot there, but if Morris bingos twice, there's a possibility he could come back and steal this game, especially with what we were saying with that Q out, right? A Q stick definitely in play still, so I really like the defensive nature of this play for Heather, but 57 points is a lot to pass up on.
Yeah, I think I would have still opted to take the points and just try and, reasonably, if Morris had a bingo on his last turn, he might have been less inclined to challenge. So I think I could infer he didn't have one immediately, so I would take the points, worry about defense next turn. As we see Morris fish off his D with Jaded. This is his highest equity play. Not very likely that he'll pull a bingo, but you got to do it. Heather with the rack of Mastoid/Diatoms. Nowhere to play either of those words. He just actually closed off that line. So in this position, I think you just try and score, play some defense. Diatom as a 6th place for 32 points with draw. He's going to want to try and play something fast at least. He is about to go over time. But again, she can afford this. She's got enough of a cushion.
Still, obviously, don't want to go too far over time, but if it comes down to taking that extra minute or two to maximize your score, I think it's worth it
Yeah,
100% of the time.
yeah. As we see her start to lay something down, realize she's on just hit the overtime penalty, and take it back to give it a little bit more consideration.
Yeah. 9 tiles in the bag. The game is definitely winding down, and Heather must feel very comfortable here
Yeah,
with her winning chances all but confirmed.
yeah, pretty much. She's gonna play Dom. This blocks the R. A few points less, but you're also less likely to draw the Q, so it is entirely fair. And yeah, I wonder if you try and still get a bingo down if you're Morris, or if you just throw in the towel and just try to move on to the next game.
Yeah, obviously nothing playing here. He did have some options. If he drew differently on his last turn after playing off Jaded, he did have some things. The G would have given him Tailing and Litigant at the top, um, but not so right now. Tailing does not play at the top. I apologize,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
Litigant does. So we'll see what Morris does now. Obviously, he has plenty of time left. And here he's just trying to cut spread. The tiebreaker in these tournaments is obviously spread, which is how much you've won and lost by combined. So we'll see. I would bet he does try to get one bingo down. The board's not completely dead, although it is looking like that might be the case after this next couple of turns.
yeah. I mean, he has some options. I mean, I play like Yin stands out to me as a way to at least create a marginal line. If you draw something like GO, legation, gelation, those will play.
Yep.
And Heather can't block that as well as the T. So there might be some plays he could make that allow him to potentially threaten a bingo next turn. But yeah, it's not looking good. You have seen that Heather has drawn the Q, so likely, she'll probably
But
play QI up top to block the T, and yeah, Morris Yin, solid play.
yeah, I mean, drawing the Q here for Heather is not even the worst thing. She has the S. She has a lot of scoring options right now
Oh,
with this
yeah.
Q. And
She
Kanat's
actually
going to
had
come down.
39. QIs and
Yeah,
Doms is 39, but again, she's so far over time. She's just playing whatever she sees first, and it's all going to work out well.
yeah. I think she's not worried right here, just trying to make sure she doesn't go over by too much while still
Yeah.
scoring as much as she can. And Morris right here, I don't believe he has a bingo on his rack.
No, and Heather has just emptied the bag, so there is no more game to be played.
Yeah, and now she
So,
has Agnes Chitanos on her rack.
yeah, so Morris is going to have to be careful to not give a spot back, but I think he'll be able to navigate this end game very well. And just run a quick Ask Champ player within Quackle. Quackle suggesting that the best options are either Lottie or Tali above Dom, making QI. Those score 23 points. They save ELT, which allows you to make a threaten, let, or tell up top. And I presume there's a second strong out that I've yet to encounter that leads to.
Very important to acknowledge here that the bag is empty, so Morris is working with what's called perfect information. So he knows exactly what's going to be on Heather's rack, and that's why we can be so confident that he won't open up a spot for Agnes or Gitanos on this next turn.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, just Morris is getting a bit low on time, but he'll find something to get him over. Heather's probably just going to make a play quickly to not bleed another minute of overtime. But yeah, this game was very close for the lot of it. It really just came down to once the triple of recolor came down, and Heather was able to run away with it. And the play from Morris.
Yeah, and I need a big shout out. A big shout out to Heather for immediately spotting recolor, right? Not the easiest bingo to spot, and she found it instantly when she was really low on time. Definitely can get stressed in that situation, but she put the game away by finding that. I think
Yeah,
props to her. She definitely deserved to win this one.
yeah, for sure, no doubt about it. And Morris played pretty well in his own right. It was really the Zowie turn is the only one that I would have any sort of gripe with.
Yeah.
Yeah, Heather is going to play game. Oh, Gates. Okay, she's gonna play Gates. She had a really cool option of ageist, underlapping, cannot, but Gates will still get the job done. Yeah, Morris to go out with light for 25.
Yep.
Playing these cannot.
Underlapping cannot.
Yeah. So yeah,
And
I'm
that
getting.
is going to be the game right there.
Yep, this will be the game. All right. It's going to end 475. Sorry. It's going to final score is going to be 475 to 357 minus 20 points for Heather for overtime penalty. So 455 357 is the final score. Let's cut to overhead mic.
It's 20.
Oh, right, minus 20. So 455 to 359. Good game.
Yeah, I have no business.
No. Yeah, the color was a great play. I bet that's the only triple in there.
Maybe, yeah.
So, let me see it. Yeah, did you have any bingo? I didn't see any bingos when I looked.
I had Drooler.
Oh, Drooler, nice.
So that's what I was about to play when you opened that up, and despite my time, I'm like, I'll take 3 seconds and see if I see anything.
Yeah, I had a lot of weird racks. I had outlaid. I kept TAI out with those numbers. So, yeah.
I'm sure I had bingos way earlier in the game that I just failed to see.
Yeah, okay.
So I should have been winning a lot earlier than when I did.
1 second.
Yeah, my opening rack, I kept Isle, AILSLE with this, and then I drew Eddie to that. And yeah, there were no like AEEILNS looks so promising. There were literally no bingos on the board.
Yeah.
With that. And I drew JX as my next 2 letters with that. Yeah. So I was like, well,
no good balance goes unpunished.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it was a lot of weird turns. My only board I wasn't 100% on Salvia. No, it's phony.
Okay, I didn't know it, but
Yeah. For some reason, Salvia is good. What was did I combine Salvia and Sylvic? No, Sylvic isn't good. What word was I thinking of?
No. It looks like a word.
It looks like a word. I kept the Z with this, so it's a weird turn.
I'm sure the commentators would have been tearing out their hair.
Yeah, well, this was an interesting turn too. I kept LUT, so I could have played Tet to set up an S lane forever, not having but hoping it. I figured though these two, it's really you have to sacrifice a lot of points to block this, and it's really hard to do without giving up huge plays, and basically it's high game at that point. So I thought. This actually makes your decision a lot more complicated in a lot of games, whereas Tet, it's kind of like an autopilot race to the S.
Yes.
So I kind of like that complication. I guess so. Did you have the blank?
I had it so early. Yeah, no, I had it for I think 4 turns.
Oh, well, that was breaches, but after you drew
No,
breaches.
after breaches, I drew a blank.
Gotcha.
And I think that there were, I took 3 more turns to play it. I really feel like even I had the breaches blank earlier too, and good racks. The board wasn't great, but I still feel like I might have had something here and I just didn't see it.
Yeah.
I was trying to do I didn't have any vowels, and there really wasn't a lot to play through. But I had an ing, and I thought I could have done shaking. I made up words, so A kings. I had A kings. Is that good?
I like it. It's chasing. Is it A kings? No, it's cashing. It's the other one.
Okay, so that didn't play, and then there was one that Schwing.
Swing. Very Austin Powers, or no, not Austin Powers. The other one.
Yeah,
Is Wayne's
yeah,
World.
Wayne's World. But I was like, I don't think that made it into the
Yeah, I would
with a
need to
C,
think of it.
SCHWING. I had that.
I don't like it.
Okay. I mean, the blank is the W. So
Yeah, I mean, like chinwags with an A. with
Yeah,
that,
so
uh,
eights, but there just weren't
yeah,
any
yeah,
names
yeah.
other than this I. So,
Yeah.
and
Oh
they
yeah.
just
Also,
couldn't get there.
I wish VA was the word, because in this rack I want to play Vizsla.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, I guess I could have played it here, keeping the.
But they're gonna. Oh no, you are getting a double.
I'm getting a double, but it's
But it
opening an
says
S
an S.
lane. I'm not playing
Yeah.
off the V, so yeah. It's a fun word that I can play. Yeah. Yeah. I guess this was a sort of interesting turn. I kept LIXX. I figured it's actually really hard to play here often
Yeah.
from a human perspective, because you're just giving up so much. So I thought I set up the S. I keep XI with that, and I had a spot here too, right, for the X at the time. So
Oh, I gotta play my card. That's my alarm. My alarm went off right at the end of the game. I'm like, what is it?
yeah. So yeah, interesting game, but well done. Okay. Do you want to fill up the slip, or do you
Oh
have
yeah,
slips?
are there things to fill out?
Yes.
Okay. Looks like the players are done with their post-mortem, so we'll paddle back to the commentary booth for a bit. Our next matchup is going to be a very interesting one. We've got Max Panic versus Max Pan. They have nearly identical names, but we'll see which Max Pan is the superior. You excited for this matchup coming up, Gideon? Oh. Looks like he's a bit frozen. But yeah, we're going to cut to break for a few minutes, and we will be back shortly with the next game. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, we are back with the Toronto Tile Slingers tournament. I'm joined once again by Gideon Brzezowski, and we've got a pretty fun matchup for you guys now. As I had mentioned before we cut to break, we've got two players with almost identical names. We've got Max Pan versus Max Panich, and I am excited to get into this matchup. How are you feeling about this matchup, Gideon? What do you know about these two players?
I'm also very excited. I've actually never met Max Pan. I've played in tournaments with Max Panich a couple times, never against him. I've been in lower divisions. But I think it's going to be a little confusing, and I'm confident that a Max P will win this game when all is said and all is done.
You're right. I think if we're gonna start a betting line, I'd bet all of my life savings that Max P will win this game. All right.
I think a safe bet for sure.
Yeah, we're ready with the player cards. And yeah, first up we got Max Panich, who is a longtime tournament expert, 1891 rating, 23rd in the country. He's played well over 2,000 games of Scrabble, 58% win rate. And his most recent win was in Albany, the main event of the 4th of July event of 2022. So those, that's another one of Let's Play Scrabble's events. Very strong field. So then, yeah, we have Max Pan on the other side. 1,600 rating after only 3 tournaments. That is an extremely splashy entry. This is sort of an archetype that I've started to see pop up a bit more of these younger players who just instantly reach like a 1,400 rating. But yeah, Max Pan has already won a tournament in his first 3. The Niagara Falls Open earlier this summer. Went 20-2, which is extremely impressive. He's clearly got a lot of skill, even though he is such a new player. So excited to see what these players bring to the table. Currently, you can see that these two players have never played before, just to be expected considering Max has played 3 tournaments total. Max Pan has played 3 tournaments total, but he has won his first game and he is currently in first place. Max Panich had lost his first game, as we can see, so he's going to be looking to rebound here. And yeah, looks like Max Panich is going to be going first. It's going to be a challenge for us to distinguish these players throughout the game, but we'll do our best. Yeah.
I'm hopeful for us, Evan. I'm hopeful. I just want to give some laurels here to my co-commentator, Evan. And while we see a bingo immediately show up on Max Panich's rack, one of the reasons Evan is so familiar with that archetype is because he is, in fact, one of them himself. Evan very recently started playing, and he's shot up to 1,800. So I want to give a really big shout out to him. He's modest, but it's definitely a factor. And this bingo is going to come down immediately.
Yeah, Max Panich has been around for plenty of time. He's seen this rack many before Obelia's. Plays it into the highest scoring spot. Very well done. Yeah. And yeah, thank you for the props as well, Gideon. I appreciate it. But yeah, this is players like Max are...
For the second consecutive game here, we see the J and the X show up on the same rack.
Yeah, you're right. Max has a rack of GINOP with the X and the J. And he's got a really cool underlapping play available. You can play Poxing for 48 points underneath Obelia's with 6 overlaps. That's really cool. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a standout play. Other decent plays, there's really not much with the J, so you're probably going to be cashing the X this turn. Something like Pox is 37, making Ox underneath Obelia's. That's a play that is definitely pretty standard. He's got Oxing lined up. I would assume that is boxing, keeping JP. Oxing, not a word, but if he knows that Oxing does take a front P for Poxing, then that would be a really cool option to see come down. Looks like Gideon's having a few connection issues, so I will try and fill the space while we're at it. So yeah, he's now lined up Jinx. He's trying to eject both the J and the X at the same time. The issue, I think, with that play is that the leave is not good. Keeping the GP combination is not great. The G is not very good unless you're keeping that N with it for ing words. I think he's going to settle on boxing. He's picked it up. Looks like it's going to come down. Nope. Not. Oh, does he see? Oh, he sees Pox. Okay. If he's able to put 2 and 2 together and fill the gap on that rack and find his best play, but Pox still a very solid option. Is going to score 37, and yeah, the J doesn't necessarily pair the best with the ing, but Max is going to have some. Pan is going to have some pretty good options for his next turn. On to Max Panich, who has found a lot of 1-point tiles, 5 vowels, but he's got 30 points on offer now, thanks to the P that Max Pan has just put out in space. He's already lined it up. Petunia is the pretty clear best play for Max Panich. Should be seeing this come down relatively quickly. I mean, if you're not playing Petunia, there's a few other options like top and tie pin through the P, but those save the U or duplicate I's, so pretty well spotted by Max Panich. Exactly the type of play we can expect from such a strong expert player. Now on to Max Pan, who has found the UV combination, one of the worst combinations of tiles in the game of Scrabble. It's something that should be broken up at all costs, but it's going to have a good way to do that. Play of Juvie is very solid. Going down into the E, it gets rid of the J, the U, and the V, and it does keep the G and N leave, which isn't great, but you do have that I and Obelius to work with for ing words, so it could be worse. And when you have the ing suffix in general, the duplicate N doesn't harm you because one of your N's is already relegated to the suffix. So the duplicate N being in the main word really does not hurt. So I like this option of Juvie a lot. He had jiving lined up. This is not much worse. Keeps the U, which you really do not want to. And as we can see, it would give back QI for 1,000,000 points. And, oh, he's going with jiving. Yeah, this is going to be a massive swing in Max Panich's favor. What seems to be not much of a difference between Juvie and jiving. There's one main defensive drawback of jiving, and that is the fact that it is going to give back QI for 64 points. And I don't believe we'll take very long to see this from Max Panich. It's pretty straightforward. He's going to get out to a 100-point lead after his opening bingo and another correct play after that. Yep. There we see it. QI 64. And yeah, back to Max, who's now in a pretty big hole, holding a bunch of 1-pointers that do not go well together. These are type of racks that you really hate to see. It does not lead to a high-scoring turn. He does have 30 available if he's able to get creative and look through the OX. Noxious is on offer. I'm not sure that's right, but that is a very, very cool option. He could also score a 25 with Noria playing on the H column, making in, INN, and go. That would be another solid scoring option. It does keep your S, but it also does keep the U. And considering there really aren't that many great S hooks on the board, I just looked it up, jiving does not take the S. So considering there's no great S hooks on the board, I think I would prefer Noxious if I were to find it. Uh, yeah, just in this position, I feel like AR is going to lead to a lot better outcomes than SU, and Noxious does open up that B column, which could prove really difficult to block in the future for Max if he's trying to just play defense, switch into that mode. Looks like Max is just shuffling his tiles around a lot. That's not something that I personally do, but there are definitely a good amount of players who are going to shuffle their tiles around a lot to find words. I am personally in camp alphagram rather than camp shuffling. But yeah, we have Gideon back.
Yes, I believe that my Wi-Fi should be fixed now, but hopefully I'll hold on. Can we hear me okay, Evan?
Absolutely, we can hear you loud and clear.
Fantastic. It looks like while I was gone, Max Panich expanded his lead. Obviously, a little bit over 100 right now. Max Pan on turn, though, so he has a little tempo. Hopefully he can narrow that score, give us a good one to watch.
Yeah. So I don't believe you were in call when I went over the options. The two standout plays here, I think, are Noria and Noxious through the OX. I guess one option I didn't mention is Gia Hour from the G. I'm probably butchering that pronunciation, but it's a good 4-vowel 6, Giaour. That has the benefit of setting up your S. So 3 options that do very different things. Noxious takes the most points. Noria scores pretty well, but keeps the S, but the S doesn't really have a great spot on this board. Then Gia Hour, which doesn't score nearly as much, but it does set up your S in a very good way, and it does open the board well.
Yeah, I agree. I think Noxious would be my play right here. Like you're saying, there's not that good of a spot for the S on the board. Obviously, with the Obelias, the S and Obelias open anyways, but there's no good S hooks. It's a fine line to walk. Obviously, Max Pan rated well over 1600, so very different from what I'm about to talk about. But I run a Scrabble club in DC for middle schoolers, and one of the things I'm telling them is, oh, you always want to hold on to the S. It's a very good tile. This is one of those times that it's not that good on this board, and I think Max Pan will recognize that and maybe be sooner to part with it.
Yeah. But Noxious is not an easy play to see, though, and he has found Noria, which is his next best scoring option. I think this is a really good choice regardless. It does open up some good floaters to play from, and, keeping the S could still allow you to play an 8-letter word for sure. So I think Noria is still a very strong choice from Max Pan. All right, on to Max Panich, who was probably hoping that R was one tile down. I had just looked this up out of curiosity, but his track of AA, BC, EMT only makes an 8 with an R. And that word is crab meat, which I had no idea was a word before this. So unfortunate that we don't get to see a very, very cool word come down, but Max Panich still has some pretty solid options. Can easily just plunk a few tiles above Obelia's, making overlaps with the X, score 33, and move on. I think this is pretty straightforward.
Yep. I agree. I think just trying to score here, obviously still up by a solid amount. After Noria, I believe, around 70 points. So
yeah,
want to keep scoring if he can, and just keep the pressure on Max Pan.
Yeah, for sure. You have 3 options. He had set up Cab. You could also play Bam or Cam. It really just comes down to which tile you prefer. I would say this is probably best. The C is probably a little bit better than the M. The M is still a good tile, but the C will give him the best bingo chances. The C is overall the best of those 3 tiles for bingoing, so very well done by Max Panich. It's these little adjustments, like keeping the C there, that can really separate the top players from regular experts.
Yeah. No, every little bit of equity that you can squeeze out of a scenario like this is going to help you win the game in the long run. And that's right. At this high level, people know all the words, or people know most of the words, and that strategy, that strategical mind, is really what's going to bring you from a 1900 to a 2000 rated player, from an 1800 to a 1900. Yeah, back over to Max Pan here.
Yeah, he's got fudge and stuff like that lined up on his rack.
Fudgies.
There really isn't a great spot to play that though. There is a puzzle. This is a puzzle position very much. There's one option that definitely looks the best in terms of score and position. It is really hard. I'll leave it as a puzzle for the chat. I would not hold Max Pan I would not hold him accountable if he misses this, because this is really difficult. I would have missed this for sure. An option like Refuge or Refuge looks pretty solid if you want to play long, or just OF if you're going to play short. So I think this is a totally fine move in the absence of the ridiculous option that has it been pointed out yet in chat?
I don't see it.
Oh, the poll has gotten in the way of chat.
We'll see. We need our chat pros to step up.
Yeah, where's the chat pros?
Over to Max Panich, he's picked up the Z, so definitely a good scoring tile, but not going to be bingoing this turn, even though he left a really beautiful leave of CEAT on his last turn.
No, you're right, and his best play that he seems to have already found leaves those exact same tiles.
Yeah.
Just picking up the DTZ, dropping Dits for 34. Very solid. It is his highest score available. Keeps the same really strong bingo leave. That's going to mesh very well with that open S. Wonderful play.
For now, makes the Y a little bit more valuable, but no one has it on their rack, and it's very likely to get blocked before Ditsy can come down. So I think a really good play. And you really can't be afraid of monsters under the closet, like a big Y bingo with Ditsy. I don't think that should be a consideration for Max Panich at all.
Yep. And 5 Crab in the chat
Especially
pointed out feed box. That was the 40-point option from Max's last turn. But
it's beautiful.
Again, can't be too hard on him for missing that. That's just a lovely play. And yeah, Max probably not happy to see a V on his one tile pull. That is really, really sad to see. And he really doesn't have any good options that open the board very well. I mean,
no, this is a complicated turn here. It's definitely easy to spend some time on it, and I think we will see Max Pan do that. Just want to point it again. He's already dropped 10 minutes off of his clock, and we are not near the halfway mark. So definitely a consideration there for Max Pan. Keep in the back of your head that time is of the essence as well. Max Panich, on the other hand, is going to be very happy with his 3-tile draw, with now having those available. Yeah,
and Max Pan has lined up Dev. That is his highest scoring play. He plays above Dam, making Dab and Eam. It's 26 points. And yeah, this is the equity option by a fair bit. Could maybe consider playing Govs into the S, but that takes away one of your most crucial lifelines in this position, being that S and O Bellias. It's going to be very much harder to bingo if you take out that line. So I don't think you want to do that. I think if you're Max Pan, you want to just play Dev, and you're going to get hit with a bingo into that S. But
let's see. It looks like he's thinking about GED.
Oh, gouged. Yeah, this is another strong. This is another strong move. This opens up some new lines as well. The ESV leave has some potential if you were to draw some other nice bingo consonants. The V is generally a very bad tile with the way it meshes with other consonants. But as far as bingos are concerned, there are definitely worse tiles out there than the V.
Yep.
And
so he's going to retain the S hook or the S on Obelius, and he's going to create a couple more floaters for him, retain the ED. And going to draw not the greatest rack, but not the worst from a balance perspective either.
He'll probably get a bingo down. Yeah, he's gonna bingo. Max Panich is gonna bingo, and then Max Pan is going to bingo back. We're gonna see a bingo bango. And the question for Max Panich is: do you want to play creators or reactors? To that S, those are your only two bingos. Gouge did not give anything new back, so
And what do you think there, Evan? Creators versus reactors?
I think I would probably go with creators. The R just seems a lot more dangerous to string out in the triple triple, especially in second position. There are certain positions where an R might not be that dangerous, but considering a lot of especially the high scoring consonants go in front of an R, the R in second position does feel a lot more dangerous than a C in second position. So,
Yeah.
uh,
Let's see.
Yeah.
All right, and he's going to agree with you, Max Panich, that is.
It's going to play
And
creators.
that's going to come down. Not going to be the heaviest hitting of bingos, but a bingo is a bingo, especially up by 100. So
Yeah, and it's going to give
over to Max Pan now to respond.
Yeah, so regardless of what bingo Max Pan has played, he would have been giving back Love Seat in that same spot to the T, which I believe Max Pan actually lined up on his rack at a point. But now he has better bingo if he knows the word. This is not a word I knew before looking it up, and this play has a crazy amount of volatility. But you can bingo with vocalese through the C, and it scores 92, and it ends one before the second triple word. And this word does take an S. So if you know this word, this is crazy volatile. Would not have worked out. But
I do want to point out it would have led to Sprayer for
oh my
about
god,
a billion points there on Max Pan's rack.
Yeah.
So Max Pan dodges a bullet here, maybe unintentionally.
And yeah, he is. It's one of those things. I don't know if words take a lot of time to go through. And I don't know if Max Pan had seen vocalese or not. But I would have settled on Love Seat because I had never seen that word before. And oversale is clearly worse. But you just dodged the bullet here. Max Panich has prayers and sprayer and respray on his rack. None of them play.
Yeah.
So he's gonna have to buckle down a bit and find something else. This is certainly
and quadruple ease is the draw for Max Pan, down by almost 100. That's not what you want to see.
Yeah. Let's wait until Max Pan makes this play to go over Max Pan's options. But yeah, I mean, there are still some decent options for scoring if you're Max Panich here. You have that first Y, so now you have plays hooking Ditzy. Epery keeps ERS and scores 38, making Ditzy. And it opens up a new line to end a 7-letter word in an S. Generally, you don't necessarily want to be creating new lines when you have a leave. You want to be playing defensively. But when you're keeping such a good leave, what's the worst that could happen? if Max Pan bingo's there, you still have a lead and you still have really good tiles. And if you can get another bingo down as a sort of knockout blow, then you're going to be really happy. So I think this play of Apiary looks very good. If you go a bit further down, I mean, you could fish off the Y for 24 points with Poxy and a bye, but I feel like the scoring plays here are definitely the right way to go. How do you feel?
I would agree. I think that he's in really a no-lose situation right now. He's up by a lot of points. He's going to have a good leave. Just get some points on the board and go from there.
Yeah. There could potentially be a bit of a worry about the open C and the triple line. It isn't necessarily the most dangerous on its own, but there are still both blanks unseen. And there's a decent chance that Max Pan, pulling 7 tiles, has drawn the second blank. So you might be inclined to make a sacrifice to block the top. I mean, something like Racy is still going to score well, keep a really good leave of PERS, and it blocks the C. You could also score 42 if you burn your S with Scary, but I don't think that's necessarily called for at the time. Pacey also available, but the duplicate R's don't seem very nice to keep. So yeah, a lot of options. I think Max is going to take his time on this turn to really just weigh whether or not he wants to fish, whether or not he wants to score, whether or not he wants to block. There's a lot of things to weigh here.
Yep. I actually don't mind burning the S for scary right here. Like we were saying earlier, the S is not super valuable on this board. I don't think it's his best play, but if he decides to lay down scary, I think that's not the worst thing in the world, especially with two blanks out, turnover definitely king.
Yeah, for sure. I think that, there's only one more S out, so you potentially could encounter some issues if you were to part yours and then Max creates a setup. But again, I think a play like Scary is still fine. Max Panic is still a very big favorite to win after his post bingo draw was significantly better than that of Max Pan. So regardless of what you decide on here, you're probably feeling pretty good about your chances no matter what.
Yeah. And also plenty of time left on the clock, 14:40. And he's going to lay down scary. I actually quite like this play.
Yeah.
For a lot of reasons. Not going to be able to lay down Ditzy, so there is another Y out. I assume he saw it, but obviously not the play in this situation.
Yeah, I think that what Scary does is it controls volatility. There's no more
Yep.
triples you have to worry about. You're playing an extra tile and scoring a lot better than something like Racy or Pacey. So I think this is a very strong play from Max Panic. Onto Max Pan, who's had previously lined up EEEW as an accurate description of this rack. This is gross. It appears that that word underneath the R and Y of Scary is probably his best call to make in terms of what to do. It does take out a little bit of bingo space, which you shouldn't necessarily feel the greatest about, but there's still a lot of life in this board, right? There's still the E in creators to work with. You're opening up an E on the M column, the two floaters and gouge. Like, there's still enough room to mount a comeback on this board. So I think just getting rid of your E problems and scoring decently with you looks pretty good. What do you think of that, Gideon?
I would definitely agree. I think from Max Pan's perspective right here, you got to be thinking, how do I win this game? Right? You're down 130 points, down at least 2 bingos. I think EU does a lot of what you want to do. It does shut down the board a little bit, but I agree there's still a lot left on this board to like. And I don't think he's really closing down too much. There's still multiple bingo lines. I think it's far and away his best play. In ECO, not the worst leave in the world, right? I think he's bingoing a solid amount of the time next turn, depending on that draw, especially if he can find one of those blanks, which we know have not shown up on Max Panic's rack yet.
Yeah. I think that if you were to look at the unseen tile pool, which I don't believe is updated currently on screen, there we go. Yeah, the pool is overwhelmingly constant and heavy. So CEO is a pretty solid leave into this pool. Another play that Max had set up on his rack was Wii, which is going to play for 25 points above the ED and gouge. And this does create some good hook potential on the end column. The issue with that play is that you don't hold a hook to Wii. So I don't think that's necessarily a play you should be making with a leave of CEO. I think Max Pan has made the correct decision to play EU for 21.
And we'll see. I think a lot is really riding on this post EU draw for Max Pan. But jumping over to Max Panich now, what does he do here? Not the greatest rack of all time.
It's not the greatest rack. No, you look at this rack and you see the word Eurepe, which is playable for 18 points from that new E in EU, and I kind of like that play to exhaust space. But another really good option is just simply playing PIU above gouged. This word does not take an S, so this is a really defensive option. It cuts off a lot of that right side of the board. So I really like this from Max.
Yeah,
Max
it's a great play. Max Pan, though, definitely going to be bingoing here. I don't know if you caught that, Evan, and I don't know if this is actually what Max Pan did, but he had 6 of his tiles showing and then very slowly flipped over for a little sweat, that blank. So maybe some theatrics going on in Toronto.
I did not notice that, but that is very cool. Yeah, let's see what Max Pan is able to come up with on this turn. He has one option that is 74 points. A lot of 70-point options. Something like relocate, correlate, oscillate. Those are pretty standard finds. There's also 9-letter words for 70 points. From the RE, there's various forms of relocate, all of the hooks to relocate. There's a D, the S, and also the E. I did not know relocatee was a word until now. But there's one option to the R of creators. Scores 74 points. It is chelator. It's with a blank H. It has 2 anagrams, chlorate, trochlea. If you know the set, you know the set. But regardless, I believe we'll certainly find that Max Pan will get a bingo down, regardless.
Yeah, I think it would be really key. I obviously don't know that word to the R of creators, but if Max Pan can find that one, it leaves a lot more open on this board, and I think that's going to be key down the stretch if he wants to make a comeback. Still down around 130 right now, but if he bingos here and then manages to draw that second blank, definitely not out of it.
Yeah, so one thing that chelator does well is it leaves the 4-row open. That A can be bingoed through, the A in creators. You can certainly squeeze a bingo there with A in second and third, maybe even fourth position. If you were to play something like relocate, then you are mostly blocking that line. You could still start a bingo with a W, but banking on starting a bingo with WA, not your best bet. So I think chelator has a lot of great positional benefits. But again, as long as you get a bingo down here, if you're able to draw the second blank, you have good chances. And Max has had oscillate lined up on his rack. So he's certainly found a word to play for 70 points. It's just a matter of will he find a slightly better option. Also, did not mention bootlace is available through the O of creators. That's only 68 though. It doesn't feel right. But yeah, Max Pan
All right,
is
the oscillate going to come down.
Yep, it's going to play oscillate. Doesn't matter which blank is. It doesn't matter which L the blank is. But this is going to be a blank L. Very well spotted. And Max Pan is now within bingo range with 7 chances at drawing that blank. So,
and also important to acknowledge that A in creators is not completely blocked off, right? An REA or a TEA word could definitely still loom large here. NEA. So while it's not super likely, he's not out of it yet.
I also had mentioned, you can stick a W in between the T and the A there for toi.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, on to Max Panich, who has both H's as well as a solid bingo leave. And, Max Pan is just drawing the second blank. That's going to be the lifeline.
Here we go. It's getting interesting right now.
Yeah. The highest scoring play for Max Panich is He, which he has lined up. That is 33 points under you. And it's very tempting to play that to try and outrun, going back up by 95 points. But you are opening a new line on that O column. I wonder if there's something safer that scores comparatively.
Yeah, I think that scoring spot is just a little bit too much to pass up, in my opinion, right? Even if Max Pan bingos again, Max Pan is going to have a turn to clap back, and I don't actually think it's super dangerous that spot he's opening up.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be angry to see him opt for something a little bit more defensive. Obviously, right now, up 62, that's a totally fine lead right now. But being up in 90, what would it be, 95 would be ideal.
Yeah. So I actually really like this option of than, just playing an H and an N in between the T and the A. What that does is it blocks those easy 8 lanes, the O and the A of creators. Those lanes would get blocked. It scores 22, so not that much of a sacrifice on the scoreboard. Plus, you keep an H for next turn, which certainly has some benefits. And at that point, Max Pan does not have much to work with other than the RE for 9s and the W. And because those bingos won't necessarily score that much, you're still going to be in a very good spot after than. So I think I like the defense of that. Max Panich has also lined up EDH that plays next to Petunia for 27. What this does is it scores much while not opening anything new. It does play on the interior, so Max Pan will not get anything new to work with in terms of lines, but I think I like Van a bit better just because it does take out those last 2 8 lanes that are available. I guess other than the W, but I like the defensive Van. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, Van is a beautiful play, and I think a very findable play for Max Panich especially. I don't think Max Panich has many bad choices here that he's going to play. There's nothing that's going to yield a super big play 100% of the time. So if I'm Max Panich right now, I like where I am. I really like where I am. And I'm comfortable making a lot of plays. That said, you want to make sure and use your time, which he has plenty of right now, to make sure you're not making a potential game-losing mistake and opening up something crazy that could lose you the game.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's pretty astute. Now, so yeah, we're going to see EDH come down. This is a very solid option. It does score well. It doesn't open anything new like Het does. I think the concern after Het is that if Max Pan has drawn the blank and Bingo's from the H, you're in a pretty bad spot. But keeping another one of the H's on your rack does a very good job at ensuring that you will be able to score again on your next turn. And if Max Panich is able to score like 30 points for each turn for the rest of the game, then it's going to be pretty content with his lead.
Yeah. Max Pan setting up the homeless bingo of Magnify right here. Obviously not going to play on this board.
There is not going to be a bingo playing on this board. You can look, he has drawn the blank, which is very nice, but his 7s don't have a place to go. The only bingo through the O is foraying with a blank R. AF is not a word, so that is not going to work. He's going to have to find something else.
Yeah. And if you're Max Pan right here, you have to recognize, and I'm sure he does, that he needs a bingo to win. And really, he needs to score and then bingo. Just a bingo right here for 75 points, he's probably still losing. So what does he have here, Evan, that you really like?
Well, he's got 40 points on offer. It's not an easy play to see, but he does have 40 points available if he were to extend AB to a buying, hooking Poxy. That is a really tough play to see. I could certainly see myself missing that. I would have been a thing where what I do when certain hooks come up is I write down the tile on my score sheet. If I had not written a Y on my score sheet, I certainly could see myself missing this. This is very tough to find. Looks like he was about to play. I think he's about to play Faye with WA. So good thing you caught that. Or maybe he was setting up to play Reify. I do not like that play because it shuts down a lot of the bingo space. You know, the A and O in creators, those are marginal lines that you need to stay open, and Reify blocks them without creating a new line. So you're really restricting yourself to like the W and the E. I think if you're going to play, just tiles elsewhere on the board, you need to leave that area untouched. I don't think you can play Reify.
Yeah, we will see if he finds that. Let's see. Reify, I agree, not a good play, but he's in kind of a no-win situation. In the same way Max Panish had a lot of good options right here, or last turn, Max Pan doesn't have that many good options to his name right now.
I mean, maybe you fish off the Y. If you draw like an R, you'll hit wafering from the W, as well as potentially some words through the O that I haven't fully looked at yet. I think that, again, this turn gets so much harder if you don't see a buying. He's going to play Yag. I just worry that by breaking up the ING, you might not have enough bingo odds, but he's going to go with it. Scores 25, so does score a decent amount of points, but it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, Max Payne gonna need a lot of help from the bag on this next draw if he wants to stay in contention in this game. Also a consideration here, Yag blocks the RE, which I
Yeah.
think was definitely a realistic bingo spot for Max Payne, but we'll see what he gets.
See, okay. I don't think that's gonna lead to much, but again, he should have another turn to fish. There are currently 9 tiles in the bag, so there's a good amount of game left. I'll probably need to take next turn to open something new. As far as what
Yeah.
Max Panich has, I don't really see too many great options. I mean, there's the option, something like Thaw, similar to last turn. It blocks those 2 floating vowels and creators. You don't really need to be worried about a Twa bingo now that you have the W. And a word starting with like REA is kind of not very likely considering there's only one R and one E unseen. But I want to sort of look, is there some, I feel like there might be something from the E. In the third E and U, that's probably where I would look to play. Because if you can play in that area of the board, you can block every bingo line.
Yeah.
Problem is I just don't see a play there.
I think the issue is just no E, no O on Max Panich's rack right here to help out with that W, which obviously you would love to see right now. Something like when, if one of those I's were an E, would hit really hard.
Yeah.
This is that actually Josh Sokol was talking about yesterday on stream about identifying plays before looking at the board, and that's something that I'm falling into that pitfall right now, unfortunately. Yeah. But I think it's easy to do that. If you're Max Panich right now, that does everything that you want it to do. Unfortunately, it's a funky looking E on your rack.
Yeah. Gideon, how do you feel about the play of ER and S for 8? It blocks everything.
It blocks everything. I would be very hesitant to play it. I was about to suggest Wares actually think does almost everything that you want to do as well. Obviously, still a couple things playing through that O.
Yeah, as well as the W is still unobstructed, but this is a very good option in terms of scoring really well and exhausting space. I love that he tacked on the S. It is not useful for Max Panich in this position, and he blocks. He extends a little bit further out to block a little bit more. It'll be easier next turn. I love that he threw the S on there. That's a wonderful
adjustment. I think
this
just scores enough. I think Wares just scores enough at the end of the day for him to be really comfortable with dropping the S and not blocking every single lane on the board. I think Earns, which you had mentioned, is not a horrible play. It's probably winning the vast majority of the time. But just I'd feel more comfortable with a couple more points on my score if I'm Max Panich.
Yeah, that is entirely fair. Okay.
I'm going to see Fawn come down quite quickly.
Yeah, so now there are 2 tiles unseen to Max Panich. The pool on screen is updated. And there's really very, very few options. I mean, there could maybe be a play through the O hooking twat or something down from the N, but I don't know if anything is even available. I'm putting this hold on, let me sub-anagram this on Zizova. Let me see if there's anything that actually is a threat for Max Panich. He's got the time to figure this out, but if he doesn't need to block anything, then he can confidently determine that there are no bingos that Max Pan can have in this position. Then he should just score and empty the bag. He should not allow the opportunity to fish for Max Pan.
I think he's going to take that time regardless, and obviously I think almost anyone would. There's no harm in taking it, and just in case you're missing something, it's very easy up here from the booth and in chat to know all the possibilities, but if you're Max Panich right now, you don't know what monsters could be hiding in the closet. So definitely he's going to take his time, but I think he's going to come to the same conclusion you just did, Evan, which is that nothing doing.
Yeah. I wonder... Yeah, I'm still looking at seeing if anything played. Actually, wait, I can do this on quiet. 1 sec. And just fun little tip that I learned from Josh Sokol is that if you if you look and you type in the entire unseen pool, you can see what threats are available. And there are actually bingos that Max Panic has to worry about. There are a few racks. If RU is in the bag and if KR is in the bag, Max Pan will have a bingo through the O of either Toad-like or Solitude/Toluides. And if TU is in the bag, he has a 9-letter word of Sword-like on his rack. So there are still a few marginal threats that Max Pan needs to be worried about. We know that he does not have to be worried about anything. Max Pan does not have a bingo, but I do believe he should make some sort of play that blocks all of these options. The thing is, what do you play? Or do you just try to, you just play off one tile and try to outrun? Because realistically speaking, those bingos, Toad-like is the highest scoring, it scores 79. You can outrun that as long as you don't empty the bag. So I really think this is a position where nothing can go wrong, but this play of Nth is a really good play. This empties the bag, it denies Max Pan the ability to fish, and it does succeed at blocking every bingo available. Nothing will play from Max Pan's perspective. This has been a very brilliantly played game from Max Spanish. Exactly what we can expect from such a strong expert player.
And want to give Max Pan his laurels too. He's also played a very, very strong game. The only real miss that I can think of, a buying, was definitely that's and it's an incredibly hard word to spot. And then obviously not seeing or probably not knowing vocalese, which ended up helping him. If vocalese comes down, the game is over a lot quicker.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah, Max Pan has had a few really difficult plays that he's missed, but as far as what we should expect from a player who is only playing their 4th ever tournament game of Scrabble, he has done fantastically. And he deserves a lot of credit for the game that he has played against such a strong opponent who has played just as well.
100%. And still 4 games to go after this for Max Pan. So plenty of time to get back up. And I would not be surprised to see the 2 of these guys playing in the final round.
Yeah. So this end game is a very clear sequence. It is not what Max Pan is playing. He can play Disc, making Oscillated and Love Seats with a blank S. That scores 56, and it saves Etui to go out next to Nth. I don't know exactly what Max Pan's best response is, but that is his best endgame play by a bit.
Very hard to see, especially with this time pressure Max Pan is under. 18 seconds. I think we didn't actually talk about that because it was not really a factor from our perspective. But if you're Max Pan, not trying to go under, and I doubt he thought he had that big of a play.
Yeah, for sure. So I think the problem with a play like Toke is that I don't know if Max Pan has outs in 2 spots. Looks like Max Panish can effectively block his outs underneath the E in Toke. Something like Do It, for example. You can block that with a play like Nim or Rom, hooking Token or Toker, respectively. I don't believe that gives back anything from the M, and DIU blank is not very flexible, so he might not have a second place to go out.
Yeah, and Max Panish, like we were saying, plenty of time on his rack to figure this one out. So I think he will find the fact that Max Pan does not have multiple outs, and he will block accordingly.
Yeah, for sure. Rom and Nim are both given equal valuations by the engine. The idea is that both of these plays will give you a follow-up threat. On the E column, hooking Lin, you will either be saving Lorne or you will be playing Lin both ways, Linn. That is the idea with both Rom and Nim. That's why those are the best blocks. They save those plays. And I would assume that in the absence of an outplay for Max Pan, he is best off trying to block it, which will be very difficult.
Yeah, this game is going to wind down. Obviously been over for a little bit. But again, like we were saying at the end of last game, squeezing every little bit of spread out of these games is very important,
Yeah.
especially in tournament variance is not kind.
Yeah, so I'm just looking ahead out of curiosity. It's actually best for Max Pan to ignore the outplays after a play like Nim or Rom. Is best for him to simply just play Disc, but that is a play he missed last turn. It ends up being 8 points better than his best blocks, which would be playing a Lud or playing it for 6 points with Nuke or Noom. But yeah, it's going to be on him to try and find Disc a second time. But yeah, this game is over. Very well played game overall. Yeah. So comes down. This is Max grabbing. Is he going to play Limn with Lin? That's a... Oh, he's going to play Sorn. Okay. This saves Limn and Lin. It's a few points back according to Quackle Championship player. Okay, yeah, now... Yeah. Okay, yeah, now it's... Oh my god, this is a crazy sequence. If Max... Oh, he went over time. So he should take his time now that he's gone over. But Max Fan does not have an out. His best play is to burn the blank for JINN for 6 points.
Wow.
This blocks Limn as an out for Max Panich, and it saves Dewey to go out next turn, hooking the D onto Jin. So that's a very cool play.
That's a very hard play to find.
Oh, extremely difficult to find. This play of Wood, still a very nice fit. It's not going to block Max Panich's out, though. I didn't actually catch the blank, but I'll make it a W for now. Yeah, Max Panich is going to go out with Limn. This game is going to end 463 to 393. Let's cut to overhead mic.
Didn't want to cut her trip short, so I negotiated that one. All zero.
473 to 393.
What do you want to get from you?
You get a pie.
I thought it was 465.
465. Let me check. Were you at 387
Yeah,
and 431?
it's 421.
Oh, yeah. That's it. Right.
428.
Yep, 428, and then 440.
441.
Yep,
461.
yep,
Plus 2.
yeah. Got it.
463.
Yes.
393.
Yep.
Good game.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure what to do earlier. I had a few like weird turns. I wasn't sure how best to open the board, like this. I don't know. Like that was like given like what was left, you were always gonna I don't even know what I could hit. Like I don't even think I could have opened anything reasonably. This was probably a mistake, just because it made it so hard to like open the board later when I needed it.
Yeah.
We are in between. I am.
All right.
Yeah,
Good game.
good game. Well played.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Looks like we did not have as much of a postmortem as last game, but this was still a very well played game. Max Panich, I really can't say he made any solid mistakes. He played extremely well, and Max Pan played almost up to his standard. So yeah, very great game. Glad to have been able to commentate that one.
Yeah. Super entertaining. And these tournaments are very good, run by Let's Play Scrabble. I want to give a big shout out to their next upcoming major tournament, which is going to be from October 17th to 19th in Lake George. one of the biggest tournaments on the schedule. And Let's Play Scrabble always hosts incredible events. The stream run by Josh is always great. So if you can go, you should go. And if not, make sure to tune into this same channel to watch it when it's live. I know I will be.
Yeah, I know I will be at the event. Again, I haven't registered yet just because I don't know if I'm doing the early bird yet, but I will absolutely be playing the Lake George tournament. I went up there last year. It was a wonderful time. I won Division 4. Maybe I'll be playing in Division 1 this time, so a little bit of a jump. As you can see, I've got the Let's Play Scrabble shirt on. Got to represent Josh and Kieran O'Connor, his partner in this organization. They do a lot of work to bring us with wonderful Scrabble tournaments, great events. Highly would recommend going to Lake George. Even if you have people that don't play Scrabble to bring with you. My mom had a fantastic time just doing touristy stuff up in Lake George. It's a beautiful location, especially at that time of the year. She was really excited to go back this year. And yeah, highly would recommend Lake George. Also, if you make sure to like and subscribe to the Let's Play Scrabble channel, like the video, so we get boosted in the algorithm. There's still 4 more games of Scrabble left today. We want as many people in here watching as we can get. So make sure to like, subscribe. If you got extra money, you can become a member, become a Scrabble Superfriend. All of the money from being a Scrabble Superfriend goes to Josh Greenway to help produce as great of Scrabble content as he can. He already does a magnificent job and deserves a lot of praise for the effort he puts in. And if you have a little bit of extra money to go around, become a super friend, support the efforts of Josh Greenway, and yeah, he absolutely deserves it. It looks like we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back. We will be broadcasting Max Panich versus Heather McCall, the two players who have won on stream so far. And yeah, we'll be back soon. Stay with us.
Sorry about that. 1 second. So we're going to be coming back to round 3. We got a great game going on here. It's going to be Max Panich versus Heather. And those are the two people, like Evan said at the end, that we saw win on stream. So it's a battle of the champions today. We've seen them both. We know both their styles. And we're hoping to see a really good game. Evan, anything to add there?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted when I was trying to take us back in stream. I forgot I muted my microphone. But yeah, no, we're back continuing our coverage. We've had 2 really good games on stream today. And yeah, we'll take a look at the standings before we dive into our next game. And yeah, as we can see, every single player so far has won a game and lost a game. Yeah, Morris right now has the highest spread at positive 140. We saw him on stream today. He must have had a really sizable win in his last game. As we can see, he scored 516 points. So, yeah, everyone is currently at 1-1. It's very tight. And yeah, tournament stats so far: 6 games played, 4,722 points scored. Average score shows us that the average margin of victory so far has been over 100 points. And yeah, wow, that is a crazy statistic that the person going first has won 100% of the games so far. And yeah, 50% of the games have been upsets. That's great. It's a very cool statistic. Yeah. Moving on to the head-to-head between Heather McCall and Max Panich. They have played 16 times in tournaments. And at this point, Max Panich has won 13 of those 16 games. That is a very lopsided record. Although their most recent meeting was in Belleville, Ontario in 2024, and Heather came out on top by 3 points. So she has the most recent victory, but Max has had her number over their tournament careers. Ready to head over to the game. Got
I will
Heather going
say-
first, so she has won the game. Sorry, you were saying?
I will say, Evan, I think Heather must be due then. If
Oh,
she's
yeah.
3-13, this is definitely her time to string together 2 wins in a row.
Yeah, and as we said, when looking at the overall statistics, the player going first has won the game every time, so she has already won. This is just a formality of the game that is actually playing it.
Exactly. Really, we don't even need to do this.
Yeah.
But we will anyway, for the
Yeah.
for the viewers' benefit.
Yeah, no, for your guys' sake, we'll continue this game, even though it's been decided already. Heather has won. That's of course, a joke. And on cue, Heather, the rack of EEINOTV. She has lined up Vo. She's getting ready to play that. And this is her best move. Quackle prefers the playing it with the O on the star, but this is a very strong equity play. EINT is a very good leave, and the 12 points are certainly worth it. I think this was a very good decision, made quickly.
Yeah, and I think the quickness is definitely a big factor in this game. We saw the last game that Heather played on stream. She got into a little time trouble early. She still came away with it, obviously, but we'd love to see a quicker pace here from her for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see what Max Panich chooses to do here. If I was in this position, I would certainly want to keep this position closed. Heather's play of Vo signals strength in her 4-tile lead, so I would want to pick a pretty defensive option. I think something like just Won, W-O-N, on top of Vo, making W-O-N-O-E, looks pretty good. Does give back a T-hook and an S-hook, but as far as other sevens lanes are concerned, right, those same tiles are really the only other ones you can make for overlaps. I mean, there's the 2 hook, the OE's hook. I guess you could overlap on the OE and the N on the 6th row, but bingos after Won will not score that much, and I think it's a good way to prevent 8-letter words from coming down as well.
Max can go with Woven. This is going to create a much more open board, and it's not going to it's going to score 1 point less than Won and leave a solid lead of FAN. So I don't hate it at all. I think it just sets the tone for this game, and we'll see.
Yeah.
It leaves a lot of floaters open for Heather, however.
Sets the tone because it does not block detainee for 80 points down to that E. He had played Won, Heather would have had a really difficult decision holding very good bingo tiles and no bingo. But now Heather is going to bingo for 80 points. And this is why early game defense can be pretty nice.
Obviously, she has a couple other bingos available, anti-weed through the W, but that's not going to come down. Harder to find and also scores many less points. So Detaining would be the play.
Yeah, this is absolutely her right play. She's found it quickly. She's played it quickly. Very well done by Heather. Yeah. On to Max's, who has found the J and doesn't necessarily have the greatest options. His high-scoring plays seem to have some sort of drawback. You can play something like joins with wovens, but that uses your S. Fehoa is available through the E in detainee, but that creates a massive scoring spot on the top row, putting that A right below the double letter square on the L column. It's a big defensive liability. Could maybe instead play Joe to the E, it's 26, but saving the Fanis, that definitely doesn't look like the greatest leave. What do you do in this position, Gideon?
Well, I shrug my shoulders and then I think about Feoa for a long time. I think it scores enough points. I also don't hate the play of joins, burning the S. Obviously, 2 blanks out. It's really early to talk about turnover, but I think it's not the worst idea, and it's not super dangerous. I think I probably play joins, if I'm being honest.
Okay. That's a fair decision. I think that now that I'm looking at Heather's rack, she's getting a bingo down no matter what Max plays, because she has a very solid rack, but looks like Max is going to play J-O. And this is a bit less, 3 points less than Joe to the E in detainees. But what this does do is it creates a new sevens line and it maintains those floaters in detainee. They're still open for Max to bingo through. So I think this has a lot of merit. And yeah, Heather has already found one of her bingos of shortage. It is not her best bingo. Her best bingo is 78 points for Gerouse, the plural form with the ES. Not plural, sorry, the verb form with the ES. That's going to score 78 points through the E and detainee. There was no way for Max to stop Heather from bingoing. If he had played Fehoa, he could play Gerouse as a 7 next to Woven. If he played Joe, that blocks both places for Gerouse. But shortage would have still fit with 2 underlaps, making JO and OR. So nothing was going to stop Heather here. And she is definitely on cue to get her second bingo of the game. It's going to be hard for Max to work his way out of this deficit, especially because his bingo of in drafts is about to get blocked.
Yeah, let's not count him out though. We saw what he did in the last game, playing near perfectly. So not gonna call this one yet. Very early, and with 2 blanks out, anything could happen.
Oh yeah, for sure. Max is not out of this game by any means, even after Heather gets her second bingo down. But Max will be in a hole of around 100 points. Maybe, no, a bit more than 100 points, actually.
More. Yeah.
Yeah. So it'll be pretty difficult for him to fight back. But again, there's very early in the game. There's 2 blanks out. And there's still definitely life for Max Panic in this game. But yeah, it's got to be a rough swing to see Heather get a second bingo down. That also blocks your bingo.
Yeah. And we'll see what Heather draws out of the bag, but focusing on Max's rack right here, in drafts blocked, what are you doing here, Evan?
I mean, there's the F fish. You can drop the F for 18 points underneath the VO, and making EF and OF there. That does hit a lot, and this board is open. So that might be called for. You could also maybe take a more aggressive route and set up your F with something like find under shortage, but I don't necessarily know if you need to be that aggressive at this point. Your leave after just playing off the F is very good. ADINRS bingos with a lot of tiles, especially with a floating E. The floating I in detainee that you might be able to hit. There's some really good sevens lanes. There's some really good S hooks on the board. So I think the F drop is quite strong. I think that, I mean, maybe you could also play Def instead, but that does block the D row, or the D column, and I think you want that line available for you to bingo.
I agree. I really like I like playing EF a little bit better than DEF, but definitely not a big mistake by any
Yeah.
means.
Yeah, I
So
think that this does probably increase Max's bingo percentage. Uh, the D, unless shortage takes a D, which it does not. So, yeah.
and we're gonna see a bingo come down for him next turn. But over to Heather.
Wow. Whole
I
lot of
mean,
firepower all at once.
yes.
ZXS blank. All in one draw. This is going to be very interesting in terms of how she's going to play this. I mean, there are some standard options, like just playing Axe next to Detainee. That seems pretty straightforward. See if she's able to get a little creative, though. I don't necessarily see anything else that seems that worth it, though.
No, I agree. Axe scores 36. Very solid play. Sets up Biz if you need it for the next turn, and ZAX. I think it has a lot of benefits there.
Oh, where are you looking at Axe?
AX
Oh, yeah, I see what you said. You could also play Biz now hooking bow. I think that would certainly have a bit more merit had Max Panich just fished off the F and left that line open. Biz would have a lot more defensive merit than Axe had that D column line still been open. So I think I might have leaned towards Biz in that instance. But as the board currently states, Axe is really great. EX does not have any back hooks in this lexicon. She's going to play Axe. I think this is the right call to make.
Yeah, and Max Panich obviously within trains right here. And what else does he have? That's the one that jumps out to me.
Yeah, as far as bingos are concerned, that is his only bingo.
Fantastic. I guess I'm basically a 1900 now.
You're basically a 1900, yeah. Yeah, this is a dead sevens rack. There are no sevens available. So Max is going to know that. Maybe he's going to take a little bit longer to look for a different bingo because this is only 66. Does leave a little bit to be desired, but he's absolutely correct. This is his only bingo. Very well spotted.
Yeah, and he's going to play quick. That's one of the things we've been seeing less than 10 minutes into the game, or about 10 minutes into the game, I guess, combined. And we've seen a flurry of action. So liking the pace from both these players.
Yeah, and now Max has gotten himself solidly within bingo range. Heather still has a good lead, and she's going to increase that lead with her next play. But now, if you're Max, you're drawing 7 tiles. There's still a lot of goodies left on the scene, and you should be feeling decent about the situation. That's why I see a lot of players who get discouraged after their opponent gets 1 or 2 bingos early. They feel like they don't have any life in the game anymore. But that's just simply not true. There is so much game left to be played, and you cannot be counting yourself out so early.
Especially when we see what Max Panich has just drawn, which we'll look at after Heather's turn. But definitely looks good.
Yeah, so for Heather, there is the option of Biz from last turn. It scores 32, keeps iOS blank, which is very likely to bingo. The board is getting a little bit tight on bingo space. There really is just the D and the Wovens hook, but holding S blank, you can access the Wovens hook more often than not. So I think Biz has a lot of merit to it. You could also maybe play Zoo through the Owen shortage, but that keeps both of your eyes together. And you're really looking to unduplicate your eyes in this position. So I think Biz seems pretty standard.
100% agree. Biz looks good, scores good. The D at the top still open. The S with Woven, like you were saying, still open. Really can't find much wrong with it.
Yeah, I guess the one thing to be worried about is a play like Grizz to the G. You might be giving that back to Max, and that would score 42. So there are some potentially high-scoring responses. But again, if Grizz comes down, for example, then you're getting an Arta bingo through. I guess something like Whiz or Fizz would be very damaging.
Gonna play Zoo, leaving duplicated eyes and the B.
Yeah. I think this is a bit of a a miss here, but this also does have some defensive merit because it does block bingos ending in the D.
Mhm.
However, will not block bingos
Uh,
starting with the D, and that is exactly what Max has drawn into.
Yeah. So digester going to come down here almost 100%.
Yeah,
And
this
that's going to put Max right back in it. He's still going to be down around 20 points. I just want to be clear. It's an uphill battle, but with 3 eyes now on Heather's rack, he's looking alive.
Yeah, no, Digester's going to score 83. It is his only bingo, and it's something I certainly would expect him to find. He's been around the tournament Scrabble scene for a very long time, so he's certainly seen this sort of rack many times. These are high probability bingos. Most intermediate players have studied those, and all of the top experts have studied these racks very detailedly. So I think that we can definitely expect Max to find this. If you're not finding this, your options are a lot worse. So I think this is certainly within his range to find, and I would expect it to come down shortly.
100% agree. And I mean, I just think it is really crazy. I still marvel at it. Evan, I guess you're on your way up there right now, rated over 1800. But these top players just know so many words, right? And they find them so quickly most of the time. It's really a marvel to watch. Digester, obviously, I expect fully for Max Panich to find this, but he knows tens of thousands of high prob words. So I'm
Yeah.
excited to see how this game plays out.
Yeah, so when it comes to word study, it takes time, right? You can
Yeah.
only learn words so fast, especially if you want to focus on finding them consistently off the board, which has definitely been my approach. Rather than cramming in as many words as I can get, I focus on repetition and making sure that if this alphagram comes up, I can find it consistently.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like
100%.
Max is an alphagrammer. I find myself doing that very religiously. I find plays from the alphagram rack. I do not shuffle my tiles at all. Max seems to. Oh no!
Oh
Oh
no.
gosh!
And this is a pretty shocking miss here from Max. I'm very surprised.
Yeah,
He's going to keep a very good nucleus of tiles. 6 really good bingo tiles here. The G, not great, but ITERS, obviously very good. But it's going to make his job a lot harder now, and that delaying this bingo is gonna hurt his chances for sure.
yeah. That's a very surprising miss, and he does not connect on his draw, so he's not going to be bingoing again this turn. As
Yeah.
Heather quickly playing bio. Maybe could play Ibis instead with Wovens to shed 2 eyes, but bio is still a strong move in its own right. And yeah, Max Panich is really not many options. You probably just have to fish 1 tile again with Jog.
Yep.
It's
Outside
really,
of his bingo, outside of Digester, Z is one of the better plays that he has available, but it's around 55 equity points worse, so it's definitely going to loom large.
yeah. Wow. If you look at Heather's rack, she has drawn a 3rd eye and a 2nd blank. That is going to lead to. Ooh, yeah, I think that can be spelled that way. Yeah, she's going to be able to bingo with the 3 eyes and the 2 blanks. We'll
Should we
see
let
if.
the chat find it first?
Yeah, we'll give this to chat. There's actually 2 bingos that I see are available for Heather. We'll wait until her turn to mention those. As far for Max, he's considering gristed. That is not a word.
And we saw him. Oh, we did not see him. I apologize. I was about to make up a lie. We saw Heather let by Aphonia of Solvik earlier in this game, but we will not
Yeah.
see Max try Gristed. I think a
And
little bit too high prob to try to bluff.
No, Heather would certainly know gristed is not a word. And yeah, Max is going to fish with big. I certainly see the merit of this over Jog, creating a 2nd S hook on the board, and he is going to benefit from that. I believe that he will be going to see a bingo bango on this turn, assuming
Yeah.
Heather can find one of her 2 bingos on this turn with both blanks, which is not easy.
No, not easy at all. We were talking earlier today, Evan, about how much time it takes when you have Oh, and it looks like she is
She's
exchanged
exchanged two eyes. No.
Right.
Oh man, that's brutal.
And this can
Yeah,
happen. It's really hard to find bingos with one blank, right? You take a lot of time. Add the second blank, it gets exponentially harder. So
yeah.
I think can't really blame her. And she draws RE. She's definitely going to be finding bingos
She's
next.
definitely bingoing now, but Max is going to be first to strike.
Yeah.
He has third for 87, and I do believe this will come down. Dithers is also available for 81, but shirted is the better play because it doubles the H.
Yeah, so we will see. Hopefully that comes down. I expect that to as well. Make its way onto the board.
Yep,
But
shirted
we will
coming
see.
down. Due time. Very, very well played from Max. This is going to decrease the deficit of Max to 2 points. However, Heather's going to bingo almost certainly, holding this wonderful rack with both blanks.
Yep. Still a lot out there though for Max to draw. And I hate to say this, but QU, when there are a lot of U's left and there's the Q left, we'll see. Maybe Max could draw into something that scores a lot of points with those two tiles. Obviously, you don't really want to see them, but
No, the QU together is fine. You don't necessarily hate to see that. But yeah, there's still definitely a lot of game left to be played. Max almost is drawn into potluck as a natural, but
yeah,
he has Wattluck instead.
no
Yeah,
good for those ones.
no good challenge.
But he is going to have a lot of high scoring tiles here, and I think he's going to appreciate that after Designer, it looks like, comes
Yeah,
down.
this is Designer. This is one of Heather's best options. He has one more point available if he played Resting, hooking Wovens, and Biog. But this is a very hard fit to see, and it is only one extra point. Designer, still a very good play, and he's going back up by a very solid score. It's going to be up 82 now.
Yep.
Yeah, Max on turn now, holding a rack with CKW as well as a U. You'd love to get rid of that U with 4 more left to draw. But there's also the W that you also do not want in your rack. There's not really a good play to get rid of WU. There's some options that score well. N13, Walk. It's playing Walk next to the ED and shirted. That scores 31, which is his highest score. But putting the K right next to that triple letter score is often going to lead to a very high scoring response if Heather has drawn an A or an I, which is very likely with 5 A's and 4 I's unseen. So maybe you want to play it a little bit safer. Cusk sheds one of the U's. There are still 3 more to draw, so you do not want to be holding a U. Scores 26. There are a few other places to play Walk as well, but maybe you play it on the other side of shirted. It's an 8-point sacrifice, but you're holding the C, and the K in the triple lane meshes really well with the C, so maybe you'll be able to draw a big play there next turn. What do you think, Gideon?
Yeah, I think that I really like Cusk. I think that would be my play of choice. With that said, I think that Max right here has to identify how he can win this game, and I think we were talking about earlier, he does not need to bingo, right? He can score his way to winning this game with a couple good draws, and Duck, Cusk, all of these are really good ways to start doing that. So I really like this play.
Yeah, I think Duck is a pretty fine play. This really doesn't give much back to Heather. It also potentially allows Max to fork the board next turn with a play with OK. Maybe not that well because OK doesn't take that many front hooks. It would just be the Y's unseen, but also the W, which he's holding. So
yep. Yes,
and he has also drawn the other O that is unseen. So we'll see what he does there. On to Heather's turn, though. 2 U's on her rack are going to slow her down. Her best plays seem to involve dumping at least one or both. Looking through the D, you can play Poodoo for 14, keeping a really good bingo leaf of AELR. or you could score some extra points. You could double that score if you play Perda, Purdue, or Prude. What do you think
All of
about these
which
options?
do open up that bottom lane, though, however.
They do open up the bottom lane, yes, but 14 points is a lot to give up.
I agree. I also think not the most dangerous, right? Not the most dangerous here, opening up that bottom lane. I wouldn't want to do it if I could avoid it, but for scoring 28 points, I
Yeah.
think totally reasonable.
I think of these options, you definitely do not want to play Purdue, Perdu. That takes a back E hook, and there's still 3 E's left. That's a very difficult spot to block if you just set it up. So I think that play is pretty clearly off the table. So it
Yep.
comes down to Prude versus Pruda. Purda, Purda. I would expect Heather to be able to find Prude as an option. That's a common word. It only takes an S hook. Pruda takes an S in addition to the H, but the H's are on the board. She's instead going to go with Awk. This does set up this. Yeah, I'm not really sure if I'm the biggest fan of this play, but it does get rid of one of her U's, which is certainly a goal that she had coming into this turn, is to unduplicate those U's because they are very toxic together.
Yep. And we'll see now back over to Max. What can he do here? He's not down by that much. Not down by that much right now.
No, he can certainly get his way back into the game, but he is down by a lot, and he is very far from a bingo. So I think if you're Max, you want to just try and bide your time until you can get a bingo draw. There's not a lot of bingo space. There's the R from the designer to work with. There is potential bingos on the I column, and there's now this A to work with, in addition to some floaters inserted. So it's hard to close down the board as far as quadrant control is concerned. But Max is, again, she's so far from bingoing. He's looking at out right now. I really like
out a
this
lot.
play because this sets up this sets up an N hook. He doesn't have an N. There are only 2 left, but he's down by a lot. I think he might need to be taking these chances. And LMOT has a decent chance of bingoing through that E inserted. What do you think of this play of out, Gideon?
I mean, out is what I would do here 100% of the time. I think it's really good play. Obviously, the N is a bit of a worry here, but there's no guarantee Heather has it. And like you're saying, he does need to get a little bit of aggressive here. So I really like this play.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things when you're down by a lot of points, you need to start to take risks. And I think this is a very safe and calculated risk, right? There's only 2 ends left. Awk tells me that Heather's more likely than not kept a lot of vowels. We know she kept 3 consonants and 2 vowels, but Max can reasonably infer that Heather's not a bit less likely than average to have an N after a play like Awk. So I think this is a very solid play. If you were to go,
yeah, he obviously has some other options. TOW, which I would never really do, floating that T out in space, though I know Quackle really likes that. WOST, definitely a consideration, but I think setting up the N is something that I really favor here.
Yeah, you could also play
even if you don't have it.
You could also play Watt with Awk.
Yeah,
but I think that might be a little bit too defensive. It doesn't set any hooks on it. More often than not, Heather's just going to overlap with a 3-letter word on the A column, and then you just sort of use up some space. Maybe it allows for openings through the A later, whereas out does not. But I do really like this play of out. There's some other options that are close on equity, but I think
I agree, and we still see plenty of time left on both these players' racks and plenty of game left to play. He's going to go with Mo. Interesting. That is a little less defensive than I would like to be here. Obviously, maybe that throws too much caution to the wind.
Yeah, I mean, you're very aggressive with opening the triple, and you're keeping those duplicate T's, which might run into a problem, especially if you draw a second L. Having the duplicate L's and the duplicate T's is just not a good position to be in. And we can see that Heather's going to be able to respond. She is very well. She has drawn the Q and can easily play something like Peak or Choir score
Yeah.
a boatload of points. And then Max is probably out of range to where one bingo is not going to catch him up.
Yeah, his winning chances are not looking too good after this response from Heather. And we don't see that much luck coming from the bag to his rack. So
Yep, no.
Peak going to come down.
Yeah, this is 52 points. This is going to put Heather up by just under 100 points.
Yeah.
And it's going to be very difficult for Max to claw his way out of this one.
We've been talking a lot about Max right now. I want to give Heather some props. Been playing very, very solidly the entire game. Finding shortage, detainee obviously coming down very quickly, and here Peak coming down very quickly too to keep the pressure on Max. So props to her.
Yeah, really the only big mistake she's made was when she exchanged 2 eyes when she had digitize and irising available. I don't think we actually revealed what the bingos were, but again, finding bingos with 2 blanks is really difficult. So I would not be very hard on her for not seeing those options. They are not trivial finds by any means, and she has played a very good game outside of that. On to Max, who has a lot of good options that score, but some of them are longer plays, and you might not be wanting to use up space like that. Are you desperate enough to play Fondle through the D? It's 36.
Honestly, I think I don't really hate it. Max still has some winning chances here, and that double forks the board, right? Leaving open those 2 triples. Obviously, one of them is much more dangerous than the other, but I don't hate Fondle. And the other thing it does, it leaves duplicated T's with 1 still out. If he draws a triplicated T, it's really game over. He's not going to have bingos a very high proportion of the time. He's going to have to spend another turn trying to balance out his rack. So
Yeah.
Teflon, also a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Teflon is a solid option as well. It scores 30. It only keeps the 1 T. I think the issue with Teflon is that you take out one of your bingo lanes. That B column could prove annoying to block, and you're leaving yourself with just these sort of bingo lanes that aren't going to score enough to catch you back up, right? If you bingo to the D or through the E inserted, like, you're not going to be caught up. So I do like this play of Fondle. I think you got to be aggressive at this point. And Heather with a pretty inflexible rack. I really don't see any way to block that E other than Icier. Do you see anything else, Gideon?
Nope, that is all I'm looking at right now.
Ooh, she does have some other options.
Biller, is Biller good?
Biller is good. You could also play Libelle. That way, keeping the CIR might give you a bit of extra flexibility, keeping the R, but if you look at the unseen pool, maybe a little bit unbalanced. The R could certainly help. From Heather's perspective, there's a lot of A's unseen, there's a lot of T's unseen. If you draw an A and a T, then ACIRT could really materialize into something good. So the 2 Y's also might give me a bit of concern. So maybe you play Libelle to keep a little bit more stability, but as long as you block the E, you're going to maintain a good position here. So
yeah, I think this is not too complicated of a turn for Heather. If anything, I kind of like Biller. You play off 1 extra tile, you get yourself just a step closer to the end of this game, which you look like you're in very good situation to win. But Icier here, no big gripes with that one either.
Yeah, this is her high scoring play. I think the one issue is that she does not keep a vowel. There are potential disaster draws where you don't draw a vowel, you cannot address the bottom of the board, and Max is able to fish and get a bingo down. But we know that there's a lot of vowels unseen. She has drawn 3 vowels, 2 A's and a U. Almost has Lullaby on her rack.
And meanwhile, we see Max, like we said, keeping those duplicated T's. What's the danger? That 3rd T, and it has come to pass. It's on his rack now.
Yeah, he does have that 3rd T, but he does actually have a really solid fishing option. He can play Toy through the O and Mo. That is going to score 28 points, keep AENTT with no more T's to draw. That is a really strong bingo leave. It pairs very well with the R in Designer, especially now that you have an E. There's a good chance you could have a 7 on the B column or the 15 row. So I think you need to find Toy if you want to have a chance at bingoing and making a comeback in this game.
Yep. Game definitely not over, and if he finds Toy, he is keeping himself alive.
Yeah, for sure. And it might be a little bit hard for Heather to address some of these openings on the board. We can look a bit ahead, but like if you look, she has 3 L's, 2 A's. So I believe one word that would really get her out of this. She plays Bulla. She can block either of the triple or the B column. She can block those very well, and score well. But yeah, Max really needs to find Toy here
Yeah.
if you want to have a chance.
I think we're out of the realm of scoring for Max right here. Otherwise, Natty, a solid play. And if I'm just thinking about cutting spread, I don't hate it. But keeping that R open, keeping the F open, and keeping the P open, and those 3 lanes is going to be really important down the stretch here.
Yeah,
So blocking
Natty
off
actually
that
scores
R.
less than Toy.
Yeah, so it does.
No, the highest scoring play is any underneath walk, making AA, UN, and Ducky. But again, that keeps 3 T's. You have like no chance of bingoing. But Max has found Toy. This is absolutely his best play. Very well spotted. And yeah, it looks like Heather has already spotted Bulla on her rack, and I think that's going to come down pretty quickly underneath the F in Fondle.
I agree. Let's see what Max draws here. And the V and the D, don't want to see that.
D. The V could have maybe worked if he had drawn something else with it, but nope. He is going to have an opportunity to fish, though. That is for sure.
That's the nice thing here if you're in this board position, is that you're never really going to be out of it. Heather is going to have to do some really heavy lifting to block every lane on this board, and it's possible that Max is going to be able to threaten out bingos with the bag really dwindling right now. He's going to have options all the way to the end. So that's going to put the ball in Heather's court to really think about it. She has 11 minutes to Max's 3.5, so she has plenty of time to work through all these permutations in her head and see what's going to get her to the end of the game in a winning situation.
Yeah, no, and she has some solid options. Again, there's really only 2 words that make you feel happy with this rack. It is Bulla and Alula. If you're not playing one of those words, you don't really have much to do here, right? And even then, you probably don't feel that great about Alula because it creates a new 7s line. She's going to play Ba. It keeps 3 L's, though. That's such a She had Bulla lined up on her rack at a point. I wonder if she just convinced herself that she just wasn't sure enough, so she played Ba. I think this is still better than Alba in that spot because Alba gives back a really easy 7s line to hit, but this is not easy to work with.
Yeah, and this is leaving the door slightly open here for Max if he can find a bingo fall onto his rack. We'll see.
Yeah, he doesn't have a bingo currently. He had Vendetta lined up on his rack at a point. So that's
and Vast here looks like a really solid option up top.
Fast is solid. It leaves 1 in the bag. I guess the question is, do you want to play less tiles and try to just keep this core together? That's what I would be thinking about, because maybe you just play off the V. Is there a spot to play up? Yeah, you can play Vin for 10. Maybe there's a spot to play off just the V and a T. If we look at what is unseen... Okay, he is going to go with Vast. This score is 22. And this probably prevents Heather from outrunning any bingos. Let's see. There's an I and an E to be drawn. If Max can draw those 2 vowels, this could be in a really good spot. And there's also
would love to dodge that Y. There's the E.
E, Y, P. So the I is the last tile in the bag. I don't think that this will materialize for Max.
Unfortunately, he gave himself the chances, and I think that's what's important. It's very easy in Scrabble to get results oriented. Very, very easy. But listen, if Max looks at this game, No, the blanks didn't come for him. Didn't get the Z. So I think definitely some luck that didn't go his way, and he played pretty well, except for that big glaring miss of digester.
Yeah, and I don't think he actually could have drawn into a bingo after Vast. Knowing all of the possible 3-tile combinations, I don't think anything was available. So he was Vast was sunk regardless. Maybe Vin would have given him a chance because he would have had drawn into Ratton, but
Well, I assume from Max's point of view, there must have been bingos available, right? When you add in that L and the A and the R.
yeah, for sure. When you look at the entire pool,
Yeah.
there are definitely things you can draw. There's no
Gotcha.
doubt about that. I was more so just talking about from what was actually unseen. So
Yeah, 100%. I
Yeah,
understood.
he didn't miss on like a he drew like the one combination that didn't work. Nothing would have worked, but
Yeah.
we're almost at endgame. I believe Heather's best play is another 5 Mulla. That is
Yep.
24 points. Again, on the B column. She's missed a few 5s in this late game that would have really cleaned up her rack nicely. So we'll see if she's able to find this one. I don't know exactly extent of her word knowledge, but your options are really not great if you don't find this. You probably end up playing null to block the R if you can't figure out that there's no threats unseen.
Yeah.
But if you do think that there's a threat unseen, I think null is probably fine. Otherwise, you would just want to take your top score.
We'll see. Like you're saying, there's only one in the bag. I think she can pretty confidently say that there are no bingos out to hurt her. But we'll see what she does. Obviously, again, 8 minutes left on the clock. If I were her, I'd use every last second of it.
Oh yeah, if you're gonna spend a lot of clock, the pre-end game is the right time to do it. Because there's only one in the bag, Heather can take her time. She can calculate what happens if every individual tile is in the bag. And I think she'll be able to, at that point, determine that it doesn't matter what tile is the last tile in the bag. Max is not going to have a bingo available to him, so she is a lock to win this game.
Yeah. It is definitely interesting here. I think, in my opinion, pre-end game is probably the hardest part of the Scrabble game, for me at least. It's that math does not come naturally to some people. What do you think, Evan?
I think pre-end games are very difficult, but it's something that I've been focusing a lot on and to getting good at, and I feel like that's something that sort of separates me a little bit from maybe some other players within my rating gap. I feel like I get pre-end games pretty right more often than not. I think at Nationals there's exactly one pre-end game where I might have made a mistake that led to a loss. I haven't analyzed the games yet, but I don't believe I made a pre-end game mistake in Nationals. I made maybe one pre-end game mistake that led to a loss in Nationals, and
Yeah,
I mean most people can't say that same number. It's very important.
The big thing about pre-end games is like you're just leaving yourself a chance in a lot of places. For Max here, for instance, in the pre-end game play with Vast, he's not he knows he's not winning 100% of the time right there, right? How can I leave myself a chance is probably what he's thinking. I think that's super important to do and very hard because it's not concrete, and that's just the nature of the positions.
Yeah, for sure. It's not concrete. There are more concrete numbers that can be ascribed to pre-end games than early game positions because the bag is nearly empty. But these positions are still really difficult. If you would like to get better at pre-end game positions, I'll be happy I'm shouting this out. But if you read the book, How to Play Scrabble Like Matthew O'Connor, you will understand a lot more about pre-end games. Matthew O'Connor in general has been a fantastic resource for me. A good friend of mine, been talking with him a lot about positions, and he understands pre-end games maybe better than anybody outside of Nigel. So I would highly recommend, if you want to get better at pre-end games, read his book. He'll be really happy that I'm telling people to listen to him. But yeah, that's sort of a really great resource too.
Yeah, the Scrabble community has no shortage of helpful people, which is one of the reasons that we all love it.
Yeah, absolutely. I've found that there are so many people within this community that are just willing to share their knowledge and help. There's nobody gatekeeping Scrabble knowledge.
Yeah.
It's just a really wonderful group of people. If you're thinking about potentially getting into Scrabble, I can safely say that this is an extremely wonderful community. You will feel at home, and you will meet so many great people. You'll make many great friends, and you will really enjoy your time. So I would highly recommend, if it interests you, go out, try and find a club. There's a club directory on the NASPA website, as well as the one on the WIGPO website as well. And yeah, get involved with Scrabble. We'd love to have you.
Yeah. Over back to Heather. Just using her time, I think totally reasonable thing to do here. Mulla definitely going to be her best play if she can find it, but she has a lot of other plays that are also going to be winning the vast majority of the time here.
Yeah, again, because Max isn't threatening a bingo, the only thing that she needs to do to win is make plays. As long as you don't lose every turn and then also have a stroke and don't hit your clock for the entire 10 minutes of one given overtime, you're going to win this game. She's playing Am. This blocks the R. Yeah, she's in a fine position. She's not going to be going out very quickly, holding those 3 L's. So Max is going to go out into almost certainly. He's got a very high scoring option of Yente available. I don't know if that is his best end game, per se.
Champ player always there to help you out, obviously.
Yes, I just got there. But Champ is suggesting Ped for 24 underneath this play of Am. And it looks like Max has already set that up. He's only got a minute for this end game. But what this play of Ped does is it saves a high scoring out of Tyne hooking Ut and Ducky. So maybe that will be really difficult for Heather to block as well. Again, her rack is extremely inflexible. Maybe she just doesn't have a way to block other than like YAR, which is not exactly the type of play you're looking to make if you're Heather.
Yeah, 100%. And for Max here, spread is still very important. Early in the tournament, going 1-2 in your first 3 games is not the end of the world. With 3 games left to play, the field all very close together. We'll see if the person in first has improved, but you never know.
If we just do a callback to when we look at the standings, as Max plays his correct endgame move, if you go back and look at the standings, every single player was 1-1 entering this round. This tournament is still completely up for grabs. Anybody can take this. It is entirely up for grabs. Yeah, spread very much matters. Heather's best play here, she has 2 plays that are tied for best. One that blocks Max's highest scoring outplay of Tyne, which he will still be able to play on the B column for a lower score. That play is Lib for 5. And the other option is a very cool insertion of Pillow, placing the I and the LL in between the P and the OW. Those are Heather's best endgame moves. They're tied for the best. We'll see if she can find one of these.
Yeah, and I'm confident that she will be able to. And if she's not, she's still gonna win. So
yep. This is just this whole game has been a formality because Heather was going first, and the player going first has won every game. But this is actually a formality of just doing the end game. It will matter for spread. So you want to try and, even though you've already won the game, you still want to try. There's not a point where you want to. I don't know, I've heard people say that they like to conserve their energies for later games. Everything matters. The spread matters. You should not be like letting your foot off the gas because you're winning by a lot.
100%. Yeah, no, definitely very important. Early in tournaments, short tournaments, long tournaments. We see at Nationals in 2022, very large in the online Scrabble verse, Joey Kravchik had the same record at the end of the Nationals. He just did not make finals because of spread. So it has effects in small tournaments. It has effects in very, very large tournaments.
Yeah, exactly. Especially has effects in small tournaments because, there's not as many games to separate people.
Yeah.
So I think that, it's good to just keep your pedal to the metal even throughout this sort of garbage time, for lack of a better word. We're using a sports term. I think that if she's able to find one of her best plays, then she'll be in a solid spot.
I do feel a little bit for Max right here. We've all been in this position. You know the game's over. You know you're losing, and you just have to sit here and wait for your opponent to make a play.
hmm
Definitely not the most fun position to be in, but I think he understands if he were in Heather's position, he'd be doing the exact same thing.
Oh yeah, no, you want to, regardless of what position you're in, you're gonna want to make sure you're doing as good as you can. Heather plays Lilt for 8, and Max is gonna go out with his highest scoring outplay of Tyne for 25. It's gonna bring this game to a final score of 460 for Heather and 425 for Max. Let's cut to
Yeah.
overhead mic.
Four 29,
Yeah,
460.
yeah.
Okay. Other one.
Yes. Blanks are my phones today. I think I've put all of them.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I actually saw that possibility. Yeah, A1 is also I think that if you don't get queued yet, I think that was right though, because I don't want you to get that spot. That's the only.
Oh, and there is because, yeah.
All right, I don't think we're gonna be getting much in terms of a post-mortem here, so we'll head back to the booth. I believe this is the last game for both of us that we're doing today, right, Gideon?
Yes, it will be. I also just want to say, listen, we knew this game was going to end up with a Heather win from the start because she did go first. I don't know what
Yeah.
happened in the other 2 games of this round. We'll see if that crazy stat still holds true.
Yeah, we'll see if that still holds true. So yeah, this will be the last game that both of us are commentating. We have another Brzezowski. It's going to be coming in for the next 3 games. Gideon's brother, Emmett, very strong expert player from, I guess, also from the DC area. He finished top 10 in Division 2 at Nationals this year. He had a very good performance. He's really been getting his rating up over the past few tournaments that he's gone to. Definitely glad to see him going out to more tournaments and getting that rating that he is very clearly deserving of.
Yeah.
He's going to be joined by David Spargo, who is a top expert from Vermont, club director up there. Really great guy. I met him in Albany for the 4th of July tournament. And yeah, we spent a lot of time together. Really great person, very good friend of mine. So you guys are going to be in very good hands for the remaining 3 games of this tournament. And yeah, do you have any parting words, Gideon?
No, I mean, I'm obviously a big fan of my brother Emmett. I think he should be doing a very good job. He'll be on the same set. Hopefully we've solved the connectivity issues that I've had today. And David Spargo was over here yesterday commentating as well. So
Yeah.
definitely good to have a familiar face back for all the fans. And I hope my brother can compliment him as well.
Yeah, no, should be a good team for you guys for this afternoon session. Yeah, it's going to be it for us. Again, if you liked hearing my commentary, I'm going to be reviewing all of my Nationals games on TwitchTune, twitch.tv/theycallmeevan_. And do you have any plugs, Gideon?
Just a small plug. There's going to be a very large tournament in DC. We're hoping to bring it to the major status. We're going to have a stream, a very good prize pool, and that's going to be in President's Day weekend. So a little far out, but if anyone is interested in coming, reach out to me. I'm on the Woogles Discord, or just let me know. Yeah, hope everyone had a great time. I enjoyed commentating, and I will hopefully do it again soon.
Yeah, I would love to have you back in the booth with me soon. I really love commentating. Thank you to Josh Greenway for giving the both of us this opportunity and for hosting this tournament, for providing stream for everyone at home. He really doesn't deserve enough thanks for all of the hard work that he puts in. He's doing a fantastic job to carry the Scrabble streaming economy. But yeah, we're going to cut to a short break, and After that, you'll have some new commentators. You'll have more games of Scrabble, and stay with us. Take care, everyone.
All right, welcome back to the Toronto Tile Slingers. My name is Emmett Brasowski. I'm proud to be joining you here with David Spargo. David, how's your day going?
My day's going pretty great. Happy to be here. Happy to be playing Scrabble with an excellent co-commentator. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to a few hours of something that's going to be a lot of fun.
So am I. So am I. We had a great morning session thanks to my dear brother Gideon Brasowski and Evan Chester, one of the fastest rising stars, young stars in the Scrabble community, for that. And I believe, David, in this next game we're going to have Caleb versus Mad. I'm not sure who's going to be going first, but yeah, we'll get those player cards up and we'll have the game started right away.
Sounds good. Speaking of fast rising stars, this looks like you're climbing pretty fast yourself, Emmett. You did pretty well in nationals and recently got an extra rating, so congrats on that.
Thank you, thank you. And also, speaking of fast rising stars, we do have Caleb Pittman here, who's rated now in the mid 1200s, but reports say that he's rising fast. You can just look at that recent tournament win, 12-1 plus 1200 almost in Montreal. Spargo, that's not an easy tournament result to have.
No, not at all. Very impressive indeed.
And playing Caleb will be, I believe, Mad Palazzo. Long-time Scrabble player. You can see played more than 4,000 tournament games. Spargo, I've only played maybe 250 tournament games in my career. So 4,000 is beyond me.
So.
Wow.
Yeah, that's many times what either of us have played. So that's quite a career.
Yeah. Yeah. So I believe we have Caleb going first. Right. And Matt is also works with Let's Play Scrabble, helps direct some of our Let's Play Scrabble events. So we thank her for that. And right now, both of these players are certainly in the mix. And in a short tournament, anything can happen. Every game matters. So we'll hop into this one. We see these beautiful graphics, by the way. And yeah, Caleb's going to go first. We're going to give the players the go-ahead, and we'll hop into it. All right. So,
when you're starting a game, Evan, is your preference to open vertically or horizontally?
See, I was always a horizontal only player, as we see, by the way, Caleb draw a really beautiful opening rack. He's going to want to play through this quickly, but now I play vertically exclusively. Actually, I think it was a big shout out to Josh Sokol, who convinced me to do that. I believe that's going to be a blank S, right, David?
Yep, that's correct. Pretty sure that's the only thing the blank could be in that position. I think maybe I would have played Invention instead, just because it doubles the end, so it doesn't give Mad any additional floaters, anything in addition to what's already out there. And the S is kind of a dangerous floater to give out at that, but it's a slight mistake, I think. Mestina was still a perfectly good play. Puts the M on the double letter square, gets the maximum score possible. So, yeah, good play for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think I might have wanted to play one of the bingos that ends in an S, or another bingo that couldn't be pluralized, something like Monty's. But this has the value in that it doesn't place any vowels next to the double letter scores. So, really, what matters most is that Caleb made his move in under 40 seconds. He's going to save that time for the point in the game when it's more valuable.
Absolutely. Yeah, he did pretty well on pulling trigger quickly on that for sure.
Certainly. Speaking of that S hook on Mestino, Mad has drawn one of the four S's actually, but this looks like just a kind of a no-brainer play for me, honestly. Tripling the B, tripling the Y.
Yeah, it just scores well and gets rid of a whole bunch of clunk. High scoring consonants, gets rid of the U. This play accomplishes everything you want to accomplish on that turn. So that's best play for Mad.
Certainly. This is going to set up an interesting position for for Caleb, what would you be thinking about in this position?
I would be thinking about, well, first, is there some obscure bingo that is possible? And I'm not seeing anything. I don't think that opportunity exists at the moment. So the next thing is, can we use our X to score a good deal? And the first thing that jumps out at me is playing Ox and OY. There's not really any place for the X to be directly on bonus square. So looking to maybe get it to hit a double word or something is probably the best you're going to do with the X. But it looks like he has axes set up here, maybe hooking a Mistino.
Yeah.
I think it's worth it to save the S, but this is also a reasonable play.
Look, so Ox is going to be 23 points. Axis is going to be almost 30 points, actually. So I think I would also want to save the. Oh wow! Actually, he's playing Maxis from the M in Mistino instead of hooking it, and that just could be not positive, not being positive that Mistino takes an S. It could also be not wanting to set up the big T hook on Axis. Any number of reasons why Caleb might decide to go with this play.
Yep. Either way, yeah, it's a pretty reasonable play. Scores pretty well. Yeah, it's a solid play, I think.
Thematically, just from a playstyle perspective, this might tell us that
she gets. Oh my god.
Say again?
Mads has a shigets.
Shigets. That's a word that I'm not. Yeah. I don't know. So I would be. That's what SHEGETZ. That's.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, this is
that's gonna be quite a play if that comes down.
It's an NWL only word.
I didn't know that.
A Jewish boy who does not observe Jewish precepts. So if Mad comes up with this, I would be very impressed. There's absolutely no shame in missing this, which I guess I have to tell myself because I would absolutely miss this if I were in Mad's position.
And even if she does miss it, it might be for the best since, like you said, it's not actually valid in WoW.
Oh, true. Sorry, I guess I should have. It's in NWL and not in Collins. I'm not sure about the WoW division, but
actually,
Z's is going to be. I think that's a solid play. I think optimally Mad would have had something alongside Maxi's doubling the Z, but I didn't really see anything good in that spot. I might have played G's next to Maxi's, putting the G next to the I, the E next to the S. So it's probably slightly more defensive, maintains the very, very powerful SHT combination. It's the H has great synergy with both the S and the T. But I don't have any big problems with this play.
Yeah, I mean, it scores pretty well. Also makes it so that if Caleb does have an S himself, now he can't hook Mistino. That opportunity is not there for him anymore. And it looks like Matt actually did draw 2 E's to replace the 2 E's that she spent. So that was a good thing that she got rid of both of her E's.
So yeah, I mean, and she's still gonna have a nice balance rack on her next rack. For Caleb, it's there's not an easy option jumping out to me here. David, do you see anything that you really like? I think the ING combination is quite strong. I might try to keep that combination together.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, for sure. ING that could be helpful. Looking to deduplicate the R's if there's a good way to do that. So maybe playing more MOOR next to Z's.
Yeah, I think that looks like, to me, that looks like the strongest play in this position. It scores a fair bit, 24 points. But Mog is in the same vein. I think it might actually score more points than Moore, or at least very close. It's just we like to unduplicate. Um, as you know, Spargo, duplicated tiles are some of the worst things a Scrabble player can have happen to them, and triplicated tiles are even worse. So thankfully, Caleb has avoided that.
Yeah, if Caleb drew a third Augur, he would be in a lot of trouble, would not really have anything that great to do on the following turn. Yeah, he would just need to spend it cleaning up his very messy rack at that point. So, yeah, avoiding triplicates at all costs is a good thing to do.
Back over to Mad's turn here. The spot that would jump out to me if I were looking at the board is the spot that Caleb just opened right next to GI. Unfortunately, Mad isn't holding any vowels that can go next to the S, which would just be an I or an O. So she's going to have to dig a little deeper and try to find a more creative option on this board that really isn't giving her much easy play here. Although, however, despite not having the vowel that goes next to the S, she does have the one consonant that goes next to the S and the H.
I was going to say, yeah, playing the T next to GI to make get, and then playing TH something. Maybe just the.
Yeah,
leaving
the is an interesting option. It does have quite a few hooks, or at least the E and the N, which make up for I think at least the E and the N, which make up for a lot of tiles left in the bag. Might be interesting to see. I think if I were Mad, I would rather maybe eat the duplicated T's for another turn and play GHEE, the clarified butter, making gig. I think that's, to me, it seems like her most potent scoring option, but it does put the E one above the triple lane.
Yeah, I really don't like Gi instead of the, just because there's a lot of counterplay if Caleb has an S. Can have some pretty powerful responses, and also puts the E next to the triple letter score, and keeps LTT, which is not great elite by any means. So I think I would prefer the over Gi in that situation. But looks like she played Thol, which is also a pretty solid option. GEG is not bad leave, and
showing off
doesn't get much back to Caleb.
Showing off some strong word knowledge with those that fives knowledge. At least to my knowledge, Thol is not a regular word. And Mads has drawn the elusive A's that are going to fit in the lane next to Z's. And she's already set up a play harnessing that ZA hook. Meanwhile, Caleb, I think if I were Caleb, I would also be trying to play in that spot next to the GI. I might want to play something like Dory here. That looks pretty good. That creates obviously the overlaps of Gid and So. Shout out to my brother Gideon. What do you think here?
Yeah, I think Dory is the stand-up play here. There are no bingos, and Dory doesn't take any hooks, so it doesn't expose the triple lane to Mad. It looks like he's doing something a little different though. Ooh!
Wow!
Oh, this is a spicy play.
This is a very, very spicy play. Play that I would be scared to make with the lead that Caleb has right now, which is 40 points on a turn. What do you think is going through Mad's mind right now?
I think she really wanted to play FAG, making ZA and TEG, but now it might not be the case that she can do that. I think she probably has to address this new opening that Caleb just created to keep him from using it himself. Maybe something like Agape. I think she had set up on a rack. Yeah, now she has it set up.
a gape. Gape would be a good option here. I think the funny thing about this position from Mad's perspective is that after that play, you kind of have to assume that Caleb's leaving some vowel that goes next to the R, the A, the E, or the O. And though Caleb did draw the A, he actually didn't leave any of those vowels. So kind of a fake out move from Caleb here really is going to get Mad thinking. What do you think about the merits of playing gape versus a gape? Now, a gape is 6 more, but it does leave you with only consonants on your rack.
I think I would probably play gape here, not using. Man, that's a hard choice. I think maybe 6 points is too much to give up. I think I would barely just take a gape over just gape. Advantages of a gape, gets 6 more points. But if you keep the A, then you set up the hook for yourself, hooking gape, and then also you have a vowel to bail you out if you draw a whole bunch of other consonants. So it's a tricky decision.
It's interesting because, I mean, especially on this board, the A is actually more valuable than it typically is because of the big hook next to the Z, where it's going to be hard to score without using that lane. But looks like Caleb is just going to snap up that lane with Ryle, which is one of those common four-letter Scrabble words that we know and love. And this seems like a perfectly fine decision to me. Just have to be wary of the hooks on Ryle.
Right. Those are, there's a T, a U.
I think that's it.
Yeah. I was gonna say I don't think I was missing anything, but Mad does have the T, so maybe doesn't look like there's anything great to do with that at the moment.
Yeah. This is holding the blank now, which
Something
is
to keep in mind for the future, maybe.
always nice to see. I think Mad is looking at just playing. She was looking at just playing Fave, F-A-V, probably next to the E in Thole. It doesn't seem like a bad option to me. She's now set up VAR. She's gone back to Fave, which is an option that I quite like. I think TRN blank is a very strong lead. We know that the blank doesn't play nicely with too many vowels, so leaving 3 consonants in the blank is less dangerous than leaving 3 consonants by itself, certainly. But yeah, what do you think about this position?
Yeah, especially because the pool is vowel heavy from Mad's perspective. Definitely good idea to just leave TRN, which has a lot of synergy combined with the blank. Even if she only draws like 1 vowel, she's going to be in really good shape.
She's also with Fave, given that she has the blank, she's going to be moving towards bingling in the near future, and this does set up hooks of the E and the A, which are going to be valuable, especially now that she's drawn both the E and the A. But Caleb will also have access to those hooks, and it looks like he was at least for a moment considering playing Teeny hooking Fave. Oh, now he's gone to potentially an even better option of 90. He's playing off another letter, getting a couple extra points. Interesting. Well, what do you think here between Teeny and 90?
I think, it looks like he's going with 90. Teeny leaving IN or 90 just leaving E. I think I would play 90 over Teeny just because E is by far the best vowel. It's a couple more points. I think I like this play over Teeny.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think playing off the extra tile is valuable with with 1 blank out, even though we know that blank happens to be on Mad's rack. But this is going to be interesting to see what Mad decides here, and more to the point, even how quickly Mad makes her decision. It's easy to get caught in a blank trap where you just watch the time while away 2-3 minutes on turns that you've already found your bingo. She's already set up Natter, Nattier. Just remains to be seen how quickly she makes her decision here.
Yeah, I mean, there are dozens of bingos that she could play, and the issue is just trying to find what is the best bingo. Because that's definitely a theme in Scrabble. Is that like you found a good move? That's great, but it's good to take a little extra time to just make sure there isn't a better move that you can play instead.
Yep. Yeah. The old adage: find a good move, then find the best move. She's now set up entrant. Not sure. Maybe, and she's counting the tiles on the board, and she's going to go with either Nattier or Natters with the blank S. I think I like this. With this idea, David, just as a nitpick, it is going to be an S. I might, I might slightly prefer playing Rattans instead of Natters, just because the R takes slightly fewer vowel hooks than the N. But that's a very, very nitpicky criticism, if it's a criticism at all.
Yeah, I think you make a good point there, but yeah, this is a perfectly good play. It's good that it opens 2 spots instead of just one. Like if Caleb responds and by hooking the NA in Natters and playing in the triple lane there, then maybe Mad can do something in the rightmost column.
Exactly. Yeah, and Caleb is going to very quickly.
Yeah, Caleb
play.
can't do something about both of the spots.
Caleb's going to play what to me looks like his clear best play pretty quickly. Good on him for managing the time well. It's back over to Mad. Caleb leaving himself a little bit of a vowel heavy rack, but he's going to hope to draw some consonants to bail him out of the vowel trouble.
I think maybe the only thing I would have done better for Caleb is to play Joule instead of J. So that's Joule. Makes a 3-tile overlap with Natters and also gets rid of the L and the O, which are decent bingo tiles, but they're not the best. They're nothing like ES. And you would score a few more points that way.
If Caleb had the L, I would agree with you. Unfortunately.
Oh, did he not?
He did not have the L. No.
Scratch that. Yep. Yeah. Forget what I said. Strike that from the record.
Mad now setting up either AVO or EUS, which is one of those sneaky, sticky S4s. Obviously, our Collins friends enjoy being able to play IWI, but we're stuck wasting our ass on EUS. I'm not sure if I see a great place to play this, but it would get Mad a little bit out of the clunky rack hole that she's in.
I think a good play here might be Winos with the N and 90, and that's going to score 27, which is probably about the most you can score.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I think, gosh, I mean, the only other thing that I might want to consider is just, I mean, so you can play OW on the B column next to a gate for, I think, 20.
Oh, that's a good idea, actually.
Which is going to be slightly, I think, probably slightly better on equity, but it is leaving that dangerous II combination. Now, Matt is thinking in that quadrant of the board. I think she's thinking about a vow in the B column, which I wouldn't be opposed to. I think maybe it's, 3 vowels in the S is tough, but wow. Okay. This was not what I was expecting to see come down. What do you think about this play, David?
I think there are some merits to this. It deduplicates the I's, gets rid of a couple vowels, which I think is more of the vowel consonant distribution that Mad's going to want. Yeah, I think maybe sacrificing a few too many points here, as this only scores 21 as opposed to those other two options we were talking about that score a few points more.
Yeah. I mean, I think my only other nitpick with this play is that it does retain both the clunky V and the W, which means that you're going to have to spend probably at least 2 more turns digging yourself out of this clunky hole. But it's a creative, very creative option, kind of keeping things closed. Um, yeah, playing short. Okay, this seems pretty good if you're not going to go with winos. Um, yeah, maybe even better than winos, honestly. Holding on to the S. Um, yeah, it's only really one powerful S hook on the board, and it's at that it's not even very powerful. What do you
Yeah,
think about this?
I think also if you play Vinos, then putting the S in that position is kind of risky.
Sure.
Yeah, it's very easy if Caleb has the right rack for him to make an 8-letter word ending in S or starting in S. Yeah, there are some dangerous ways that an S in that position can be used.
Very
So,
true.
yeah.
Very true. We know the S is both the most common ending tile and most common starting tile for 8-letter words. So it's a savvy choice to not stick it there. Um, Caleb, we kind of glossed over his turn, but he exchanged 5 vowels, exchanging down to ES, and then immediately drew 5 consonants, including some really, really clunky ones.
Yeah, that is
It's
brutal.
you hate to see that from Caleb. Uh, how would you work your way out of this position here, David?
Uh, yeah, that's man. Yeah, I think my first thought is like trying to get rid of that Q, because that's the tile that you probably want the least. It's gonna do really well to prevent you from bingoing, and usually you can't score well with it either. So I think I don't know. I might be tempted to play QI off of Mestinos,
Mm. Yeah, I think.
um, but also
Well,
I know there are points to be scored on this board, and maybe that's sacrificing a few too much.
yeah, this is actually quite an interesting position because now Caleb's playing into um, leaving 4 consonants, but it is a vowel-heavy pool, and he does draw the U that he wants, albeit without any other vowels to help him out on his next turn. So I think Pew scores, I think, nicely enough that I'm kind of comfortable with that as an alternative to just dropping the Q. Um, and Mad is now kind of in a sense reaping what she's sown with the VW combination. She's in another clunky rack where she's got these 2 high scoring tiles that don't really work well together. She's got 2 eyes, but I think if you're Mad, you do kind of get to see the light at the end of the tunnel here. I think she should be able to get back into bingo contention in one or 2 more plays. You see anything that jumps out to you on this turn?
Yeah, I really do like Obit that she has set up there because it gets rid of one of the B or the V. Definitely don't want to keep that combination.
Hmm.
The question with Obit is where to put it exactly. She could put it beneath a J, or okay, this is also a very good option. Yeah, it gets rid of the B, deduplicates the I's. The only thing I might be a little worried about is keeping 3 consonants and 1 vowel when there are 17 consonants and 11 vowels out there.
Right.
So yeah, it could be in danger of drawing a bunch more consonants.
I like the scoring pressure that Mad is continuously putting on Caleb here, though. I mean, Caleb had a lead. He had a lead about 40 points on turn, and he's quickly watched that dwindle down to only 12 points with a very clunky rack. So Caleb's going to have to dig deep, try to get out of this hole. And this seems like a pretty good option to me, especially leaving the U. Do you see anything that you would rather do here, David?
I think he's giving up way too many points when there's SUQ making PWS for over 40 points.
I didn't
he's
see
only
this
scoring
option.
15 here.
That's true. It's a play that many of us we should be looking for as soon as we.
Rorquals. Wow.
Oh my God.
What a draw.
That's a whale, I think. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
Right.
That would be a beautiful find if Caleb was able to come up with that. But now Mad has set up Givist. I'm not sure.
I don't think that's a word.
I'm not sure if that's a word, and I'm not sure where she's considering playing that either.
Maybe it's one of those like archaic, like a doeth or
right, like a giveth,
something like that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense as an interpretation.
Right, yeah, putting up the I instead of giveth. Yeah, that makes sense.
See, my issue with that play, I think it's a little too squirrely, as it were. I'm just not sure that spot is actually dangerous enough. Caleb's rack notwithstanding, to actually block. I think she could have dropped. I mean, she could have even just played like Vig or something in the top left with a Gape. I'm sure there's even better options that I haven't seen. Yeah, it seems like a little bit of a paranoid play, but it's going to work out because Caleb isn't going to get to play either Rorquals or Squalor, which he did have set up.
Yeah. In most situations, I agree. Trying to block that spot is not really the best idea when you're keeping the V and the G on your rack. That's going to probably hurt you in the next turn. Usually not going to block much since Q in second. There aren't a whole lot of threats there usually.
Right.
But yeah, in this case, it saved her. That's for sure.
And this is kind of insane. It looks like Caleb's like highest scoring turn, or highest scoring possible move is Auroral on 4A off the A and a Gape, and that only scores 14 points. So this is, typically players of this level are averaging at least 20-25 points a turn. And Caleb is stuck in a position where, I mean, not even considering what he's leaving on his rack, the highest number of points he can possibly score is really, really low. I guess he could score like a few more making with pews and playing like Sue or something like that, but he's not going to want to do that. Drop the S. It's tough for Caleb, and now Matt has actually taken the lead. So this game's kind of turned on its head here, David.
Yeah, just because you have a lead doesn't mean you don't have to work to keep it. It's very easy to just, over the course of 5 or so turns, just let your opponent slowly chip away at your lead until they have a lead themselves, or it's pretty much even. It's not over till it's over.
True, very true. Well, at least Caleb's played a number of his turns quite quickly in this game. He's got that time advantage to work with, so he's going to be able to take his sweet time on this turn. But I'm kind of at a loss for anything that really stands out here. I think there are a lot of plays that are very close. I might want to play something like Juror from the J, scoring only 14. Caleb has set up Sue, S-O-U, which is going to score 18, but burn the S. What do you think about that?
I think that would be a big mistake. Because it barely scores more than options that don't use the S, and it's going to leave him with RARL, which he's not going to be able to do very much with that next turn, and he won't have the S. So I would be kind of worried if he chooses to go with Sue.
I agree. It's but David, or not David, rather, Caleb is going to go with it, taking possibly his highest score on,
And it gives her the exact floater she needs. Oh, this is not
which
going to work
she
out well.
already
for
had
Caleb.
set up. Wow,
Yeah,
that
this
is a
coming
huge
down, no
swing.
question.
Wow. Yeah. Matt had this set up before Caleb had even placed a tile on the board. This is going to be a back-breaking blow here.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough for Caleb to come back from this at this point. The board's very close. He no longer has his S to hook on at the top of the board, which is really the only, or one of two bingo spots that exist at this point. I guess you need a pretty precise fit to bingo in the bottom left with bio.
Very precise.
Those are really the only two bingo spots. And but he does have Fakir, which scores a lot.
Would you? I might want to play it for 6 extra with the U, though. What do you think?
And just because it's very tempting, I think in the vast majority of situations I would do that, but there are few enough vowels relative to consonants out there that it might be good to just keep a vowel in case you don't draw any more.
It's very true. Also, as I'm playing this out, this isn't actually going to empty the bag. This play that he made is going to leave 1 in the bag. So, this isn't actually this does look good. I've come to agree with you, David. You've convinced me. Mads is looking for an extra E for declined. I don't think she's going to get it.
Yeah, there is one floater on this board. There's I and Mosquito, which I didn't notice a turn or two beforehand.
Right.
And does incline fit? It does. She has.
It does fit.
No,
No, that's 2 N's. She has 2 D's. Yeah.
Never mind. False alarm.
Yeah. This is actually. I didn't realize how low scoring of a bingo outgives was and how high scoring Fakir is. But Caleb is totally right back in this game, and this looks like it's going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, this is a very tough position for Mad. She's up by 5. There's 1 in the bag, so she doesn't know exactly what Caleb has. That K is still lurking out there for good scoring plays, even if she determines that she's pretty safe from any bingos coming down.
Right.
So I'm going to be curious to see what she does in this position.
Yeah, it's as the previous commentators were talking about, these pre-endgame positions where there's fewer than 7 in the bag but more than 0 are some of the hardest positions in Scrabble, because you actually can kind of do the endgame calculation. You just have to do eight variations on the endgame calculation for all of the 8 possibilities. Now in this case, 7 possibilities, because there's 2 R's unseen to Mad. But in a position like this, she really has to be thinking. For me, I would want to play off as many tiles as possible to boost my chances as high as possible of being able to go out on my next turn. I think if Mad can find a way to do that, she's going to win this game. If Mad has to take 2 endgame turns, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I think you have the right idea. Just race to the finish and get rid of the C. C is notoriously not the best in endgames. You can get stuck with it much more easily than pretty much any other tile, largely because it doesn't make any 2-letter words. There are no 2-letter words with C or V. So good to get rid of that and just score a lot in the process. Just making a good scoring play. That's the other important priority that Matt has to consider here.
Right. Yeah, It's interesting. I'm not sure any of the moves that Quackle is suggesting here. Uh, I'm not really convinced that those are going to be the right moves, just because um, it's being biased by the strong leave of CEILN or CEILND. Um, wow, apparently Mads has two 100% wins. One of them includes just dropping the D next to the EF on the lower right quadrant of the board, making F. I'm struggling to see why that's so foolproof. And
Me
did does come
too.
down. Did comes down, and I do like that play. I do quite like that play, just because of its how much it scores. Honestly, it's going to be hard for Mad to go out, and now that she's drawn the D, um, it's going to be even harder than I once thought. Yeah, what do you think Caleb has to be trying here?
I think, I mean, Caleb's down by 27 at this point. I think one thing I would look for is seeing maybe if I can C-stick Mad,
Mm,
which I don't think is, yeah, that's not actually possible at this point. But one thing I would look for generally, um, I think he also just has to make a high scoring out in two.
right.
Yeah, got to really catch that K for a lot of points.
Yeah. Do you see any good spots to catch that K though?
That's the thing is I don't.
Right.
Um, yeah, I
Not
mean
sure I do
there's
either.
yeah this
Looks.
this is tough.
I think Caleb might be sunk here, unfortunately. But it will be interesting to see what he decides to try to pull out. Maybe bait Matt into making some sort of mistake where he's able to make a high playing endgame move. Maybe she misses her spots for the C and he's able to execute some sort of C stick. Um, the championship, the endgame player um, thinks that Caleb should just cut his losses, go for his highest scoring sequence, and play Jurel here, Jurel from the J in Ju, um, which I trust the endgame player in this position, but I don't think Caleb's quite ready to give up on the game just yet.
One thing he might also consider is to play a phony that scores high enough that Mad incorrectly determines that the only way that she loses is to incorrectly challenge it. And so she lets it stay on the board, and then Caleb wins by a very small margin.
That is, you know what? I agree. That would be one of his his winning paths. I think that would be extremely creative. I'd love to see what he could come up with. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at making up creative phonies like that, but I'd love to see what Caleb could offer. You have anything that you're thinking about here, David?
I'm not sure. I mean, this board is so tight that any sequence Caleb is going to have is probably going to involve short words. And if Caleb plays, I don't know, a phony 3, I highly doubt that that's going to get past Matt under any circumstances.
Agreed.
Maybe like add lurk or something.
Add lurk. Sure.
Which seems ridiculous, but if there's no other way he can possibly win, maybe something ridiculous is worth a shot.
And alternatively, he can maybe play a valid word that seems a little weird and hope Mad challenges. I'm thinking about maybe he could play Larkier through the I in Mestinos, which plays off all of his tiles but the U, and that's kind of a weird looking word. Maybe Mad would make the decision to challenge, although that would be the only way she could lose the game. So unlikely.
That's an excellent idea as well. Yeah, baiting your opponent into a challenge and they're just so sure that the word is not good
Right.
that it doesn't even factor into their decision making. Like, oh, this is the only way to lose the game if I challenge and I'm wrong. So that is a good idea also.
See, this is interesting because um, Caleb has blocked I would say, the easiest to spot place to play the C on this board. Now, of course, he has opened up a spot for can, but that's only 5 points. And Mad may be concerned that if she plays a play like can, she might not be able to go out and score enough. Um,
She could also play Cell in the bottom left of the board, making Sick and OE.
Certainly, no. She definitely has C places, but I think the easiest to spot were through the eye. Dice, ice, slice, nice, whatever you want. Klein, if you please. Sick
Yeah, I
is
think I-
is a nice play though. Yeah. And she's going to forego playing the C, probably correctly ascertaining that she has 2 spots to play it now. She could either play LAC, LAC, or Cal through Corey, or she could just play the C next to Sick. Yeah, this looks like this is going to be Matt's game. Oh, even
Yeah, she
Clay,
is
giving
certainly
herself
out of the woods
Clay.
here.
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
true.
totally out of the woods. That's actually nice. She's given herself a guaranteed out in 2, which is always not the gold standard. Maybe the gold standard is bingoing, but the silver standard for playing endgames. And yeah, Nerd is just a beautifully high scoring play.
Yeah, and then this is a good find by Caleb.
Nice.
Playing anything through multiple tiles is nothing to scoff at.
True. Very true. It's going to squeeze some spread out of this game, but congrats to Matt. I think that was overall quite a well played game from both sides. It was just that position where Caleb played Sue that handed it to Matt. But let's hand it over to the players. Let's go over to the overhead mic.
You I said, right? So that was that helped me. And I was trying to, when I put the I there, I had to. I was hoping to pick up. I had the T and the S, and the Kindar or Kintar.
Yeah.
So I knew there was one A left. I didn't know whether you were going to do that. So
My thought there was because you blocked that, so I thought you didn't have the last U. So I should probably play mine off so I don't draw it there. So that was a good block. So when I played that, I had SU going for Souk
I
there.
figured.
Except then I drew into Squalor, which would have been
Oh wow. So I had to block it. There's no way I could have
No, yeah,
blocked
well.
that. And there's no other way to block it. And I had 2 eyes on my rack. I had to block it like that, even though it's 11 points. I thought, well, I'm not giving you a whole bunch of points. If you can go off of that with Quinder, then it's not much I can do, right? So,
yeah.
but that was, I mean, you started off with a bingo. I had E's. I couldn't do much. I had, that helped a little bit. I had like the Z here, but Z, E, and I couldn't go any further down. So, well, that was a good game.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Do you take a picture or kind of swear?
I mean, it's being streamed on YouTube,
That's what
right?
you say. Okay. All right.
All right, it looks like the players are done with their post-mortem, so we'll pull it back here to the commentators booth real quick. Looks like they were recapping that interesting position where Caleb played Sank, putting the Q next to the triple, and Matt decided to block. Yeah, so interesting. It seems like Mad has had it confirmed that she made the right decision there, blocking, given that Rorquals and Squalor wasn't gonna go down. Although I'd love to tell Caleb that not only was Squalor missed, he had or blocked rather, he had a 100-point bingo that was also.
Yeah, it would have hurt more probably if Rorquals had been left open and he didn't play it. So in that sense, maybe it's good that the spot got blocked.
It's very true. Very true. He doesn't have to suffer the brutal, crushing pain of losing 80 equity points while you're doing your analysis. It's a pain that I've experienced many times.
For sure. Yeah, we all know that pain. Just missing bingos is doesn't feel good for anybody. So I get that as well as anybody.
Well, I think we're going to come back with Morris Greenberg versus Max Pan. Max Pan, not Max Panich, in the next game. So we're going to cut to break, but before we do, make sure that you have liked the stream. Not enough people have liked the stream yet. Subscribed and share the stream. I know I've sent the link out to a couple large groups. I hear I have some fans in the chat. Everybody else should do the same. We got to bump the numbers up. Yeah, David.
Yeah, just glad I got to commentate on this. What turned out to be a great game, and yeah, thanks for the players. Thanks to the players for giving us that, and looking forward to the next one. It's going to be a good matchup.
Certainly. We'll be back with another game real soon. Stay in your seats, enjoy the beautiful hold music, and we'll hit you with round 5 shortly. My apologies. Welcome back to round 5 of day 2 of the Toronto Tile Slingers here on Let's Play Scrabble. David, I think next matchup we've got Morris Greenberg versus Max Pan, but first we're going to take a quick look at the standings, where I hear that Heather is in first place.
Wow, that is very impressive considering the competition here. Yeah, good on Heather. She's having a great tournament.
Very true. She's having a great tournament. Of course, it's very close from top to bottom in a tournament like this, but we've got 4 2-2s, so really anything can happen. Again, we'll shout out our friend Josh Koff for the advanced stats here and the beautiful, beautiful graphics. Okay, interesting. So typically in Scrabble, we have about a 55% win rate for the person going first. In this tournament, we've had 75% of games won by the player going first. So we'll see if that trend continues in the next one. We're going to look ahead to the head-to-head matchup for the next game. Right. So, not much to go off of here. Looks like this is a new matchup for both Morris and Max Pan, which is something that we always like to see. And David, it's a little bit surprising for players that are both in Ontario. Now, then again, as an ignorant American, I don't really know how large Ontario is, so maybe it's not that surprising. But yeah, I believe we have Morris going first, so we'll cut over to the game and get started in due time. Right, the players are going to shake hands. Morris is going to draw his first tiles. David, if you're Morris, what are you looking to draw out of the bag? What's your optimal first draw?
I am looking to draw everything I need to play Quixote. That would be pretty ideal.
Of course.
And get 100+ points on the first turn.
Me personally, I would rather play Muzjix, but
that's
Morris is going to play neither of those. What do you like here from Morris? I don't immediately see any 5-letter J plays, so I might initially be tempted by something like Hyena, but I might end up going back to just like JAY or something like that, or maybe Haj. Yeah, probably JAY.
Yeah, that was my first thought. Is putting the J on a double-letter score, get 40 points or so. That would be ideal, but I agree. I don't think there is a way to do it. I might consider playing J for 26. Also, maybe just playing Haj instead of the I for Haji.
Yeah, I mean, you could cash the I immediately. Then again, that would, depending on the positioning, that might stick it in the triple lane or in the double word lane. And Morris is going to go with the, I would say, pretty defensive J here, which is a decision that I quite like. Might have wanted to make it a little bit faster, but it was an interesting position, probably worth spending a minute on.
Yeah, there may be like 2 or 3 options worth considering that were pretty close. But yeah, this seems pretty standard.
All right, Max is I think he's currently got jump set up. He's looking for a bingo. I think all I see is mud flaps with a D or an L, but it's not gonna go down on this board.
Ooh, nice find there.
Thank you.
But yeah, I don't think there are any 7s or 8s that are going to happen. Yeah, jump seems like a reasonable idea, just getting rid of the U and a couple of scoring tiles.
Although, yeah, I mean, my mind is now moving over to playing something like AMP, putting the M on top of the Y and J. It does keep the FU combination, which is not great, but it also creates a board where it's pretty difficult for Morris to score significantly here. What do you think about playing a more defensive option like AMP or MAP or something like that?
I like AMP. Yeah, for sure. Also because it sets up his S.
Exactly.
And that's the only thing that can hook AMP. And yeah, I think I like amp more than anything. I would say I think that's a good play.
Yeah, I mean, jump is probably going to be the best leave, the best reasonable leave that Max can hope for here. I mean, I think I would probably rather have the P than the F, maybe the M than the F, but FAS blank is going to bingo a pretty significant portion of the time.
For
Yeah.
sure. And then, but even if he keeps the U, just having the S and the blank to go along with the F and the U just makes it so much more flexible. I think even then there's still a fair chance that Max is going to bingo next turn.
It's very true. Very true. Oh wow, this is an option that I hadn't considered. Caching the S immediately while holding the blank. I don't hate that. I really don't. I don't hate that. The only quarrel I have is putting the U next to the double word score. Maybe not ideal. What do you think about this play?
Yeah, I don't like it as much as Amp. It scores. Um, it's going to score 28, I think, versus 22 for Amp. So I think it's going to get him 6 more points playing umps rather than Amp. I don't think that's enough to justify caching the S and then just giving back more counterplay.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I would have gone with, but I think I would have been drawn to Amp. But this seems reasonable. The thing to consider though is there are quite a few front hooks for umps. So you want to be pretty confident that you know what those are, so you know what you're looking out for.
Sure.
Although
And
Morris
has one of those.
right, right. So I mean, I could see Morris playing something like wine, hooking humps. Yeah, he might also want to play wine in the other direction, paralleling umps. Or he could play a non-wine play. He could just drop HE to really close the board down, make for a really tough turn for Morris next turn, or for Max next turn. Oh, he goes with how. Okay, that's actually that's definitely preferable to wine from an equity perspective, certainly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is maybe one of the first things I saw. I think this is a good move. Yeah, Scores Well really uses those 2 scoring tiles, the H and the W that he had, keeps a nice EIN leave. I think the other play I was looking at here was WHEE. Paralleling the UH, ME, and PE. That would have scored a good bit. But I do like this option of how.
Yeah, yeah. Now thinking about it, I like those WH plays next to umps. I think a little bit better just from a defense perspective. Now there's going to be a lot of positions where Max Pan has some relatively easy responses overlapping the E and how. But you can't fault Morris for making what's probably equity, leaving certainly his one of his best leaves in EIN.
Yeah, I agree. There are a few good plays in the situation, and Morris made one of them for sure.
Exactly. Now, Max is in a tough situation. He's when I first saw this rack, for a second I asked myself if cow flea was a valid word. I know there's a number of similar sounding words with the cow. Of course, that one is not one of them. But he's going to try to play off OWE here, which I like. What do you think about him moving away from his initial option of playing the C instead of the E, playing cow instead of OWE?
Yeah, I think there's definitely some merit to that. It sets up the S. If he's going to make the blank an S, he can hook cow on the following turn. I think maybe there's also some merit to looking at overlaps with how.
Right. I agree.
And
This
Yeah,
seems perfectly defensible, perfectly reasonable. I mean, I might even have been um, attracted to just simply playing OW on top of How, taking out that lane, and leaving a gray rack. Wow, this is a great play. Great play by
excellent
Morris, and
play.
he plays it almost immediately.
Yeah, this is unquestionably best.
Sure.
Yeah, lots of overlaps. It's going to score a ton. Um, Gets rid of the Q and the Y. This play just does everything. It's great.
So now I think immediately I see a couple really nice plays for Max, or some bingos rather, better than really nice. I'm seeing Infarct and
I'm
Infract.
thinking
He sees
jumps.
Frantic hooking humps with the C. I think this is going to come down to a matter of style here for whether he decides to play the maybe slightly higher scoring plays that do hang the I in the triple lane, or whether he plays Traffic or Frantic here.
You
I
could
think I
also play.
go ahead.
You could also play Craft, making jumps, bro, then.
Wow,
That would be maybe like 50 points or something, keeping the blank. So maybe that's also something to consider.
that's a really really beautiful spot. I think that's honest. That I may be I may be too allured by that play to not play it. It's really really beautiful. Um, yeah, wow. Um, I think the analyzer likes Craft, thinks Craft is on equity slightly worse than playing into Fractor and Farked at 3E. So going over the top of I think making chumps and toe for both of them. But wow, that's a pretty nice play if he decides to play that. My guess would be that he's not going to give up the bingos here. Though. That's what my gut impulse is saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think either one is perfectly defensible, but yeah, bingo, I think, yeah, probably going to be slightly better.
Yeah,
Probably just go with bingo.
certainly more of the much more human play to make. And he's going to go with Traffic, making the blank F. Another understated merit of this is that it does put the blank in the triple lane, so any plays that are going through that are immediately not going to score very much. So it's kind of a non-issue for him.
That's true. A blank F is not great to work with. It just doesn't do anything for you. Yeah, it doesn't allow you to use it to score anything, and F is not an easy tile to bingo through, or impossible to bingo through in this case, but I mean more generally speaking.
I think we're gonna pretty immediately see Morris come down with his bingo response here of Gordita um, at in the starting in the B column, hooking Jot and Awa. I don't see a better option than that.
Yeah, I think that must be his only bingo.
The only one I see for sure. There we go. Yeah, and Morris
this
plays
is
it
the play.
pretty immediately. So good on Morris for keeping his time advantage. And we're back over to Max, who's drawn 2 U's out of the bag. Not an ideal post bingo draw. We'll see what he can do with this. What do you anything jumping out to you immediately?
He has Europium.
Europium.
Uh,
Yeah, that does
yeah,
jump out to one, doesn't it? Great spot. Yeah, we'll see if he can find that. That would be, I have to imagine, it's far and away his best play in the position.
yeah. I mean, if there were another bingo in addition to that, I would be very surprised. Um, Nothing else that I'm seeing.
It's a very tough spot though with the two U's. I mean, I wasn't even as a lowly 1700. I didn't even think to look for bingo on this rack. So It's possible Max falls into the same trap I fell into. It's also possible he ascends to the same heights that you ascended to. But I'd be very impressed by the find of Europium here. Looks like he's setting up Impure. Not sure if I see a good place for Impure.
Yeah, I think it's the most natural thing in the world to just want to make a short play to get rid of one or both U's. I think that's what is most likely to come down.
Yeah, we'll see. It looks like he's setting up Durham here from the D and Gordita, and yeah, he's gonna play that.
This makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, this makes sense. I guess the other option would have been, I mean, if you're not going to find Impure, you could play Impure. If you're not going to find Europium, you could play Impurer through the R in Gordita, but that's also not an easy word to pull a trigger on.
That's true. It's hard to tell with a lot of adjectives like that. Does it take an R? Does it compare?
Okay, this is could be a little bit of a frustrating turn for Morris, because even though he's got 3 R's for Violator, none of them are in the right position for him to actually bingo with that one. So it could be a little bit
frustrating.
tilt-inducing here. Yeah, there's 3 R's in space, and none of them work. But Morris is a very, very experienced player. I'm sure he won't let that slight mishap get to him. He's probably going to look to balance his rack, play for 20-25 points, and keep moving in this game. The board is quite open, though. David, what do you think Morris might be thinking about positionally here?
Yeah, I would just think about mostly in this position. He's not actually up by that much, only 32.
Right.
So it's not like, I don't think it's the right move to sacrifice a whole lot of equity for defense or anything. I don't think that makes too much sense at this point. Really just trying probably to get rid of the V, get rid of the O, keep a good bingo leaf, hope to bingo next turn. So maybe something like Volar or Valor off of Durham.
Yeah, I quite like that. Scoring 24 points, leaving ITE quite solid 3-tile leave as 3-tile leaves go. Yeah, I could certainly see Morris making that play. It is definitely worth taking a little bit of time here in this position, though.
Yeah, I agree. He really wants to make sure that he's not missing a bingo, because it definitely looks like there could be something there.
Certainly. But the experienced player that he is, the word knowledge that he has, I think relatively soon he's gonna, assure himself that there is no bingo that he's missing in this position, and find his way towards Volar or Valor, coming from the A column.
Sure,
Max, meanwhile, say again?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go for it.
Yeah, I was going to say that it's really nice that he made some of those previous turns really quickly, because now he has the time to really think through this rack and just really do his due diligence and still be in a good position time-wise. So it's good time management earlier is paying off this turn.
Agreed. I think maybe one of the only other options worth considering here is playing Voila through the O in Gordita. The trade-offs are that leaves OTE instead of ITE, but it might be slightly preferable positionally, just because you're not putting the V in the triple lane, and you're not giving away those kind of free 30-point plays that you might be giving away with Volar or Valor.
That's a good point. Yeah, Volar is better equity, but it also does give back more counterplays. So that is something to consider.
Yeah. You kind of have to think about where, typically when we're approaching positions, we want to think about where our opponent's going to play on the next turn. If I'm creating a board where there's 2 scoring spots, I'm kind of fine with that, because my opponent can use one and I can use the other. If I'm creating a board with 1 scoring spot, That's not as preferable, given that I'm not sure where I'm going to be able to score on my next turn. This board, though, is just so wide open that you can't really get into the nitty gritty like that. There's a number of spots to cash for relatively solid 25, 30 point scores that I think Morris should just be thinking about playing equity and balancing here. But he has taken quite a bit of time on this turn.
Yeah, at some point, I mean, there are a few options that are pretty comparable. I think, yeah, eventually you just got to pick something and
Yeah.
call it a day. Yeah, this is a perfectly good option.
Yeah, I agree. This seems totally fine to me. Yeah, and now Max has drawn a rack that's rife with these heavy tiles that don't work too well together. But if he's able to play off his B and his P, he's suddenly left with a really beautiful bingo rack. So maybe he's
Yeah,
thinking
you could just
about
play bat. And
right. He could just play BAP.
Right.
Exactly right. Yeah. Yeah, that's I mean that might be what I would consider. NIC is a really beautiful bingo lead that's going to hit quite often. So yeah, I think that's probably what I'd go with. It looks like he's looking at pub right now through the U in Durham.
I don't think there's. I think that would be a mistake.
I agree.
There are just better places to play off the P and the B. Although playing the P and the B off is the right idea. I think there are just better ways to execute that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're married to keeping your three vowels, I think you would just play BAP through the A in traffic for one. But yeah, I really think you can, leave yourself with CEIN and you'll be perfectly happy 8 days a week and play for 24 points with BAP or however many points it is. 24, yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so he really does want to keep that, keep the A. This makes sense. I think I would have liked to see him go for a few more points and spend one of the vowels, though.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's sacrificing 11 points here, and he's also leaving himself, at least the way I see it, a kind of a less robust leave. If he draws a fourth vowel, like he's just drawn, it suddenly becomes a vowel-heavy rack, where only leaving two vowels doesn't get you into this type of trouble very often. But as vowels go, he has drawn the good ones. So
for sure, he's gonna definitely at least have ways to play out of this and make sure that next bingo or next turn he sets himself up pretty well for a bingo.
Yeah, and we've Morris rather played so quickly that we didn't even have a chance to comment on it. But Vexed looks like it was a total no-brainer, which is why he played it so quickly. So yeah, solid play by Morris. Nothing really to discuss there, and he's also underratedly keeping the time pressure back on Max, who's down to about half of his time with about half the tiles left in the bag. But typically, David, we want to keep about a third of our time just for the pre-endgame and endgame positions. So I would say that Max is a little bit low on time for how far the game has progressed at this point.
That's right, Emmett. Yeah, I think you have the time management right on that one. Like at the beginning, you want to use you don't want to use much of your time because when it gets to the end, if you have a close endgame or endgame situation, you really want to be able to take a lot of time to actually do the calculations you need to play precisely enough to win.
Exactly. And as we know, those positions, the pre-endgame and the endgame, are the most difficult positions in the game. But this is also a pretty difficult position, so it's certainly reasonable for Max to be taking his time here. Yeah, I guess to me, it seems like he's still looking around for possible bingos, maybe considering Machinee, Machinee. Should be a very fun phony to see go down.
That'd
Um,
be cool to see him try something.
yeah. See, this is what I was just looking at is playing Ahi. I don't particularly like the vowel consonant balance that I'm leaving. Um, but it is a lot of points. It's certainly a lot of points. 35, nothing to sneeze at. And with two consonants, I think Max could be in good position to bingo.
Yeah, I mean, there's a duplicate E, but if you're going to have a duplicate, E is probably the best duplicate you can have. Oh, and he draws an amazing two-tile draw. He's going to be in great shape for next turn.
Yeah, Max did something that some of us like to do, which is if we're looking for a particular tile, we hold it and don't look at it for a few seconds and turn it over. And um, he had, I'm sure, a very pleasant look at that last tile, which turned out to be the blank. And he's going to have all sorts of options to bingo. This game's going to be a close one. Morris is going to score 20 to 25. And Max is going to score 70 to 80, and the game's going to be about tied. We're going to have a fresh one. So, if you're Morris, though, what are you thinking?
Man, it looks like he's close to some bingos here, like a diamide or something like that. But I don't think he has any bingos. Almost has unidea'd, but not quite. I think I would just try to play off maybe 8 somewhere, AID.
I mean, when in doubt, unduplicate, right? He could just play dim to the M and chumps,
That's also true.
which is, scores kind of as much as he can really hope to score while leaving a good rack here. And leaving himself probably his best leave. Maybe not his most robust, but his best leave. That's what he's going to play. I think this is a solid play. He took a bit of time on this, but not too much. Totally reasonable. Max Pan now has a number of options. The best one I immediately see is probably Cleanse, maybe. Cleanse is relatively good with the blank S under BAPS.
If Durham takes an S, then Scalene is also available.
Scalene, very true.
I think it takes an S. I wonder if these players will know if it takes an S, or if they think it does, be confident enough about it to either pull the trigger or challenge if the trigger is pulled.
This one's kind of a tricky one if you're not sure of the hook, because Dura, D-U-R-A, is a 4-letter word that both of these players certainly know, so they might trick themselves into thinking that is the plural of Durham, when in fact it does take an S. I think the key here for Max, obviously it would be beautiful to play scaling on that bottom row, but is to play fast. He's already ticked below 10 minutes. I would love to see him get his bingo down within the next minute if he wants to be somewhat comfortable for the rest of this game.
For sure. Yeah, we've seen that in at least one other game, I think, where he gets into a bit of time trouble. So maybe just an area to work on more, generally speaking, at least in the context of this tournament. So yeah, if he could start playing a bit more quickly, then it would help him out.
Agreed. Oh, guess he doesn't want to see us to see what he's doing with this rack right now, but I'm sure it's something brilliant. Yeah, I'm wondering what I guess to me right now. It seems like David, he hasn't quite spotted his bingos yet, and that's what the holdup is. Because even if he just spotted Cleanse, I might be tempted with his time to just play it kind of immediately.
Yeah, or maybe he did see Cleanse, but he just didn't see the spot for it. Because that spot with BAP is not the easiest one to see, I don't think.
True. He's holding 3 tiles. I'm worried he's gonna forego his bingos on this turn.
Yeah, that's going to be a big misstep if he can't find a bingo. If he
He's got
just
the
takes another fishing
CL.
turn.
I'm curious what he's thinking here with the CAE. Wow, he's just gonna play Cafe for
Oh,
18. I think this is an unfortunate miss here from Max. Pretty yeah, that's pretty significant. It's gonna really change the course of this game.
yeah, it's going to be. It was already kind of of an uphill battle for him going into that turn. Because yeah, then he bingos, but then Morris is still going to have a tempo.
Right.
But yeah, now it's going to be even more of an uphill battle. So
Yeah.
yeah, hopefully he can at least bingo on the following turn.
I hope so, although he's, his draw is now quite consonant heavy. Well, they are the good consonants, so oh yeah, he'll have something. He'll have like unsilent, I think is good. Anyway,
Yeah,
over to Morris's rack. He's got a rack that's like, I think, sneakily bad. Not too, he's got a good balance. He's definitely not going to bingo though, and he doesn't have any tiles that are going to hit particularly hard. Uh, so if I'm Morris, I might just play. I mean, if he doesn't really need to bingo, I might start thinking about what I can do positionally on this board to start locking this down. What would you? What areas of the board do you think are most powerful here, David?
yeah. I mean, from his point of view, there are still three S's and a blank out. So I would be, if he thinks that Durham takes an S, I would be looking at that spot
Right,
and maybe trying to neutralize that.
right. Yeah, it's certainly a hot spot. Certainly a hot spot. Although, he may be you know he may be thinking that the S in first isn't as dangerous as the S in last, which I would certainly agree with. If he wants to play equity here, he could. I think it seems to me that one of the best possible play, or one of the best plays, is just dropping BI, making Ben on that spot over Howe that somehow stayed open for the majority of this game. That would leave him with quite a nice rack, with plenty of floaters to play through. But I really don't think that that's necessary here for him. Do you see any? Do you have any good blocks? Yeah. Okay, he's gonna play Bin. That's
I
interesting.
would play bid instead.
Bid.
Just got a couple extra points, and there's a stronger bingo tile than the D.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm wondering if there's a particular reason that he wants to keep the D,
Yeah,
or that he played off there at all. I guess it's a little bit of a consonant heavy pool, so you may be okay leaving yourself with three vowels and one consonant, but I might have wanted to keep the N there.
yeah, and
So I
especially
haven't.
for the potential ING bingos, if he keeps the I and the N, then in column B he could maybe bingo there himself.
That's a great point, actually. That's another reason why you might want to play bid. I think from Morris's perspective, you might also be scared of plays like Ritz or something that could go down if you just play BI, just immediately vaulting Max into the lead in this game. So also something to think about from Morris's perspective. Another reason why he might have decided to play the N. Um, yeah.
That's a good point. And looks like Heidi's saying here in the chat that looks like there were 4 more N's to come. So maybe he's just worried about drawing a duplicate N. That is
That is a
also a
good
good
point.
point.
That is a great point, actually. All right. So Max has set up, or he had set up Linets, Linnets on his rack, which is a playable, or which is a bingo.
Fascinating.
Not playable, though. Yeah, it looks like his only 2 bingos are Unsilent and Nestling. So that would be Unsilent from the U in Durham, which is not an easy spot. I think Nestling is probably easier to spot, but Max is holding 3 again, including his only vowel.
Oh,
Okay. So, yeah, it looks like he either didn't see the bingos or decided to forego them. Uh, Bent doesn't score a ridiculous, or 10 doesn't score a ridiculous amount, only 18 points. Um, it is leaving a good lead, although sometimes you get hit with FGV on your draw, and
Yeah,
now
now he's not going to be able to bingo next turn.
he is in a
Pretty
world
dang
of hurt.
sure.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Morris has no way of knowing that, and based on the last two plays by Max, he knows that he's in trouble. He knows that Max at least has been close. Um, but yeah, he's going to play Lend pretty quickly, which just looks pretty solid to me, continuing to keep that time pressure on Max. I think if Max doesn't find a way to dig himself out of this hole, Morris is going to run away with this game.
Yeah, he cannot just. Yeah, when you're playing somebody as highly rated as Morris, almost 1900, you can't afford too many misses.
Very true.
And unfortunately, it does seem that this might be happening a bit here. Oh, this isn't good.
This is not good.
No, this is probably going to come off.
I would have to assume so. Yeah, so Max has played the phony 4 of Fung. That's an alliteration for you. And Morris is looking puzzled at it. I assume he's already held. Max hasn't drawn. Morris taking a little more time to challenge this off than I might expect, but you always got to think about it. Am I missing, like, is there an inner hook for fungi that I'm not thinking about? You know, am I mixing this up with bung and pung and all of those words? But yeah, this is a word, maybe not necessarily word knowledge, but word confidence check for Morris here. Does he feel like he has to pull the trigger on this challenge?
One thing that he also might be thinking is, does it give me my only playable bingo? Like, does he have a 7-letter word that's starting with A that only plays because of fun?
Right.
That I think he needs to make sure that he's not losing out on a bingo because he correctly challenges this off.
Right. That's a great point. I think in this particular situation, all he has on his rack is Uridial URE, so that's not something that Fung is giving him. In Collins, it would be giving him something, but we're not playing Collins. And Morris, despite the doubt he might be having on the 4s right now, he definitely doesn't doubt his 2s. So I think I would be surprised if Morris didn't go ahead and challenge this relatively soon.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, there's really no reason not to challenge.
Well, unless of course you're not 100% sure that it's no good, or you're not sure enough that it's no good.
This is true.
I'm trying to, yeah. Wow.
Oh, and he doesn't challenge.
That is very, very surprising to me. But Dial is a nice response, I guess. If I'm Morris and I think that Max has been close to a bingo for the past few turns, I'm not sure how I feel about hanging such good 8 tiles as the D to A and the L. But yeah, he just must have. He must not have been 100% sure of the badness of Fung. And Heidi's pointing out again that Fung is valid in Collins, so it's possible that Morris has had his dictionaries mixed up. I know at Nationals I played a Collins only 5 that I only got from watching Let's Play Scrabble streams.
Yes, the downside to watching Collins, even though there are many great Collins players out there and their games are certainly worth watching, that is a disadvantage, and sometimes it does cause dictionary confusion if you are primarily playing in NWL, unfortunately.
Certainly. Yeah, another tough position here for Max. He's going to go ahead and just drop the ZA there. That seems pretty good to me. He's With the right draw, with one or two vowels, he's going to be able to at least threaten some bingos on the next turn. The V is, I think, sneakily not that bad in this position with this synergy. Okay, the E is nice to see. The A, not as much, but yeah, it's over to Morris now to see what he's going to do, what he can make of this last play by Max.
Yeah, another disadvantage to not challenging off fun is that if he did challenge off fun, then Max would just be in a world of hurt because he would have had to hold on to everything he got rid of.
Exactly right. Yeah, so sometimes we talk about, or I like to talk about the recursion that you get from mistakes or misses in Scrabble. It's sometimes it's not just a mistake that hurts you on your first turn or the turn that you make the mistake on, but it also hurts you on previous turns or on ensuing turns rather.
Yeah, it definitely has that ripple effect.
Exactly. Yeah. We're getting word from the tournament director that Heather has won by 125 points. So she's going to be cementing her lead in the standings even more. And wow, okay,
Oh, what a game! What an upset!
that is an
Well
upset.
done by Matt.
Yeah, that's Mad Palazzo beat Max Panich 413 to 408, and is currently in second place in the tournament, pending the results of this game. Yeah. So what do you think about the play of nature by Morris on that turn?
I I think the issue with nature is that it doesn't really do a whole lot to. Yeah, maybe should be more focused on blocking lanes, but then again, there are enough lanes out there that to a degree, it's like what is the point of trying to block one of them? There are a few.
Right. I think we'll see. This is another gut check for Max. Is he going to see, and then would he play if he did see salvable through the L in dial, which is at least one of, if not his only playable bingos on this turn. That's SALVABLE. Very tough spot.
That would be an excellent find.
Yeah, I'd be very impressed. Fortunately, it actually wouldn't be that many points, so I'm not even sure if that's the right move here for Max. It looks like he's following his instincts, and he's going to try to find a way to play off VA, leaving his best leave of AELS blank, which is very powerful. Now he's got Veil set up on his rack. Not exactly sure. I guess he was thinking about playing that under traffic would be my guess. Putting the V in the triple lane, but also getting it on the double score or the double letter score for something like 24 points for that. Seems reasonable. AL. Wow. What do you think about this play, David?
I think there are better plays. I think this just gives a lot of easy responses for Morris, and yeah, it just allows him to take out like a couple different bingo lanes, both the S hook for BAP and the hook in column A that Max just set up for himself.
Right.
Yeah, and it doesn't score very much, and he needs to keep scoring if because it could happen that if he fishes too much in a way that doesn't score a lot, then even if he eventually does bingoing once won't be enough. So that's something he needs to consider.
I think he's already in trouble with that. Quite honestly, he's down 68 points, but Morris is on turn. So I mean, with an average play, Morris is going to go up more than 80 points, and even after Max bingos, which is not a given if he's holding the V still. It's it's going to be difficult for him to come back. Although he just set up salvos, which would hook
Yes. Good find.
in the A lane. So we'll see if Morris blocks that. You kind of, if you're Morris, you kind of have to block that lane, right?
Yeah, I think you definitely have to block the lane that he just set up. Because you can just score so much there in addition to being able to bingo with a 7 that ends in S. That is definitely something to worry about given the pool from Morris's point of view. I think he has to take out that spot.
Yeah, probably vital. If you're Morris, you're probably a little annoyed that you're gonna have to likely burn your S. Although I guess it's possible he could play just like IT making rag. Doesn't seem terrible, honestly. What do you think?
I like that.
Yeah, the iron age is not bad.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's pretty much no way. It's just so unlikely that Max is ever going to have an 8 ending in I, of all things. So that's pretty safe. It's unfortunate from Morris's point of view that he really doesn't have anything he needs to capitalize on the spot himself and either bingo or score well. I think he still has to play something like it and tag to just at least do something about it.
It looks like the players are recounting. The other thing that I would consider is maybe playing something like reties in the A column. So you're scoring a little bit more, going up by about 90 points, and you're also, you're playing 6. And you're cutting off the lane under bats, and that's what Morris is going to do. Yeah, I actually quite like this play. You're playing longer, you're getting to the end of the game faster, and you're cutting off 2 lanes. And you're also scoring more. So, I mean, you're giving up on bingoing yourself. Certainly.
Yeah, but this is a good idea. There are a lot of advantages, like you just said, Emmett. And it's perfectly good play. This was a good play by Morris.
I would love to see Max play solvates here through the Allen dial. That looks like a playable bingo. I'm not sure what else he has, although I guess it's possible actually that in order to win this game, Max has to bingo out. Given the deficit, even if he plays something like solvates for 65, 66 points, he's going to be down by 30 going into an endgame with fewer than 10 tiles on his rack, or fewer than 7 tiles on his rack. I would hope it's fewer than 10. And Morris to move, so... even if he sees solvates, I don't actually hate this play of vote. What do you think?
I think he could have done better in that it's another lane that he's blocking off. I think that Max needs to keep the board as open as possible, and that this doesn't really accomplish that.
It does also empty the bag.
From a score, it does empty the bag, yeah. So now that now Morris is going to know exactly what Max has if he's tracked properly. That's not going to be to Max's advantage. But looking at the Quackle, it looks like the best play for Max was to play Voter-S through the T in traffic, which would have been a very good find.
Yeah, that's good. That's a great one. It's also good without the A, I believe. Yes. Yeah. Sayadam asks, I have to imagine. Yeah, I'm not sure if Voter-S is better than Vote. It's probably better than Vote, but I'm not sure if it has better winning chances than playing just playing off 2, including the V, and putting Morris in a really, really uncomfortable position.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Max might have to not just bingo, but bingo out to win.
Right.
I think there's a lot of merit to that. That's more likely than not true, I think.
Yeah. Looks like the players are, I mean, both players are so slow on time. Oh, Morris has set up Monokini, I think, on his rack, hoping for a miracle M to come out of nowhere. Um, just a little nod to the players, or to all of you watching at home. Um, Max is it's been a while since I've seen somebody shuffle their tiles as furiously as Max has been shuffling his tiles this game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him. He wants to bingo. I totally get the passion there.
Very true. Very true. So, if you're Morris, um, yeah, what are you looking at here? I mean, I don't see. Hmm, so, I'm seeing glossary through the L and dial for
Ooh,
Max.
good find.
So I have to, and you got to wonder if Morris has spotted that. I think if he spots that, he has to block. Um, but yeah,
Unfortunately, oinky is not a word, so this does block glossary.
great. Yeah, yeah, that looks to be a very solid play by Morris, barring any miracle overlaps that he's somehow given away. But I don't think so. Yeah.
I don't see any out bingos off the bat, at least.
We could see orgasm come down, not the bingo, but just the singular hooking oinks.
That would score pretty well.
Would score pretty
Yeah,
well. Not going to
probably
win the
the
game
best
though. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, even if he could bingo out, he's down 88, getting 6 from Morris. He would have to have an 83 out bingo at least to win, which that is not going to happen.
indeed, indeed. Yeah. So it looks like Morris is going to come away with this game, but some really, really interesting positions here. I think both players are going to enjoy looking over this one. Um, yeah, yeah. And Max is now unfortunately gone under time. And at this point, I mean, you might as well spend the next 30 seconds looking for another bingo. Uh, but yeah, yeah, these players pushing the clock to its limits in this game, David.
Yeah, I mean I think I usually like to have like 2 or 3 minutes left on my clock. Like you don't get more points for time you have left over. Like often that time is better spent just making sure you're thinking things through and making the right decisions. Like if you have like 10 minutes left on your clock, then you probably rushed things a bit too much and could have done some things better. But if you have like 1 minute or 30 seconds, then you're probably getting into the kind of territory where you're um, maybe like feeling too pressured during the last part of the game, and that causes you to make mistakes. So it's definitely a balance for sure.
Certainly, certainly. I think we can all agree that going under time is not preferable. Um, but yeah, we'll see what Max is going to come up with here. If he'll spot orgasm, which I guess I'm not sure that that's his best play, but it's at least one of his most fun plays in this position.
True, and he does find the fun play.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Right. Good for him. That's a great spot. Yeah, I wonder if he had seen the bingo orgasms earlier. Morris is going to go out. It's academic at this point with Dino.
I
And
wonder if he had a better outplay.
I mean, he had no nigh, like right, very, very close to where
Oh,
Dino
true.
went for a few more points. But yeah, you can't fault the man for he's under time, or he's under time pressure rather.
He's clearly got the win. Yeah, not necessarily on the optimal outside.
Let's cut to overhead mic while these players are still post gaming.
get the scores tabulated so people are winning. So it's 407 to 345 final, right?
Yep. 407, 3.
345.
Yes, and minus 30.
Oh, minus 30. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Good call. Thanks for
Yeah.
keeping me honest. Yeah.
So 315.
315. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
407. 315 for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what were you saying? So positionally,
I
yeah. So I had monokine minus an M there were my letters. And so what letters did you draw at the back in here?
I picked up. I kept both S's.
Oh, did you keep the blank too, or no?
Yeah, I did.
And what was your other letter?
Can't remember. So I keep the G. Oh, I had pass.
Okay, so this was unseen to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so not quite love Savalois, doesn't quite fit there.
I didn't find anything that played it. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if I had something here.
I don't. Yeah, love seats would be a 9.
I kept 2 S's.
Oh wait, actually, I didn't look through here.
I looked so long, I couldn't see anything.
Votares, Votaress.
Votares. Votares.
Yeah,
With an A.
I think that's valid.
I know Votress without the A.
I think both are valid.
Really?
Let's see. Votares.
I know it without the A.
Yeah, that's valid.
And that would have done it, I think.
I think I probably still had the win. I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, that would put me up by a good amount.
Not really. It would have been. Yes, I was up 382 to 290 before that play.
Oh, I guess not really.
Yeah, so I was up 92 already. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Sorry, 15. So 30. So that'd be 80. I'd have the lead going into the end game.
Right.
So I'd have a 12-point lead going into the end game.
Would passing up my bingo intentionally be worth it there to try to like what I did, but maybe in a better way? Because to try to catch you with tiles and be able to bingo in 2 spots. Because Votares, you said I think it's now that you say it, I think it's too likely that you win after that. Or should I just play it?
So the reason why you'd lose is because I'm up by enough points right now. So you don't literally pass. You would need to just score enough points, keeping good letters to likely bingo. Here's really where you want to go for. So
I messed up my tracking. So
yeah. So that's tough.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm trying to see where you can even score on the board right now. If you just fish off a few tiles. Yeah, I'm not seeing. Yeah,
maybe is vets crazy? Wait, what did I had? Yeah, I had this.
So I think the issue with you might want to go for something. So
here and there. So it's harder to
yeah, or maybe here actually is pretty good. Oh, do you have I guess you need an E here, which is tough. That's why I played it, because the E felt tough in this position. But yeah, I think by then it probably is not too fruitful.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we need to check Fung. I mean,
I think it's a kind of treat.
Is it valid? I really didn't like it, but I'm the only way I lose, I'm pretty sure.
I think it's
Fung has been invalid.
It's not good?
It's not good, yeah. I was 95% sure it was invalid, and if it was a closer game, I'm challenging that.
Yeah.
But in that position, I'm well, in the rare chance it's good, and I'm wrong here, you could have a ZI or ZO play.
Oh, yeah.
Right, in that position. So it's I was right, because I was up. So with that play, I would have been up. Yeah, I knew, right, because I was going to play dial no matter what. I was going to be at 340, 253. I'm holding on to that lead most of the time, and we're exhausting 7 tiles in the situation. So I figured,
would this have worked better, do you think? Bets. I didn't have the unseen tells, but I think given what I drew.
Maybe why not VATS?
Oh yeah.
VATS.
Right.
Yeah, that looks a bit more promising.
For sure.
Yeah, like double S isn't great, and like fishing for things here is
Yeah, I was
also
like
pretty high scoring.
I fixated on that spot too much. Like I was like, I need a high scoring bingo if I want to win too. Like I can't just score like if I score something here, I'm not gonna win. Obviously, like I have to hit a triple maybe, and then you have to like have like I don't know like.
Yeah. Too bad nature isn't valid because Donaker would be a sick
Oh.
phone one to fish for from the bag. There actually like isn't a ton here. Drawskis, I guess you could fish for.
Oh,
Actually, yeah, Drawskis is a pretty cool
what
board.
did I pick up? I
Right.
picked up.
You picked up ORG, but Drawskis would be a really cool thing to fish for there. So
what would I
maybe
have had like in this case then if I played bats?
that's
This gives me nothing, right?
what does that give you? Leg rooms plays there.
Leg rooms.
Yeah,
Didn't know that one.
yeah. Leg rooms would play. That's what's immediately jumping out to me.
And you could have. I assume you could have blocked that easily. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean I'm playing Oink, almost definitely.
Yeah, I should have. Maybe I shouldn't have. Yeah, I mean, I can't really score if I don't play there anyway. So I think either way, I'm kind of pretty much sunk.
I think by then, yeah, I was pretty confident. Like the thing is, basically every turn, I think I outscored you, even by like 1 or 2 points. But
Yeah.
like that's except for the Za turn. I think every other turn, basically, I kept extending the lead. So like,
I just fished too much. I think.
Yeah.
I think that's
Like,
what it is.
I think you need to stay a bit more competitive on the scoreboard. Because
Right.
like at that point, it just simplified the game for me because I was outrunning. Right, reties really simplifies the game for me because I was outrunning all bingos.
Well, oh yeah, this turn was very. I
What do
just-
you keep?
Yeah, I kept. Oh, I didn't write it down because I figured. Yeah, I was on.
fair. Oh, right, it's on stream. Yeah, fair. Yeah, do you remember what?
It was very good though. It was something like. It
I
was
assume you
something
had blank
along-
S, right?
Yeah, blank S.
E.
It was like something like it was something along the lines of like shit, I don't know, what did like I kept a V though. I kept a V, like something like Veil.
All right. I think this is one of the most detailed post games that I've seen in a while, but players have gone through most of the juicy details already. So we're going to pull back. And I think we're going to check out the standings here, Spargo, going into round 6, which is our King of the Hill round. All right. So looks like we're going to have Heather versus Morris, presumably for the tournament win. Again, well, we get to enjoy that upset that Mad had over Max Panich in the previous round, which is just beautiful to see. And we've got we'll have another battle between the other Max Pan and Caleb Pittman in the third slot, I believe. But we're gonna get our pairing soon. David, I think we're gonna have to watch Heather and Morris battle for the tournament win, right?
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting game. Will Heather pull off a great upset and finish 5-1, which would be just so impressive? Or is Morris going to come from behind and bring it home? So I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes.
Yeah, so the just bringing it back to the post game between Morris and Max there, it was interesting. They didn't seem like or Morris about hit on the idea that we were talking about, where Max could play short and then bingo out on the last turn. It looked like they identified that might have been Max's best chance at winning the game. But that was a really, really interesting positional battle. Okay, I'm just waiting for confirmation of our next matchup, but I believe we're going to be watching Heather play Heather play Morris. I'm not sure who's going to be going first. Yes, we've got confirmation. We've got Morris versus Heather for the win. And we're going to take a quick break, but not before I remind you to like, subscribe, comment, send it to your friends. And if you're really enjoying the streams, you can become, just for $5 a month, a Let's Play Scrabble super friend. You get access to like exclusive content, videos early, and a cool badge in the chat. So think about that, break out your wallets, and we'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back to the 6th and final round of the Toronto Tile Slingers here on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. Spargo, I'm absolutely hyped for this game.
Same here. It's really anybody's tournament. Nobody's Gibsonized yet. The result is still very much up in the air. So, it's going to be an exciting match.
Yeah, it seems like just looking at the standings in this game, if Morris wins by 24 or 25 or more, he's going to take the tournament. If Morris wins by less than that or loses, it's going to be Heather's big win. So going to be quite exciting. Again, we're only brought to you by our wonderful team behind the scenes. We've got Josh Greenway, who not only is directing this tournament, but is also producing the stream. And we've also got the inimitable Heidi Robertson behind the scenes. That's Harrowing to Birds on Twitch. Check her out. Doing the annotation and bringing you that lovely, lovely live scoring. So shout out to Heidi and shout out to Josh. And yeah, we're gonna cut to the game real soon. Spargo, anything you want to see from either of these players? Oh, perfect. We've got this head to head. Beautiful. This is not the head to head that I was expecting to see.
But yeah, I mean, what I would like to see from either of these players is just always bingos all the time.
Right.
I want 600 to 600 final score, something like that. Yeah, let's just let's have a real banger.
I agree. Let's go over to the board where Morris is going to try to break the curse that has apparently befallen him when it comes to playing Heather. But this has been a great tournament for Heather. Morris has played some great games as well, and whoever wins this game is going to be a deserving winner. Yeah, it looks like Morris needs to win by 27. If Morris wins by 27 points, we've got quite the controversy on our hands. But, well, he's drawn quite a nice rack. What do you see here?
Saracen Sincere.
Saracen Sincere, indeed. I would imagine he's going to play the one that scores more points. Meanwhile,
It looks like Heather's not drawn quite as well.
Yeah, not quite. I'm wondering what Morris is thinking about here. David, what do you think he's debating?
He's probably just trying to find the optimal placement for either of his two bingos. I imagine he's seen them. Yeah, trying not to put the S on the star, trying to get the C on the double letter, just optimizing placement, just making those kinds of relatively minor decisions.
I will say I'm a little surprised by this particular placement. What do you think? Why do you think he decided to go with this placement?
Let's consider what happens if he plays Saracen with the C on the double letter, because that's the only way the C is getting on the double letter. It puts vowels next to each of the double letter scores right next to the star, so that isn't quite ideal. I suppose Sincere, where he played it, only puts one vowel next to a double letter score.
Right.
So it does that. And then this placement, it also doesn't put the S on the star, so that's good. It at least gets a 1-pointer on the double letter, if not the 3-pointer. So I think this position has its merits.
It has its merits. I think hopefully I have to imagine Morris is aware of the back hook on Sincere, but maybe he's thinking that Heather might not be aware of the R hook or confident enough in the R hook. As it happens, Morris has caught Heather with a brutal rack here. I really am not sure what I would be doing in Heather's situation. I think the first thing I have to think about is just dropping the Q with QI for 21. What do you think about that?
I like that idea. And too bad this isn't Collins, because she would have Whackos for like 40. But she can't play that. I'm sure that would come off very quickly. Yeah, there's getting rid of the Q, always a good idea. Oh, that leaves behind FYVW, which might be ideal to get rid of a few more of those consonants. Yeah, I think getting rid of the Q is also pretty reasonable.
Interesting. I think I might, if we're going to go with an idea like this, I would probably play Viewy in a similar spot, just dropping another one of those clunky tiles.
Yeah.
Now,
and also doesn't put the E next to the triple letter.
Right. But Morris says, yeah, he's got a rack. Ooh. Spargo, is this good?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I think
I
I
think
was
he's
gonna.
just trying something and playing it confidently and hoping that um, his rating, which is 250 points higher than Heather's, is intimidating enough, maybe, so that
Appears like
she
it
doesn't
is.
challenge you.
Yeah. I mean, he had a playable actual bingo, a real bingo, non-phony. He could have played callable from the C in sincere. And this is certainly a easy mistake to make. I think labella is good, I believe, and there are plenty of words that end in that ella that do take the R. Just this is not one of them. Um, yeah, Heather's going to respond with cannot, which is huge for her.
Oh, maybe that could very well be part of why she didn't challenge, is because she just has a huge response to it that
It's very
she
true.
wouldn't have otherwise.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that's a massive, massive response, and it's gonna take off a lot of the hurt that she might have felt from that second bingo in a row from Morris.
Yeah, sure.
Right. So, doesn't look like Morris is going to get his third bingo down in a row. There's no R in a good position for roundish. But he should be able to do. I mean, at the very worst, he could just play something with the H next to the E and Wive. Um, he might go a different direction and decide to play like duh in the top right corner. But I would probably be. Um, uh, I would probably be set up here, just playing maybe even something like Hun next to Wive and calling it a day. Or even Hound or Hundo with Wived or something like that. What do you think, Spargo?
Yeah, I think all that makes a lot of sense. But you could also just try to phony again and just double down. And like I imagine it's the case that he knows that the other phony bingo he played was phony, um, and he knows he got away with it, so he could try to do something like that again. That would be very
What would you
entertaining
try?
to see. I think, man, if I were to play phony here, um, I think I might play in-housed.
That's exactly what I was thinking about.
Great minds think alike.
Exactly. But instead, he's going to play Hound, which has a lot of merit, actually, holding on to the S. That's a pretty powerful setup that isn't immediately obvious as a setup, and also it scores a number of points. I think that looks like a very strong play.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't. I mean, it scores so well. It scores 34, so it could be. It's easy to think that maybe um, he just played it not having the S and thinking the points are worth the risk. He does have ISO form, which is a great draw for him because that's playable with hounds.
Certainly. And it's also playable with Sincere, and it's actually even more playable with Connaughts.
Oh, wow. Oh, there's
yeah.
no blocking this.
So that's going to be this is going to be pretty huge, assuming that Morris spots this word, which, given his word knowledge that he's displayed so far, I would assume he'll spot this. Although Spargo, I have found you would expect him to find this one.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. What was the question?
You think Morris is gonna catch isoform here?
Yeah, I think he'll find isoform. I mean, might take a second. It's not the easiest word to find, I'd say. But if he puts together either the form suffix or the iso prefix, I think the other part of that word could follow pretty quickly. So I think he has that advantage in terms of how hard it's going to be able to find that.
Yeah, certainly. I find many ISO words are difficult to find for me. So now whenever I have the letters on my rack, I always just like start with ISO and see if I recognize any bingos from there. Meanwhile, Heather looks like she's setting up to play Fey, F-A-Y, in the top right-hand corner of the board. Uh, Seems pretty solid. Scores solidly 30, 34 points. Nothing to sneeze at. It is leaving 2 eyes, but I'm not sure I see anything that I like a lot better for her here.
Yeah, I mean, Faye scores really well. 34, nothing to scoff at. And it looks like she's going to go ahead and do it. This,
The uh,
yeah,
the
I would
difficult
be hard pressed to find better play in the situation.
Agreed. And I think, there are a ton of draws that she could draw that are going to bail her out of this rack. Okay, and Morris disappointedly is going to play Isoform on the bottom instead of playing it with Connaughts. Um, but yeah, he should be pretty happy with the way that this game has shaken out so far.
Yeah, it's going to be, I guess, yeah, both blanks are still out there, so Heather isn't done yet, but it's going to be pretty hard for her to come back from this at this point.
Yeah, you would have wanted to. Optimally, of course, you'd want to draw an immediate response bingo, but having triplicated her eyes, it's not going to be in the cards for her on this turn. Although I can see some, she doesn't have terrible options in the top right hand corner of the board. Producer Josh Greenway is telling us that he thinks that Morris just told Heather the score of Isoform in the other spot, and she laughed. So it's good to see that Heather's still having some fun in this game, even in an early deficit, as Morris draws an S and the blank.
And yeah, there are probably other options for Morris, but that's at least the one that jumps out at me first.
Yeah.
This is rough for Heather.
It is unfortunately rough for Heather. Oh yeah, expenses with sincere. That puts the X on the triple letter score. Not too shabby. Meanwhile, Heather looks like she's considering playing Biotin to the N and Hounds. Doesn't seem terrible. Keeping the board open, opening up some new floaters to play through. I think that seems.
I really like that play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably honestly her best play. Yeah, just in terms of getting through this pretty bad rack and just being able to drive, or being able to pick 5 new tiles and just keeping things really open, giving her a shot to get back in the game. Yeah, I think she should play Biotin.
Yeah, it's well spotted, well lined up. Now it just comes down to whether or not she's going to pull the trigger on this. I think whatever she does, I would like to see her do it relatively quickly. She's already in a 5-minute time hole or time disadvantage against Morris, and you don't want to see that disadvantage grow even larger than it already is, David.
Yeah, I think Morris has shown that he's been pretty good at that, just keeping up the time pressure on his opponents. We've seen that in a few other games, and he's not slowing down. That's for sure.
Yeah, he plays fast. He plays accurately. What more can you ask for, really? Morris is showing why he is threatening to win the second day of the Toronto Tile Slingers after coming out victorious yesterday. So he would be a 2-time champion in just 2 days.
Yeah, such dominance. Just very impressive.
Seriously. A great weekend. A really great weekend. That would be an ideal weekend for me. And I'm sure Morris is enjoying himself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It's just... yeah, great. It looks like Heather's going to pull the trigger on Biotin.
Nice.
I really like. Give Morris something to think about. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be thinking too hard because he can just pull the trigger with expenses, or there may even be something better that I haven't spotted yet.
I think I think the only downside of expenses is that now you have two triple lanes that are open,
Right.
and a triple is probably the only way you're going to lose at that point. So that it might make him just pause for a little bit and see if he can't play something a bit more defensive. But yeah, unless something ridiculous happens, I think he's going to be fine either way.
Yeah, and I mean expenses is 90 points, so that'll put him at 360 points, and he'll be up by 220 points, which honestly is enough to tank most triples. So even that he doesn't really have to be that worried about. But I agree, it's definitely worth. I mean, given the position he's in with respect to time, it's definitely worth at least looking a little bit longer to see if he can come up with something good. Okay, so he's going to go with this positioning of expense, which is significantly fewer points, but definitely the safer positioning. What do you think about this one, David?
I think in most situations I would probably take the points, but he just is so far ahead that he can afford to sacrifice 9 points for defense here. I think in this situation I would make the same choice.
Yeah, I think you're spot on here. This is mitigating the worst case scenario, and he is, as you say, winning by so much that nothing but the worst case scenario is going to sink him. But we still got game left to play. We'll see if Heather can try to manufacture something out of thin air. Yeah, what are you thinking about in her position here, David? Besides what is
with QI and NE and FAR, that's got to be the star play.
Yeah, that's definitely the star play. That's huge, actually. Not as big as the bingos that Morris has been playing, but quite a lot. So
I mean, at this point, it's probably all academic for the most part. But seeing Jiber, that at least would be a very fun and satisfying play to make.
And it looks like she sees it.
Nice. Sees it pretty quickly too. Not take a lot of time on this turn.
Yeah, certainly. She's still fighting. She's still, doing as best as she can to keep her possibilities open. But it's not looking good for her. She's going to need a great draw here.
Yeah, she will certainly need at least the last blank.
Certainly. And the V is not going to do what she wants it to do, I think, unfortunately.
Not quite. She'll probably just hope to have somewhere good to play Ovum and call it a day, if I had to guess.
Yeah, that looks about right. Over to Morris's rack, though. He's finally going to have to slow down, having not drawn another bingo. What do you think he's thinking about here? What should he be trying to do positionally?
Absolutely just block the triple. B usually isn't that threatening, but there are IDL words and ABL words.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, honestly, this is probably his best, or at least very close to his best equity move anyway, so can't fault him for making this play. This seems very, very strong, blocks the B, plays equity, leaves a great leave. No beef with that move. It's over to Heather to see, again, what she can try to conjure from thin air here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking, still the Ovum idea, maybe with isoform, the M in isoform. Unfortunately, Ovum doesn't take an S, which would have helped her out positionally, just creating a little more volatility.
Right.
Probably just good to get rid of that stuff anyway, I would think.
Yeah, I'd like to see Ovum come down here relatively quickly. Looks like she's got out Vi setup potentially. Yeah, and she's gonna. This is actually quite a nice idea here, David. She's really going for the volatility, and she's opening up another triple triple lane. What do you think about this move? I think it's quite creative.
I think she absolutely has the right idea. Just like go into the bag, 5 tile, 5 tile play, try to get the last S and blank, opening up that triple triple, going for max volatility. I think this is the exact kind of thing she wants to do.
Yeah, this is nice. It's a great idea, and it so happens that she's caught Morris in a very weak position with a quite a bad rack. Now he's going to be able to play out of it with Tong, but he wasn't able to hit her very very hard in that position. So, it's always possible that she finds or hits Morris with a rack where he absolutely can't play through that. So, always.
Yeah, that position you gotta hope for.
Yeah, yeah. Now she's drawn a more balanced rack. Still not doesn't look like it's going to bingo on this board, but she's getting closer at least. She's getting closer. Um, yeah. What do you think she should be? Say again.
Yeah, I think that's right. Like she's close to some stuff, and the rack looks pretty balanced, but it's not quite there yet. But, yeah, at this point, probably best to just be looking to score as much as possible, while keeping the board open, continuing to keep a balanced rack.
Yeah, I mean, if she's looking to stick with the theme that she was developing on the last turn, she could play something like moral or amoral in the bottom right quadrant, sticking that L in 7th in the O column. I think amoral would be 30 points, and she has it set up. Again, I think this is the right idea. She's playing for variance here. She's going to hope to draw the S or the blank. Yeah, I really like this idea.
Yeah, this is unquestionably the play. I think. Looks like maybe she's considering another option though. Meal.
She's up on
Not sure
More
what
for a
great-
moment.
Yeah. I don't see where a good place to play Meal would be. I guess off of the M and ISO form.
Yeah,
but I think
I
it's
don't.
definitely not as good as Amoral.
I agree, and it looks like she's set up Amore, Amore, which is similar thematically to Amoral, but relies more on drawing those. Oh wait, it's not even good though. Is the issue? Yeah, that's why it looks weird. So I hope she doesn't play that. Interesting. What do you think she's thinking here?
Maybe she's thinking like, I got a bingo now, or else I'm definitely
Right.
just sunk, and she's gonna play. She's trying to come up with a plausible phony like a memorial or amoral.
Yeah.
Just gonna try a desperation phony because she probably needs to at this point.
I mean, I would say that the Dalai Lama is the over Lama, probably, when compared to all the other Lamas, but I'm not sure the Scrabble dictionary recognizes him as such yet.
Yeah, I mean, you have Overlord, you have Overllama.
Right,
Same
exactly.
time.
Could work. Over Under God is good. Is Over God good? Maybe.
I don't think Overgod is good.
Too bad.
But
Just over.
possible.
Yeah. So, yeah, she's taking her time on this turn. I think it's unlikely this game is going to come down to a tight endgame, so it's probably okay to let the time tick a little bit here, see if you can find that elusive bingo. But I would like her to go back to the option that she already generated of amoral.
Yeah, I agree. That just seems to be the best play, barring a phony that gets by Morris. Yeah, I would go with amoral. I think.
She's holding AM here. Um, I'm not sure. Yeah, where she would decide to play that. Okay, yeah, I guess in the bottom left. That scores certainly, and she can draw into a number of things. But I would be worried about the board starting to dry up if I were Heather. Um,
Yeah. Although one thing that's a couple things that are good about this is that it makes it so she can still play over words, um, which
Very
makes
true.
using a V spot um, a lot more. Yeah, it just makes that a lot better. Also, keeping the R for sincere.
Right.
So just using the spots, yeah, making the spots that are currently open on the board better for her. I think there's
That's a
some
great
merit to that.
point. Yeah, I mean, she could have hit something like over sail through the V. Trying to think of other things that she could have hit with the over and the L, but unfortunately, she has drawn into more vowels, so she's not going to be bingoing on the next turn. I think I can safely guess. Morris is going to play what seems to be one of his strongest plays here. Just dropping the G and the D for God. Maybe he would have considered adding in the other O for good, just to play more and continue to to push this game towards its end. What do you think about that?
Yeah, yeah, I think you make some good points there. Yeah, just getting another couple points. Pacing is a bit better. Maybe he wanted to keep the O so he could get an overword himself. Um, I don't know if that was his reasoning. Yeah,
That's
either way, I think either play makes sense.
yeah, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. Looks like Heather set up Ale on her rack. Um, I guess she might be considering playing that also on top of the M and isoform. Um, hopefully, I don't believe that word takes any hooks. I think it's already a plural.
Yeah, that's right.
But putting the E out in space is certainly an idea worth considering. Um, although that's going to be that option is nerfed slightly by retaining her own E. Um, so something to think about. I think. I mean, if I were, I'd be looking to play off as many vowels as I can here. Wow.
If I
Okay.
were her, I would actually be looking to bingo with areole and sincere.
Oh wow. I didn't even. Yeah. Yes. That is what I would be looking to do.
Yeah, this is a crucial miss by her, unfortunately, at a time where she very much needed to bingo as soon as possible. So that's yeah, it's a easy thing to miss. But yeah, it would have been nice to see your to play bingo there.
See, David, this is what happens to me when the players don't alphagram their racks. I'm suddenly unable to find top 1,000 bingos. But yeah, that's
I was kind of the same way. Because yeah, I looked over at the Quackle, which had like the alphagram like sorted alphabetically, and only then when I saw that did I actually come up with that.
yeah.
But yeah, looking at the rack unalphabetized, I didn't actually get it.
Okay, I'm glad we're in the same boat when it comes to that. Of course, Heather's struggles are going to continue here, but yeah, looking over at Morris's turn, um, yeah, the bow seems fine, and his draw seems even finer to me.
Oh boy, man, yeah, Morris is gonna win this by like 300 points. This is gonna be brutal.
Yeah, he's really pouring it on here.
Man, if this were Clabbers, he could play re-cheating through the CHE. But unfortunately, this is not Clabbers, so we can't do that.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, is that even more points than hooking with sincere whatever he's going to play there, or
Definitely not.
yeah, definitely not. But definitely more fun. Definitely more fun. Um, sometimes you have to sack points for that style purpose. I remember. I think I sacked far too many points in far too close a game at nationals last year to play a very pedestrian disconnected nine. So I learned my lesson there, but I'm definitely still it's still hard for me to pass up those flashy plays when I should just be playing solid. The way
These are not
Morris,
so hard to pass up. I don't blame you.
yeah, yeah. But our Lord and Savior Nigel Richards doesn't or passes them up, so should we basically.
That's true. If you had a better option than Pernoctated, for example, then
Exactly
you
right.
definitely wanted to play Pernoctated.
That's exactly what I was thinking. It was, if I remember that position, it was like 1 point better than a very normal 7 or something like that. And if it had been 1 point worse,
So
he
right,
would
yeah.
have. Okay, Heather, her time is now getting, I would say, dangerously low. She makes the play of yeah, and I think this is solid given her rack. I'm loath to say that it was good given or best given that I totally blanked on her bingo on the last turn, but it seems pretty solid. What do you think, David?
Yeah, there definitely was not a bingo here this turn. I would be pretty shocked if there were.
I can agree with that one.
But yeah, I think that's perfectly reasonable. Getting rid of the Y, unduplicating the A's. A couple things she wants to do.
Yep. And yeah, Granite is going to come down very quickly. It's going to leave 3 in the bag after his draw. And if you're Heather, you kind of just throw up your hands and, beseech the Scrabble gods and ask them why they've done this to you. If you're Morris, you celebrate what's going to be your second tournament win in 2 games, and also the blank that you have a 70% chance of drawing.
Yeah, he might just bingo again before this is all said and done.
Oof, I don't know. That unseen pool looks really, really bad.
Actually, I got a point. Yeah, maybe never mind. Definitely never mind.
Yeah. It's not going to happen for him, but yeah, he could totally find a way to score well with this, but we may not see the 600 game that we're all looking for. If you're Heather, if you're Heather, what are you thinking here? She's got priori set up. Maybe she's thinking a priori as one word.
Yeah, I think that's a Latin thing, not a WoW thing, but a Latin thing nonetheless.
Yeah. Sure.
But man, I would probably just try to play off the RI, I guess, and just hope to draw something and hope Morris doesn't block it. Man, I can't think of anything that's really that viable.
Yeah, I'm trying to. So I'm looking at so what's the unseen pool? Morris has, or what's more to the point, what's the actual pool? Looks like the T and the O are left in the bag at the very least. So not the worst tiles for Heather to draw. But I agree. There's nothing that's jumping out to me.
Yeah, TOK is in the bag.
Yeah, she doesn't want the K. It's like she is considering your option of just playing off the IR. Oh, now she's considering. Oh, now airport doesn't quite fit to the T in Granite. Maybe she just wants to play AI somewhere.
Yeah, that also would make sense. Just play off 2 tiles, don't empty the bag. Yeah, could make sense.
Right.
Oh, she is grabbing IR.
Ooh.
I don't think I would have played that there because it takes out one of the lanes that she would be hoping to use.
Yeah, the most powerful lane.
Yeah.
But at this point, it's all academic, as you said a while ago, before Morris dropped his 4th bingo of the game, or 5th, or whatever it is. So
it's become increasingly academic.
Exactly. Well, she can play Okapi next to Granite, which it seems like she's
cool,
spotted immediately, which is going to be pretty. We'll see what Morris decides to go with here. Oh, she can actually, rather. YEAI is no good.
Yeah, I was gonna ask where next to granite do you mean, but yeah.
Yeah, just my my commentator tunnel vision failing me there for a moment.
You
I
could
guess
play
maybe
it
she's
under
doing.
Tom.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I just spotted. If you're Morris here, you're looking at the unseen pool. You're probably seeing that there's nothing very harmful that could be in there. I mean, even if the K is in the bag, uh, I don't see any dangerous bingos in the bag. Do you, David?
Uh, Definitely not.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I think yeah, from Morris's point of view, I'm not sure there are any bingos possible.
Yeah. I think if you're Morris, you maybe you want to play was WUZ next to Granite, except you're concerned about the last A, as you should be. So it's possible he'll maybe play some sort of sequence that allows him to go out with that, or that's probably even suboptimal, and he'll find something better.
Yeah, he has
But
13 minutes to do so. Yeah, that's why you leave so much time for the end game, ideally, so you can really think through things like this.
very true, and this will. I mean, yeah, perhaps he just plays Whiz through the eye in Granite, which is going to take out probably the most potent bingo lane left through the T in Granite, if he's at all worried about missing something. And also, Whiz is a pretty nice play. Um,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
gonna score about 40.
There's also, I'm trying to see if, because Wiz does take a back Z,
It
so
does. Yeah.
is there anything that he could hit with a blank Z uh, on the next turn to like hit the triple or something like that? That might be a fun twist worth thinking about.
Yeah. Not seeing anything
Either.
right off the bat that goes with uh, ZUDS.
Yeah,
To make that
alas, it's
possible.
any other vowel or any of lots of the other vowels would work, but yeah, I mean, and we know he's going to draw into the T. It's still fun to consider, and even so, I think Wiz is still probably seems to be his strongest or one of his strongest plays.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I would think so.
When you're in this type of position, David, how long do you spend, trying to optimize every point in a game that's won by a lot?
Oh, I mean, yeah, it depends on like how much time I have. Like, if I have like 11 minutes, like I might spend a while on it just for funsies. Maybe like I don't know, 5 minutes or something. But yeah, if I have less time, then I don't know. I'm definitely not as motivated to like truly optimize everything to the point of where like I'm in danger of going over time.
Certainly,
Yeah.
certainly.
What about you, Evan?
Uh, this is interesting. I might play Pa here instead, just PA.
Yeah, we're gonna
I'm
level
leaving,
points for Ha.
and it would leave Iroko to go out in the top left, also under Tong, I believe. Um,
Or it's
but
just fake Heather out with some ridiculous outplay, making isoform Zazo.
it's good to see the camaraderie between these players. I think to answer your question, I like to, in a perfect world, I would try my hardest every game, because every position, there's no difference between a winning position and a losing position. Um, but I definitely take the foot off the gas in some games where I don't feel like optimizing every point out of a game where I'm already up by 200 points.
True, true. That's a good point.
Oh yeah, so uh, our producer is remarking that, in fact, he was Morris was likely showing Heather what he would have played had she played pawn. So yeah, I'm sure he had some beautiful outplay in that spot.
Yeah, that was actually a very well thought out endgame then. Yeah, playing was and like hoping to just have a really great outplay over there using the Z as kind of a distraction.
Yeah, that's actually true.
That's a cool idea by Morris.
Okay, we're gonna flip over to the overhead mic to get a read on what the players are saying.
Or Labella. So no, the Bellar isn't good. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, I knew the front hooks there were two. Flabella and Glabella are both words too.
Right.
Yeah, I guess lucky. Yeah. Also, Saracen good. I always forget if it
believe
was
so.
added at some point
Yeah.
or I didn't. Yeah, it was added at some point and like. Okay. Yeah, like I didn't mind this since it was more defensive, but yeah, obviously that's a bit better. Yeah, but it seemed like you were quite resourceful.
I know I was making, I was getting decent points for my plays, but
What were you
not
going for
really.
here out of curiosity?
nothing other than playing off two tiles, leaving what I thought was my best line, which was the T, and just I don't know. I mean, I had not great letters.
It seemed like you were, like just struggling like buyouts and that sort of stuff. Just felt like.
Yeah, well, at that point, I'm like super behind, right? Like,
Yeah, because I
so-
just drew everything.
So I'm still like, even at that point, I'm just playing to like open up big possibilities. So yeah, I don't know.
Here's the game, yeah. Well, I guess we split today, but
Yeah.
do I need to fill up the slip?
I think he needs to scores. Okay. There's-
All right, it looks like the players are about done with their postmortem. So, congratulations to Morris for winning the tournament. That's 2 tournament wins in a weekend. David, have you ever done that?
I have done that one time with 2 1-days in Epping that were
Really?
similar. They were 7 games each. Yes, but I think that was a one-time thing. So it's at least very rare that ever happens. Very, very impressive to Morris for being able to pull it off with other strong, very strong players in the field. So well done to Morris.
Certainly, and really getting the monkey off his back there with his first ever tournament win against Heather. And look, that game was a little bit reminiscent of the Game 5 from the SPC finals from this year, where Nigel Peltier just poured it on with, I think, 6 bingos in 8 turns against Mac Miller. I also, it turns out I spoke too soon, and Morris did indeed hit 600 points. So, David, before the game, you did say you wanted both players to score 600 points. So, you got half of your wish.
I think I'll walk away from today satisfied.
Good.
I think they done good.
As will I. This has been a great tourney weekend. I think it really shows. I'm really glad we have these streaming exhibition events on to keep the Scrabble streaming ecosystem lively and continuous. And I think I'm grateful to Let's Play Scrabble. And speaking of Let's Play Scrabble, we're going to pop over to partial standings real quick, showing what we already know here in the booth, which is that Morris Greenberg is your winner for the Toronto Tile Slingers. Congrats to Morris. Looks like we're still waiting for the finish between Matt Palazzo and Max Panich. Shout out again, by the way, to Josh Koff for these advanced stats. I think having this type of analytics really elevates the quality of the stream. I hope all of you watching at home are enjoying the advanced stats as much as I am. But really, the graphics are a cut above. We love to see these graphics. Wow, Morris averaged 443 points today. That's remarkable.
That's an excellent average. Yeah, especially in a field like this. Yeah, I mean, scoring 400 is expert level, and then 443 is just significantly higher than 400. So just a really great performance.
Yeah, I think my wow, and Morris had. I mean, this was the highest scoring game of the day, certainly the highest scoring game of the day. I think Morris also had the highest. He had a 500 game. So Morris has really been racking up the points as we see. Wow. I think my guess is the rating gain leaders is a little broken right now. But if I had to guess, I would say Heather probably gained some points today. Mad definitely gained some points today with their upset win over Max. Nothing to sneeze at. Gaining 20, 30 points in a day's work, David?
Yeah, I mean, I would be definitely happy with that for sure. That's pretty solid. And especially over the past 2 days, Morris must have gained like, I don't know, 100 points or something. Maybe not 100, a little less, but still, at least some dozens of points.
All right. So I think we're gonna start to wrap up the stream here. David, I know you've been working on some sort of Scrabble project. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So I was saying on the stream here yesterday with Josh that I have this Scrabble Club leaderboard software, which is just something that any director at any club can use to just keep track of stats. There's like a whole bunch of analytics, like stuff that compares for each player, just like wins or losses or average score or whatever to time. So you can like see graphs of that, and just a whole bunch of other good stuff. You can, with a click of a button, just send everything to Google Sheets and make everything really accessible. So anybody in club or outside of club, whoever, can just go to Google Sheets and just see all the stats. And so I've been working on that since the beginning of this year, and I encourage everybody to who could use this to reach out to me, and I'm happy to walk anybody through it and get people set up. Yeah, my email is just spargod@gmail.com if you just want to, if you're interested. So
tell your club directors, folks. We love to see this type of innovation in the Scrabble community. I've been assisting our Scrabble coding overlord Josh Castellano a little bit with his new engine Magpie, so look out for that coming later this year. And if you want to see more of me, I'll be releasing some short form videos in the near future on my YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/truthmain2. I think 1 and 0 were both taken. I think one final thanks to Heidi Robertson for doing the analysis behind the scenes. And a big resounding thanks to Let's Play Scrabble and Josh Greenway for putting this event together. It's been fun.
Yeah, I would echo that for sure. It's been a pleasure being here and commentating on the Toronto club, and love seeing all those guys play, and they really put on some great performances this weekend. So thank you to them for that, and I've loved working here with everybody involved, and it's been great.
Right. Well, we'll leave it there. Thank you guys for watching. Sign up for Lake George, and let's play Scrabble.